Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 6 of the series. Chapter 302, 8 Great Scholar Tai, which evolution scholar are you? Subscription request, _2. This type of special life's blood essence potion was highly sought after within the human civilization, and once available, it was quickly sold out. One could hardly imagine how many three-headed ice wolves would have to be drained to create such a blood essence potion. These are all yours now. The indifferent man still had his back to Lin Yuan. Thank you, senior. Stay informed at Freeweb Novel. Lin Yuan's expression was solemn as he spoke earnestly. Although it was true that any member of the human race who found this spatial entrance and entered would receive a gift from the indifferent man, Lin Yuan had indeed received a great benefit. I wonder if there's anything you'd like me to do, senior? Lin Yuan attempted cautiously. Anything? The indifferent man was slightly startled, then he smiled and said, I have been dead for so long, I no longer have old friends, so there's nothing much I need. Boom. At that moment, the small space where Lin Yuan was began to shake. You better leave quickly. This small space is about to collapse. The indifferent man raised his right hand. A streak of flowing light shot out and landed in Lin Yuan's hand. It was a storage bracelet. Inside were many treasures belonging to the indifferent man, Yes. Lin Yuan took the storage bracelet and immediately flew toward the entrance. The indifferent man, watched Lin Yuan's departing figure as his body began to crumble quickly. Wang Yue Starfield. Tianqin Star. The indifferent man, murmured softly, then in the next moment, he completely disintegrated. Chikuan Main Star. 13 Peaks Great Hall. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. About everything that the radiant Yang spirit had experienced, Lin Yuan naturally synchronized his knowledge, sharing one consciousness, and could switch perspectives at any time. The battlefields of different races are fraught with danger. Aside from supreme beings, no one can ensure their survival. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The experiences of the 8th layer evolutionist, made him cautious. Even a small-sized otherworldly battlefield like battlefield C24763 could cause an 8th layer evolutionist to stumble. But today's human civilization is much better than before. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly emotional. In the era of the human civilization alliance had difficulties in wars against many different races around them, and in many aspects like foundation and support, they seemed somewhat lacking. The most obvious example was that the doppelganger skill was exceedingly rare during that time. Even 8th layer evolutionist had not cultivated a doppelganger. Unlike now, where just the doppelganger skills listed under the red Kuan lineage number over 10. Although cultivating a doppelganger skill requires sacrificing a small portion of the soul and not every evolver is suitable for cultivating one, freewebnovel.com. It is much stronger than tens of thousands of years ago. Never mind. Let's continue cultivating. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yuan immersed himself once again in contemplating the spatial model. Aside from cultivating, Lin Yuan occasionally connected to the virtual world to interact with other evolvers. The clash of different perspectives and the combination of their against heaven's understanding often unexpectedly helped Lin Yuan. This person's insights might not be inferior to my teacher's. Lin Yuan entered the founder's circle of the virtual world and chatted briefly with a founder named Tai, thinking to himself. Lin Yuan and this Tai met through a post titled, Is it better to understand one rule deeply? Or many rules more superficially? This post, from 23,000 years ago, was left on the founder's forum by the founder Tai. Lin Yuan often communicated with him, faintly feeling that Tai had broad vision. However, Lin Yuan tried searching the virtual world network but couldn't find any information related to Tai. While Lin Yuan was pondering, the founder named Tai sent another message. Many evolutionary paths of human civilization, which stage do you think is the most important? After reading this message, Lin Yuan pondered. From the 1st to 6th ranks of the Martial Tao evolution path and even up to the 7th rank Lin Yuan was currently deciphering, plenty of information flashed through his mind. The 7th rank. After thinking it over, Lin Yuan responded. with deeper understanding of more and more basic spatial models. Lin Yuan was gradually perceiving the specific direction of the 7th stage Martial Tao chapter. Once Lin Yuan truly opened the 7th rank chapter, his transformation would far surpass the previous 6 ranks. He should be back soon, right? After replying to Tai Yi, Lin Yuan glanced in the direction of the alien battlefield. According to Lin Yuan's plan, he had sent his radiant yang spirit to the battlefield of the different races to perceive the rules of spatial fluctuations. However, plans always fall behind changes. Lin Yuan intended to stay out of worldly affairs and avoid contact with other species, but instead, he gained the inheritance of an 8th-layer evolutionist. Even on a medium-sized otherworldly battlefield, obtaining the inheritance of a treasure belonging to an 8th-layer powerhouse was an extremely rare opportunity. Lin Yuan had never considered this possibility because the chances were simply too low. But since it happened, Lin Yuan could only reluctantly accept it. In this situation, leaving that inheritance from the 8th-layer evolutionist, Yin, in the possession of the radiant yang spirit, and then letting the radiant yang spirit stay in the perilous battlefield of different races. Lin Yuan found himself unable to sleep. He would not mind if the radiant yang spirit perished, as it could be reformed in some time. But the loss of the 8th-layer evolutionist treasure, the 8th-layer armor, and the soul defense weapon, and 1,000 cubic universe crystals. If these were to be lost along with the fall of the radiant yang spirit, Lin Yuan reckoned it would distress him for a long time. So right after the radiant yang spirit left that small space, Lin Yuan instructed him to hurry back, deposit the many treasures with him, and then continue to the alien battlefield. Chapter 303, 8 Great Scholar Tai Yi, which evolution scholar are you? Subscribe please, _3. After all, it's just a matter of over a month's time. Lin Yuan could afford the delay. At a far and remote location, there stood a huge research planet. Great Scholar Tai Yi watched the complicated characters flashing quickly on the screen in front of him. A moment later, a trace of fatigue appeared on the face of Great Scholar Tai Yi. Let's see if that question has been answered. Deciding to take a break, Great Scholar Tai Yi entered the founder's circle of the virtual world and opened his chat list with Lin Yuan. 7th rank. Seeing Lin Yuan's reply brought a smile to the face of Great Scholar Tai Yi. Ha ha ha, this time you must be mistaken. Among the multiple evolutionary paths of human civilization, the most crucial stage is undoubtedly the 8th layer. To step into the 8th layer, one must master the technique of world opening. Create a world within oneself. With a world as the foundation, one can continue to ascend, otherwise, it is very difficult to take even one step further with the flesh alone. Great Scholar Tai Yi wore a proud but somewhat puzzled expression. He remembered that Lin Yuan should have mastered the rudimentary form of the world opening technique, that perspective of governing myriad paths with a single path. Its core was the world opening technique. If so, even if unaware of the world opening technique, one should understand the vast difference between the 8th and 7th rank. How could he still think the 7th rank is the most important? It shouldn't be, should it? How could such a mistake be made? Great Scholar Tai Yi stroked his chin. Why the 7th rank? After some thought, Great Scholar Tai Yi didn't immediately mock Lin Yuan. Instead, he sent a message asking for clarification. On Chikuan Main Star. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to continue his cultivation, he received another question from the Tai Yi founder. Why the 7th rank? Lin Yuan blinked. He believed the 7th rank to be the most important based entirely on the martial Tao evolution path. Because in Lin Yuan's concept, with Taiyin, Taiyang, Taiji, and the space rules, the 7th rank chapter he would create was expected to undergo the greatest transformation. With the enhancement of the space rules, the Taiji domain would evolve into the Taiji minor world. Stay immersed with Freeweb novel. That was why Lin Yuan thought the 7th rank as the most important. To contain myriad paths within a certain path, command myriad paths, integrating with the space rules. Lin Yuan shared some of the theories of the martial Tao evolution path 7th rank chapter quite casually. These theories, which Lin Yuan had realized these past days, were meaningless to others, even if revealed. Without Lin Yuan's foundational research, it would be difficult for outsiders to delve into these theories. At a far and remote location, there stood a huge research planet. Great Scholar Tai Yi patiently waited, staring at the conversation. He decided that no matter what answer Lin Yuan provided later, he would counter with the technique of world opening to demonstrate the unquestionable importance of the 8th layer. Ding! The message arrived. Great Scholar Tai looked at it immediately. This. Great Scholar Tai was somewhat stunned. All the arguments he had prepared to respond with were suddenly withheld. Because the message Lin Yuan sent him was a kind of the world-opening technique. However, how could one use the world-opening technique at the 7th rank? Great Scholar Tai couldn't believe it. Almost in an instant, Great Scholar Tai began to calculate. Countless characters flickered before his eyes, attempting to prove the possibility of success based on the theory sent by Lin Yuan. More than an hour later, Great Scholar Tai closed his eyes. A long time afterward, Great Scholar Tai finally opened his eyes. It does indeed seem likely to succeed. His thoughts collected and his expression solemn, Great Scholar Tai replied in the chat box with Lin Yuan. Who exactly are you, which evolutionary scholar? Chapter 304-9, Net Worth Skyrockets, please subscribe. 7th rank evolvers who wish to ascend to 8th rank evolvers find that the method of opening the world is crucial. It refers to creating an inner world within oneself, which is one of the prerequisites for a breakthrough to the 8th layer. Here, the inner world is not some minor space, but a real world in which life can flourish and pass down its heritage. Consider this. The physical bodies of human evolvers, when compared with those special life forms lurking deep within the cosmic starry skies that rival planets in size, are indeed too weak. For example, a starry sky wanderer Kuan, which can reach 6th rank at adulthood and devours planets as its food. A 6th rank human evolver is just as tasty a morsel in front of an adult starry sky wanderer Kuan. To not flee is to die. This is the great disparity brought by factors like physical capability, bloodline, species, and others. Under similar rank conditions, these special life forms are almost invincible. However, by the 8th layer, the gap between human evolvers and those special beings rapidly narrows and might even turn into an advantage for humans. The fundamental reason lies in the inner world opened up by the method of opening the world. With a world to support them, even if this world is not large, the full power of a complete world still lets the human evolvers attain an astonishing level of depth. To open the world and create an inner world, one must at least be at the 7th rank peak to hope to attempt it. It can only fully take shape at the 8th layer. However, from the information sent by Lin Yuan, Great Scholar Tai saw the possibility of a 7th rank evolver opening the world. This is truly. From the perspective of Great Scholar Tai, it was clear that Lin Yuan's theory came with many limitations and conditions. For instance, it required understanding all the space-based models at the 6th rank, and the Dao one controlled had to be perfect, and so on. Such a method was destined to be exclusive. Most ordinary evolvers simply didn't possess the insight. Only the true peak geniuses of humanity could hope to attempt this direction. Nonetheless, the theories proposed by Lin Yuan, compared with those conceived by human evolutionary scholars of the past about creating an inner world before the 8th layer, had a possible chance of realization. The evolutionary scholars of the past did indeed research methods to create an inner world before an 8th layer breakthrough. But there were many more conditions, often requiring the assistance of rare cosmic treasures. For example, one method involved consuming a world fruit at the 7th rank and then refining it with special techniques. But world fruits, how precious are they? To use them to open an inner world for a 7th rank evolver. Such a waste. Which evolutionary scholar? On Chikuan main star, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, staring at the message replied by Tai, the founder, momentarily lost in thought. Evolutionary scholar. Lin Yuan did know that this was a treasure of human civilization. But to become an evolutionary scholar, strength was secondary. The key was to create a stable, complete, novel 8th layer evolutionary system. Over millions of years in the Chikuan star domain, only 3 evolutionary scholars were born. And these scholars had long since headed to the central star domain of human civilization. Is it because of those concepts I spoke of? Lin Yuan thought to himself, recalling the 7th stage martial Tao chapter concepts he shared with Tai, the founder, which involved using Taiji and spatial rules to open a small world. However, this idea was only suitable for Lin Yuan. So far, only Lin Yuan managed to achieve it. Not to say anything about others, just fully understanding the basic spatial model at the 6th rank would be enough to block almost all evolvers. Of course, in Lin Yuan's vision, the 7th stage martial Tao contains many cultivation directions. Find your next adventure on M_VLE Novel Fire. To comprehend the space rules was just one of them. Other martial arts evolvers, upon reaching the peak of 6th rank, if they cannot comprehend the space rules, may focus on the rules they excel at. But without the space rules, they cannot create an inner world at the 7th rank. This was, after all, a trade-off, and Lin Yuan had no intention of noting in the 7th rank chapter that understanding the fundamental space model could lead to an early opening the world. It would cause other martial Tao evolvers to forcibly try to comprehend space rules at 6th rank, in pursuit of opening the world. I am not an evolutionary scholar, Lin Yuan replied. The martial path evolutionary path hasn't even begun to open a 7th rank chapter to this day, let alone commence an 8th layer part. Not an evolutionary scholar. Great scholar Tai Yi frowned. He also felt that Lin Yuan wasn't an evolutionary scholar and had sensed it during their previous conversation. But if you're not an evolutionary scholar, how could you develop a direction and concept for 7th rankers to open an inner world? It wasn't that the great scholar Tai Yi looked down on evolvers below the evolutionary scholars. But without reaching that level, how could one have the soul power and computational ability to deduce such concepts? Could it be that such a genius truly exists in this world? For a moment, great scholar Tai Yi felt somewhat disinterested. Since he entered the evolutionary path, he was considered a genius among countless evolvers. The favoritism from the upper echelons of human civilization, the affections of the 3 goddesses, and more made great scholar Tai Yi very confident. But seeing Lin Yuan, great scholar Tai Yi suddenly thought that he might be getting old. Qikuan main star. Lin Yuan's expression turned reflective. Could it be that this founder, Tai Yi, is an evolutionary scholar? Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. The number of evolutionary scholars is extremely scant, far fewer than 8th rank evolvers. Within the circle of virtual world founders, they were all certainly founders of an evolutionary path. But how many of them could actually develop a complete 8th rank evolutionary path? Chapter 305-9, Net Worth Skyrockets, please subscribe, _2. This would be hundreds to thousands of times more difficult than cultivating to the 8th layer. Space rules. Lin Yuan continued to comprehend the space rules. It must be said that the spatial fluctuations on the battlefields of different races. Your next read is at MVLE Novel Fire. Greatly reduced the difficulty for Lin Yuan to comprehend the space rules. Simply put, if it were on Qikuan main star, Lin Yuan's comprehension of space rules would be like someone with 800-degree nearsightedness trying to view the scenery. Then on the battlefields of different races, Lin Yuan's vision in degrees would drop to 700, 600. It would visibly become clearer. Has the Yang spirit already entered the Qikuan star domain? Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed as he looked in a certain direction. Whether it was the Yin spirit or Yang spirit, both were parts of Lin Yuan's soul. Even if separated by vast distances, he could still sense their locations. The Yin spirit has also entered the battlefields of different races. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. To avoid wasting time comprehending the space rules, Lin Yuan had the Yin spirit go to the battlefields of different races before the Yang spirit brought back the legacy of the 8th layer evolutionist Yin. Thus, although still wasting some time, it was much better than having the Yang spirit travel back and forth. After all, since the original Yin spirit and Yang spirit share the same consciousness, no matter who was on the battlefields of different races, Lin Yuan could synchronize perspectives, making no difference. After finishing his cultivation, Lin Yuan connected to the virtual world and arrived at the Kanglin Star virtual world. Xiao Yuan. His mother, Lu Qiong, saw Lin Yuan and immediately smiled in greeting. Lin Yuan nodded. His father Lin Shouqing was also nearby, chiming in with a few words from time to time. You really don't plan to come to the main star? Lin Yuan asked again for confirmation. Since Lin Yuan had revealed his identity and was infused into the 13 peaks of the Qikuan main star, he had asked his parents if they would like to move to Qikuan main star. After all, from any perspective, Qikuan main star absolutely surpassed Kanglin star. One was an ordinary middle-grade life planet, while the other was the most prosperous and thriving main star of a star domain. There was no comparison at all. And for his parents moving to the Chikuin main star, there was no scenario of starting from scratch, where they had high status on Kanglin star but fell greatly upon moving to the main star. Merely with the identities of parents of the 13 Peaks Master, Lin Shouqing and Lu Qiong, even on Chikuin main star, would be highly respected, even by the 6th rank fallen star warriors. Xiao Yuan. Let it be. We've been on Kanglin star since we were young, and we're used to it. Lin Shouqing said with a smile, although Kanglin star is backward, it's our home planet. Now being able to live in the most upscale manner in the central mainland, your mother and I are very satisfied. Yes, Xiao Yuan, go about your own affairs, don't let us hold you back. Lu Qiong added from the side. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment and did not press further. His parents were the type of people who preferred to live in peace in a corner. Kanglin star had everything they were familiar with, a sun, 12 planets, and so on, to which they were already accustomed. That's fine. If you have any issues, just speak to Ho Ming. Lin Yuan said after a thought. Ho Ming was indeed Lin Yuan's captain of the guard troops, a 6th rank fallen star warrior. When Lin Yuan went to Chikuin main star, he specifically left Ho Ming behind. In addition, the guard troops of the Dawn Association's president were also protecting his parents. It could be said that the current security forces for his parents were very sufficient, even surpassing that of the Kanglin star governor. Xiao Yuan, don't worry too much, we have the virtual world. If we want to see you, we can at any time. Lu Qiong continued. Right. Lin Shouqing nodded. With the virtual world, many things became simple, even if separated by dozens of star domains, meeting wasn't difficult. After chatting with his parents for a while, Lin Yuan exited the virtual world. I'm back. Lin Yuan stepped out of the Great Hall. At this moment, a pitch-black spacecraft was slowly descending. Whoosh! Streams of the power of Taiyang silently appeared and finally merged into Lin Yuan's body. It was Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit. This time, sending the Taiyang divine spirit to the battlefields of different races. The greatest gain was not the enhanced perception of the spatial model, but acquiring the entire legacy of an 8th layer evolutionist. Returning to the Great Hall, Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. A silver-white bracelet appeared. This silver-white bracelet, primitive in design, differed in aesthetic from the current human civilization's space equipment. It was indeed the storage bracelet of the 8th layer evolutionist Oin. Although I am one of the 13 Peaks Masters of the Red Kuan lineage, exalted in status, I didn't possess much wealth. Now, that has been rectified. Lin Yuan's spirit was pleased. Even as a disciple of the Chikuin Star Lord, he could not just magically receive an abundance of treasures and riches, at most some life-saving items. Previously, Heyu Mo was planning to lure Lin Yuan out with a precious treasure, confident that this Peak Master must be lacking in valuable resources. This was very normal. For most evolvers to acquire a vast wealth, it's usually through years of accumulation. As for the revenue division from the martial path evolutionary path that Lin Yuan established, not much time had passed. This kind of income was more steady rather than a sudden windfall. This space bracelet is indeed a rare treasure. Lin Yuan closely examined the silver-white bracelet, his expression one of admiration. Even among spatial storage treasures, there are varying levels, some with minimal internal space, incapable of holding life. While some spatial storage treasures boast vast and extremely stable spaces, not prone to fluctuations. This silver-white bracelet was clearly among the latter. 8th rank armor. Lin Yuan quickly refined the silver-white bracelet and pulled out a cyan-colored armor. This armor, nearly 1 meter in size, was engraved with mysterious patterns. As soon as Lin Yuan took it out, it floated in the air, faintly emitting a certain profound aura. 8th rank defensive weapons O. This is surely a life-saving item. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Wearing this 8th rank armor, he could withstand all physical attacks below the 8th layer. As for attacks at the 8th layer level, it could weaken most of them. From this, it can be seen that what 8th layer evolutionist Oin valued the most was defense, preserving life. After all, from the legacy he left behind, no 8th rank offensive treasures were found, they might have been lost. This armor could be kept for personal use or sold. 8th rank armor is not limited to being worn only by 8th rank evolvers, ebnovel.com. 7th rank, 6th rank could wear it too, but only 8th rank evolvers could fully unlock the defensive capabilities of the 8th rank armor. Some 7th rank, 6th rank weapons. Lin Yuan once again took out 7 or 8 weapons from the silver-white bracelet. These weapons must have been occasionally obtained by 8th layer evolutionist Oyin. And 1,000 cubic universe crystals. Lin Yuan flipped his hand and took out a cubic universe crystal, a fist-sized crystal jade, with incredibly pure cosmic energy flowing inside. A cubic universe crystal is equivalent to 100 million universe coins, equivalent to 1 trillion human civilization coins. Lin Yuan was astounded. Civilization coins are just the internal trading currency of human civilization. 7th and 8th layer evolvers mostly use universe coins for transactions, and not limited to within the human race. Therefore, universe coins are the hard currency accepted for transactions by the 10,000 universe races. The reason being that universe coins contain extremely high-grade cosmic energy. This quality of cosmic energy can meet the consumptive needs of the 7th rank, 8th rank, or even stronger beings in combat, relying on slowly absorbing cosmic energy to recover. Too slow, the enemy will not foolishly wait for your recovery. Extracting the energy inside a universe coin is much more convenient, precisely because universe coins have an irreplaceable role for higher rank strong ones. They became a universally accepted trading currency among many races. Because the universe coins themselves possess extremely high value. Much purer than the energy in red spirit fluid. Lin Yuan compared inwardly, then focused his attention on the last treasure within the silver-white bracelet. This treasure was the most valuable of all the treasures, even if the 8th rank armor, 7th rank and 6th rank weapons, 1,000 cubic universe crystals were combined. They still couldn't match up to this treasure. Chapter 306:10, Space Rift in the Main World, the door to the myriad realms trembles. Please subscribe. 8th layer soul defense treasure. Lin Yuan's eyes were slightly fervent. Among all treasures, soul defense treasures were definitely the most precious kind. The soul carries the life's consciousness and true spirit. For a high-rank evolver, the destruction of the physical body doesn't equate to death. But if the soul has issues, it directly affects the consciousness and true spirit. Among the many treasures left by Oyin, the most precious was undoubtedly this one. In fact, Lin Yuan had come across a soul defense treasure before, one of the prizes for the champion of the Kanglan Star Tournament. However, that soul defense treasure was only 3rd or 4th rank, not on the same level as the 8th layer soul defense treasure left by Oyin. Is it shaped like a water droplet? Lin Yuan took out that soul defense treasure. It was a sky blue droplet the size of a thumb, and upon closer inspection, one could see faint cracks on the surface of the droplet. 8th layer evolutionist Oyin had armor to defend his physical body and this 8th layer droplet to guard his soul, but he still died under a soul attack from the Black Abyss Qingyu. Even this soul droplet was nearly penetrated. Lin Yuan thought to himself. While soul defense treasures can protect the soul, it doesn't mean they are infallible. Even an 8th layer soul defense treasure has its protective limits. If an attack surpasses this limit, the soul will be pierced through the treasure, attacking the soul directly. The Black Abyss Qingyu had the power to break through the protection of an 8th layer soul defense treasure at the 8th layer. Lin Yuan pondered. An 8th layer soul defense treasure is given this prefix because it can resist the majority of soul attacks at the 8th layer level. Those from different species. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. In the wars between the Human Civilization Alliance and different species, humans have the upper hand, but this advantage is just that, merely an advantage. There are still many strong humans who die. Black Abyss Qingyu was just one member of the formidable Heiyuan clan. If it were on the battlefields where humans are fighting against the insect race and other peak clans, the casualties on the human side would only be greater. This droplet is damaged. Lin Yuan touched the sky blue droplet. Experience new tales on MVLE Novel Fire. Despite the damage, it was still an 8th layer soul defense treasure. If Lin Yuan wished, he could easily trade it for 4 or 5 pieces of 8th layer armor or similar weapons. Most of Oyin's wealth must have been spent on this defensive droplet. Find time to ask my mentor to see if it can be repaired. Lin Yuan thought to himself, since it was broken, naturally it could be repaired, but fixing an 8th layer soul defense treasure could only be possible if the Chikuan Star-Lord had a way. As for the risk of exposing that he had obtained Yin's legacy, what if it was exposed? Yin had been dead for over 1,000,000 years and was a lone evolver. As a peak master of the Red Kuan lineage, who would dare to object? Chikuan Star-Lord, his mentor, was a strong figure from 1,000,000 years ago, on par with Black Abyss * Qingyu. He probably wouldn't be interested in a broken soul droplet. Special Life Bloodline Essence Potion. Lin Yuan took out a transparent test tube with a viscous purple liquid inside. This kind of Special Life Bloodline elixir didn't serve much purpose to individual evolvers. Its greatest effect was to implant the essence into the lineage of offspring. This would then form a strong evolver family. Such a family would be much more powerful than the legacies left by 6th-rank fallen star warriors. This Special Life Bloodline essence was purer, increasing both the probability and potential upper limits of awakening bloodlines in progeny. In the future, I could also use this bloodline evolution elixir to create a powerful evolver family as a force to cultivate. Lin Yuan had a plan. Whether or not he decided to create his own evolver family, if Lin Yuan wished to sell it, he could do so at any time. After all, special lives are rare, and this bloodline essence potion, formed from countless special lives, will only become scarcer over time. In addition to the wealth and treasures inherited from 8th layer evolutionist Yin, Lin Yuan had also gathered quite a bit from killing those Heiyuan clan powerhouses. But compared to Yin, they were naturally far inferior. Those Heiyuan clan members who dared to join the battlefield most likely left their main wealth and treasures at home. The treasures they carried with them were not much, mostly just the weapons and equipment needed for battle. Upload the battle kill video. Lin Yuan directly uploaded the video of him killing those 5 Heiyuan clan powerhouses to the Goddess of Freedom. This was an important piece of evidence for the Goddess of Freedom to decide whether to grant merit points. The video recording function is unique to the 3 goddesses, outsiders cannot fake it or alter it. And because the perspective of the video includes oneself, the possibility of killing fellow evolvers from the same species, seizing their video, and pretending it shows one's own kill is eliminated. Drip. Video authenticity confirmed, facts confirmed. Upon evaluation, valued at 5,000 merit points. The voice of the Goddess of Freedom, imbued with cold murderous intent, resounded. 5,000 merit points. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. 5,000 merit points may seem like a lot. But it's not even enough to upgrade from a level 1 citizen to a level 3 citizen. It takes 1,000 merit points to go from level 1 to level 2. And 5,000 merit points from level 2 to level 3. But these 5,000 merit points require the killing of 5 6th layer different species members. What concept is a 6th layer different species member? They are fallen star warriors, and this time it was 6 at once. It's still more worthwhile to focus on researching the evolution path. Lin Yuan thought to himself that while killing these 5 members of the Heiyuan clan went smoothly, doing it too frequently would cause problems. Chapter 307:10, The Rift in the Main World Space, The Door to the Myriad Realms Trembles, Subscription Request, _2. He who often walks by the river may eventually get his shoes wet. If Lin Yuan were greedy for this way of earning merit points, sooner or later, he'd run into big trouble. Battlefield C24763. Lin Yuan's Yin God rode on a spaceship, swiftly advancing in a certain direction. Wonderful fluctuations of space. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, reveling in the continuously fluctuating spatial forces around him, his mind exceptionally pleased. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to sense the spatial fluctuations, deepening your comprehension of the space rules. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to sense the spatial fluctuations, deepening your comprehension of the space rules. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to sense the spatial fluctuations, deepening your comprehension of the space rules. The Taiyin primordial spirit shared consciousness with Lin Yuan and naturally possessed against heaven's understanding. At this moment, entering the battlefield of different races, it was deepening its understanding and feeling of the space rules almost every moment. So far, I haven't encountered any different species. Lin Yuan glanced around and shook his head slightly. This was the norm for the alien battlefield, except during certain special periods. Most of the time, you wouldn't encounter any different species. If one wanted to find different species, they should head to the center of the battlefield, where armies of strong individuals from both the human race and the Heiyuan clan were gathered, and wars could break out at any moment. Like Lin Yuan who, not long after entering the battlefield, had encountered several strong members of the Heiyuan clan, and had also obtained the inheritance of a human race 8th rank evolver. That was not normal, it could already be considered a huge stroke of luck. That should be the location of the permanent spatial rift in this battlefield. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, looking in a certain direction. He faintly sensed that there were extremely violent spatial forces surging over there. The main world is almost perfect, its space is solid, nearly indestructible. Even if I forcibly tear open the space using my comprehension of spatial laws, the rift would heal very quickly. As for the formation of a permanent spatial rift, Lin Yuan was somewhat unable to understand the reasons behind the formation of the eternal spatial rift, attributing it to the might of supreme beings being too powerful. According to the information, next to that permanent spatial rift, there are strong members of both the human race and the Heiyuan clan guarding it, and one must have the approval of either the human race or the Heiyuan clan to approach and comprehend it. This wasn't a problem for Lin Yuan. When the time came, he only needed to reveal his human race identity to get through. In fact, many evolvers entering the battlefield of different races did so with the goal of comprehending the space rules, and the same was true for the Heiyuan clan. Most strong individuals did not have the terrifying comprehension abilities like Lin Yuan, and they couldn't break through just by closing up in meditation. They could only rely on entering such dangerous places to try to advance further. Chikuan main star. Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged. In front of him, wisps of spatial power emerged, constantly converging and intertwining, forming a mysterious spatial model. Time passed unknowably. A tower-shaped spatial model was completed, and in an instant, with the tower as the center, the space all around suddenly became stable. The 938th type of spatial model. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a smile on his face. Among the 965 basic spatial models, each type of spatial model has its special use. For example, the tower-shaped spatial model that Lin Yuan had just condensed is capable of suppressing space. If this spatial model is applied and comprehended to the extreme, one could solidify the space within 1 billion miles with a wave of the hand, prohibiting the use of many spatial powers such as instant movement. There are still 27 basic spatial models left. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred, and the tower-shaped spatial model in front of him dispersed, and the space around him immediately returned to normal. In at most a month, I will be able to completely comprehend the basic spatial models. By then, nothing will hinder the opening of the 7th stage Martial Tao chapter, and I can fully step into the 7th rank. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied. Of course. The reason he could comprehend at such a rapid speed was mainly because of the Taiyin primordial spirit being in the alien battlefield, granting him an equivalent comprehension of space. This allowed Lin Yuan to significantly advance the pace at which he comprehended the 965 types of basic spatial models. 7th stage Martial Tao. Lin Yuan looked forward to it greatly, imagining the importance of this phase. Creating his own inner world was the foundation. And according to Lin Yuan's comprehension of other evolution paths, to open an inner world, one needs at least to be in the period of breaking through from the 7th rank to the 8th layer. As for opening an inner world between the 6th rank and 7th rank, throughout the 2+ million years of the Starry Sea era, there have been very few specific cases, each one an unreplicable stroke of great fortune. Battlefield C24763. We've arrived. Lin Yuan stopped the spaceship. Not far off, there was a mountain range floating in the air, snaking tens of thousands of miles, emitting terrifying waves of energy. As Lin Yuan approached, he actively released the aura of his battlefield pass. It wasn't long before a tall man clad in black armor flew down. "Brother, what brings you to this battlefield?" he asked warmly. The armored man approached, seeming quite friendly. Since Lin Yuan could release the aura of the battlefield pass, it proved that he belonged to the human race. Different species had no means to imitate the aura of the battlefield pass, not even those peak clans could do it. "Are you planning to head to the center of the battlefield to have a good fight with those despicable members of the Heiyuan clan?" The armored man looked at Lin Yuan excitedly. "Don't worry, follow behind me when the great battle erupts, you definitely won't encounter any problems. Most of the human evolvers who come to The battlefields of different races aim to fight against different species on the battlefield. The benefits are too many: killing a member of a different species, gaining the treasures on their person, as well as merit points determined by the goddess of freedom. As for comprehending space rules, that's mostly just incidental. No, I'm preparing to head to that permanent spatial rift to comprehend the space rules. Lin Yuan immediately shared his objective. Clearly, the armored man was keen on slaying different species and was now thinking of roping Lin Yuan into his group. I see. An obvious look of disappointment crossed the man's face. freeemville.com. Then come with me. The armored man turned and flew towards the floating mountain range behind him. Lin Yuan immediately followed. Soon, the two entered the hovering mountain range. Next to the permanent spatial rift, half of it is occupied by the Heiyuan clan. You need to be cautious when you comprehend there, don't get too engrossed. The armored man cautioned. On the alien battlefield, the encounters between the human race and the Heiyuan clan still retained sanity. There were some areas by default where fighting was not allowed. One of these areas was around that permanent spatial rift. Both human race evolvers and Heiyuan clan powerhouses who went there did so to comprehend space rules. Therefore, for tens of thousands of years, both sides by default forbid initiating conflict in that area. Those wishing to engage in battle should go to the central battlefield, where a large number of powerhouses from both clans congregate. You can fight to your heart's content there. But this was only an unwritten rule. It wasn't unbreakable. If you truly regarded that area as a safe zone, read the latest on M_VLE novel Fire. You would truly be foolish. That's why the armored man gave such a warning. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. He had made sufficient preparations before coming here. Good. Follow me. The armored man led Lin Yuan to a teleportation area. From here, one could immediately reach the side of that permanent spatial rift. Teleportation began. Lin Yuan felt a violent fluctuation of spatial forces all around him. By the time things started to settle down, he had already arrived at another location. Over there. Lin Yuan looked up and saw a pitch-black crack not too far away. It was filled with a murky gas, vast amounts of space force churned, along with space rules constantly fluctuating. This is the permanent spatial rift in the space battlefield. The armored man also looked over and explained in a low voice, this permanent spatial rift was caused by the human evolvers wielding supreme weapons, so it's not very large. However, in large alien battlefields, where supreme beings personally tear open permanent spatial rifts, they can reach tens of thousands of miles, hundreds of millions of miles, and even billions of miles wide. It's said that such vast spatial rifts often have traces of visitors from other worlds, and they are extremely dangerous. While introducing, the armored man marveled. However, there were things the armored man didn't know. At this very moment, Lin Yuan's heart was not calm. Because when he looked at that permanent spatial rift not far away, which was only over 10 meters wide, in the depths of his mind, the towering, magnificent door to the myriad realms slightly trembled. Chapter 308:11, Perfect 7th Stage, My Tao is Complete, Extra Chapter, Seeking Monthly Votes at the Beginning of the Month. Door to the Myriad Realms. Lin Yuan's expression inevitably became solemn. The door to the myriad realms deep in his mind was not a physical entity. It was but a strand of projection of the true door to the myriad realms, bound to Lin Yuan's true self and consciousness. Thus, whether it was Lin Yuan himself or the Yin spirit and Yang spirit, they all could see the door to the myriad realms, because they shared one consciousness. Similarly, when Lin Yuan traveled through worlds, whenever his consciousness descended into other worlds, the projection of the door to the myriad realms would appear in the mind of the vessel of Lin Yuan's consciousness descent. After breaking through to the 6th rank, Lin Yuan obtained much information from within the door to the myriad realms, including the fact that the physical body of the door to the myriad realms was located in some mysterious place. With Lin Yuan's current strength, he simply couldn't withstand the true door to the myriad realms. However, even if it was just an insignificant projection of the door to the myriad realms, it had a sense of being almost eternal and unchangeable, hard for external forces to affect. Yet now, The door to the myriad realms deep within Lin Yuan's mind was actually trembling slightly. What's the reason? Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated. Because of this permanent spatial rift. Lin Yuan's gaze once again turned to the nearby spatial rift, more than 10 meters in size, from which a gray foggy gas was emanating. The changes in the door to the myriad realms started from the moment Lin Yuan saw this spatial rift. As Lin Yuan pondered, a surge of information flowed out from the door to the myriad realms. He quickly received it. The speed at which the door to the myriad realms accumulates, world-breaking origin force, has increased. Lin Yuan was startled. Ever since he became aware of the door to the myriad realms, the speed at which it accumulated, world-breaking origin force, had never changed. 333 days for one strand of world-breaking origin force. And it didn't accelerate with the increase of Lin Yuan's strength. But now, the speed at which the door to the myriad realms now accumulates world-breaking origin force has increased to once every 310 days. Lin Yuan once again looked toward the spatial rift not far away. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan's expression showed that he was deep in thought. What was world-breaking origin force? Lin Yuan never fully understood before, only feeling that the energy needed by the door to the myriad realms was something he had never heard of. Now it seems, it's related to the shattering of the world. This shattering is fundamental, irreversible. If it were just a spatial shatter, then during his fifth traversal, in the immortal Tao world, Lin Yuan spent his last decades breaking through space, drifting among the chaos of the void. Logically, the speed at which the door to the myriad realms accumulated, world-breaking origin force, should have increased. Fiwabnov.co, but in reality, it did not. A great opportunity. This is my great opportunity. Lin Yuan was overjoyed in his heart, after understanding the reason behind the door to the myriad realms tremor, and realizing what kind of impact this would have on himself. Is world-breaking origin force important? Most certainly, it's the power source for the door to the myriad realms. In a sense, as long as there's enough world-breaking origin force, Lin Yuan can use the door to the myriad realms to go to any world he wishes. And he can bring back countless treasures from other worldly realms without anyone being the wiser. Isn't that an inconceivably powerful ability? If I get closer, will the speed at which world-breaking origin force accumulates increase? Lin Yuan converged his thoughts and pondered in secret. From his current position, he wasn't far from that spatial rift, but he wasn't close either. All right. In this kind of place, it's best to be careful with everything. The armored men had roughly finished introducing things to Lin Yuan and turned to leave. Lin Yuan stood there for a while, then cautiously moved closer to the spatial rift. A treasure trove. This battlefield of different races is simply my treasure trove. On Chikuan Main Star, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, feeling the door to the myriad realms deep within his mind, with an increased speed of accumulating, world-breaking origin force. His mood was extraordinarily happy. Battlefields of different races were riddled with dangers, where human evolvers were at constant risk of falling. The powerful 8th layer evolutionist Oin wasn't he still defeated in such a small-sized otherworldly battlefield. But as for Lin Yuan, these battlefields of different races were simply treasure lands, places of blessing. Ever since he sent his primordial spirit to the battlefields of different races, Lin Yuan had been reaping benefits constantly. First was his understanding of space rules. The spatial fluctuations in the battlefields of different races were obvious, making it relatively easier to comprehend space rules. Now, Lin Yuan was close to penetrating more than 900 of the basic spatial models. Secondly, he acquired the legacy of an 8th layer evolutionist. Those treasures, even if they might not compare to Chikuan Starlord, were definitely beyond those amassed by the old 7th rank peak evolvers who had been accumulating for tens of thousands of years. Especially that shattered soul defense droplet, which would stir the heart of ordinary 8th layer evolvers. The spatial fluctuations are becoming ever clearer. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his perspective shared. As the Taiyin primordial spirit approached the spatial rift, bursts of spiritual light constantly emerged. Your perception is heaven-defying, approaching the source of a shattered realm interface, your comprehension of the essence of space rules deepens. Continue reading at mvlnovelfire.net. Your perception is heaven-defying, approaching the source of a shattered realm interface, your comprehension of the essence of space rules deepens. Your perception is heaven-defying, approaching the source of a shattered realm interface. Your comprehension of the essence of space rules deepens. Rustle. Lin Yuan raised his hand. Threads of spatial power coiled around it. In an instant, the 951st spatial model took shape. Marvelous. Too marvelous. So space can be manipulated like this. Lin Yuan lifted his hands, constantly playing with the spatial power, influencing the surrounding space. At this moment, in Lin Yuan's field of vision, space seemed like flowing water, and his every move could create ripples in this flow. The ripples spread out, extending tens of thousands or even millions of miles away, constantly colliding and interweaving, eventually stirring up a spatial storm. And this. Chapter 309, 11 Perfect 7th Stage, My Tao is Complete, added chapter, asking for monthly votes at the beginning of the month, _2. It was merely because Lin Yuan had slightly manipulated the force of space. This is the place, he said. Near the permanent spatial rift on the battlefield of different races. Lin Yuan ceased any further approach. Through constant trial just now, he had found this spot, which could significantly increase the speed at which the door to the myriad realms accumulated world-breaking origin force. Any further and the speed at which the door to the myriad realms accumulated world-breaking origin force would not increase. And being too close to the spatial rift, the surging spatial force would affect his own comprehension. Now the accumulation speed of the door to the myriad realms is. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and felt it deeply for a moment. Approximately 298 days to accumulate a strand of world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan's eyes shone. Compared to the initial 333 days. 298 days for a strand of world-breaking origin force had already improved the accumulation speed by 10 to 20%. In the short term, this extra speed might not be of great use. But if you look at it over an extended period, it would be a considerable amount of world-breaking origin force income. With Lin Yuan's strength, living tens of thousands to millions of years was easy, and over such a lengthy timeline, the increased accumulation speed would form a substantial advantage like a snowball effect. Moreover, this increase in the accumulation speed of the door to the myriad realms world-breaking origin force. The biggest impact on Lin Yuan was not the 10 to 20% increase in speed. But it allowed Lin Yuan to see a second method of obtaining world-breaking origin force. Before coming to the battlefield of different races, Lin Yuan had thought that world-breaking origin force could only be accumulated slowly at a pace of one strand every 333 days. But now, Lin Yuan knew that this permanent spatial rift could enhance the accumulation speed of world-breaking origin force. From this, he deduced a conclusion. If Lin Yuan went to a larger permanent spatial rift, would the speed at which the door to the myriad realms accumulated world-breaking origin force continue to increase? The current rift was merely 10 meters long, but those medium and large alien battlefields had permanent spatial rifts that might span thousands of miles, even millions of miles. Near such spatial rifts, could the speed at which the door to the myriad realms accumulated world-breaking origin force surge dramatically? No rush for now, he said. Let's wait until stepping into the 7th rank. Lin Yuan steadied his body, and accompanying his proximity to the permanent spatial rift, his comprehension of space rules was increasing at a terrifying speed. Almost every half-day or so, he could fully comprehend one kind of basic spatial model. Based on the current rate of comprehending space rules, in 5 to 6 days at most, he would have fully comprehended 965 kinds of basic spatial models. Then, Lin Yuan would be able to step into the 7th rank. This 7th rank was not the ordinary sense of 7th rank. If it were just an ordinary 7th rank, Lin Yuan would already have been at that rank back in the immortal Tao world. But Lin Yuan was somewhat dissatisfied with that kind of 7th rank, so he had been dragging it out until now. The 7th rank Lin Yuan wanted to step into was one that perfectly matched martial Tao, the perfect 7th rank. Time passed. freeebnovel.com. Before long, 7 days had gone by. On Chikuan Main Star, in the 13 Peaks Great Hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Silently. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Strands of spatial force emerged. They quickly converged into a kind of inverted pyramid spatial model. As the spatial model formed, Lin Yuan's understanding of space suddenly took on a certain completeness. 965 kinds of spatial models. Lin Yuan's eyes lowered, he muttered to himself, all thoroughly comprehended. At this moment, his surroundings, in Lin Yuan's eyes, almost had a translucent feel. Having comprehended all the basic spatial models, Lin Yuan's understanding of space rules had reached new heights, and his perception of space had developed its own uniqueness. That's how it should be. My seventh stage martial Tao should be like this. My path is complete. Lin Yuan was vibrant, with sufficient comprehension of space. The derivation of the seventh stage martial Tao chapter was almost natural. Just an hour later, Lin Yuan had derived the initial part of the seventh rank chapter. Let's break through now, he said. Lin Yuan did not hesitate much. He had already experienced advancing to the seventh rank, and with such a high understanding of space and the aid of his against heaven's understanding, breaking through to the seventh rank was almost guaranteed to succeed. Begin. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. The breath within his body suddenly began to gather slowly. Chikuan main star. Above, 10 million kilometers away, a space slightly twisted. Chikuan Star Lord, dressed in a crimson robe and with his hands clasped behind his back, stood there quietly. Not far away, 12 figures stood in succession. It was the 12 peak masters of Chikuan Star Lord. Aside from the junior disciple Lin Yuan, all 12 peak masters had appeared here, standing respectfully. Everyone is here. Chikuan Star Lord glanced over the 12 disciples. Now, let me demonstrate for you just many applications of space rules. Chikuan Star Lord said indifferently. Although the virtual world can almost perfectly replicate everything from the outside world, it still cannot perfectly replicate space rules. Thus, every once in a while, Chikuan Star Lord would gather all his disciples under the outer space, personally demonstrating the use of the power of space. Your next read is at MVLEMPYR. Teacher, the junior disciple has not yet arrived. At this moment, the fourth peak master's Wagu couldn't help but speak. He had looked around for a long time and noticed that only the 12 of them were present. The junior disciple Lin Yuan was not there. As soon as these words were spoken, the 5th, 6th, and 7th peak masters also looked towards Chikuan Star Lord. They had also noticed this issue, but they didn't dare to ask since Chikuan Star Lord had not mentioned it. The junior disciple. Chikuan Star Lord glanced at the 4th peak masters Wagu and the other peak masters who were still at the 6th rank. The teachings they now received, Lin Yuan had essentially already comprehended. The last time he demonstrated the space model, Chikuan Star Lord noticed Lin Yuan's understanding of space rules. Therefore, he did not specifically call Lin Yuan this time, mainly wanting to save some face for 9th peak masters like the 4th peak master. The thought of being surpassed by the youngest disciple after so many years of being a disciple. Chikuan Star Lord thought about it and found it to be quite normal. After all, given the talents displayed by Lin Yuan, surpassing from the 4th peak master to the 12th wasn't the issue. It was just a matter of time. All right. Enough talk. Chikuan Star Lord didn't bother to explain. Next, I will try to materialize the space rules as much as possible. You all try your best to break through them. Having said this, Chikuan Star Lord's figure disappeared from the spot. This scene made the 12 peak masters on the scene tense. Even the great peak masters, who had long entered the 7th rank, had serious expressions. The materialization of space rules mentioned by Chikuan Star Lord was definitely not a trivial matter. The next moment, the 12 peak masters found that the space around them began to twist. Their own figures became smaller and smaller, almost turning into mesons. Above everyone's heads, a massive entity appeared. It was a starry sky wanderer Kuan, whose size was tens to hundreds of times that of a normal life planet. Under the condition that the 12 peak masters' figures were turned into mesons, the starry sky wanderer Kuan seemed even more like a splendid starry river, towering above and looking down at everyone. We can't go on like this. The 12 peak masters trembled in spirit, realizing that if they didn't resist, their mental states would be destroyed, and then they would definitely be scolded by the teacher again. Thus, the 12 exerted their fullest strength in an explosion, seeking to resist the starry sky wanderer Kuan that seemed to crush down like the heavens. But the next moment, there was no longer a starry sky wanderer Kuan that resembled a splendid starry river between heaven and earth. The 12 peak masters' figures also returned to normal, and the twisted space quickly calmed down. However, the 12 peak masters did not dare to relax. Because, unknown to them, their teacher Chiquin Star Lord had already come by their side, standing behind everyone, looking down at the Chiquin main star below, as if observing someone. The great peak master, also at the 7th rank peak, likewise noticed something. Is this the aura of breaking through to the 7th rank? Junior disciple, is junior disciple breaking through to the 7th rank? The great peak master muttered to himself, yet his voice rang in every peak master's ear. Breaking through to the 7th rank. 4th peak masters were stared, dumbfounded and incredulous. Chiquin Star Lord glanced at the 4th peak masters Wagu and then at the other peak masters, as if to say, "See. Now do you understand why I didn't call your junior disciple over?" The 12 peak masters were utterly bewildered. Chapter 3:10-12, Which peak master has advanced to the 7th rank? Subscribe please. Is the junior disciple about to break through to the 7th rank? This was the first thought that surfaced in the minds of the 12 peak masters. An evolver breaking through a great realm is like a pebble falling into water, creating ripples. Ordinary people or weaker evolvers might not notice. But it can't be hidden from 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers. When Lin Yuan first stepped into the 6th rank on Kanglan Star, the noise of his breakthrough was captured by the great senior brother and the Demon Rat clan monarch. Thus, the 12 peak masters instantly felt the aura of a breakthrough to the 7th rank emanating from Chiquin main star. And they confirmed that the aura of the breakthrough originated from the 13 peaks. From this, they concluded that the junior disciple was breaking through. How much time has passed? This was the second thought that emerged in the minds of the 12 peak masters. Advancing from the 6th rank to the 7th rank is no easy matter. This is a major threshold, a major constraint. Peak masters 4 through 12 are still trapped at the peak of the 6th rank. One can see the difficulty in this. In the minds of these 9 6th rank peak masters, Lin Yuan had terrifying potential and indeed had a better chance than them of entering the 7th rank in the future. But that would require time, right? How long has it been since Lin Yuan broke through the 6th rank? This is simply unreasonable. Junior disciple. The great peak master blinked his eyes. Not long ago, one of his avatars personally guarded Kanglan Star and witnessed the entire process of Lin Yuan's advancement to the 6th rank. Your journey continues at. What the great peak master did not expect, however, was that he would witness his junior disciple advancing from the 6th rank to the 7th rank today. Teacher, did you already know the junior disciple was about to break through? 4th peak masters were swallowed nervously and asked cautiously. This time, the Chiquin Star Lord specifically called them out, not disturbing Lin Yuan, which now seemed quite prescient. Perhaps he already knew something. Naturally. The Chiquin Star Lord glanced at his several disciples. Previously, Lin Yuan had consulted him about the basic space models, and the Chiquin Star Lord realized that Lin Yuan's understanding of space rules was terrifyingly high, not at all like an evolver who had just entered the 6th rank. Such high comprehension of space meant that Lin Yuan's realm far exceeded the 6th rank, plus as a peak master of the Red Kuan lineage with an unlimited supply of Scarlet Spirit Liquid, there was no need to slowly accumulate energy. Under many factors, the Chiquin Star Lord felt that Lin Yuan advancing to the 7th rank was completely to be expected. Only, even the Chiquin Star Lord did not expect that Lin Yuan would choose to break through so quickly. Not continue to accumulate. Or consult him about the details of advancing to the 7th rank. Of course. Although the Chiquin Star Lord hadn't interacted much with Lin Yuan. Based on his understanding of Lin Yuan, he knew his junior disciple was steady-minded and would not act without assurance. Even when suppressed by the Heiyu family in the past, he hadn't revealed his identity. Now that he has chosen to break through to the 7th rank, he surely has ample confidence. What is this cultivation speed of the junior disciple? I'm still rotating in the 6th rank, and the junior disciple has reached the 7th rank. Isn't the junior disciple still under 30? A 7th rank at 30. When I was 30, I was still playing around in the 4th and 5th ranks. After regaining their composure, the 12 peak masters spoke in astonished tones and quickly started discussing. The stronger the strength, the more they could understand how terrifying Lin Yuan's cultivation speed truly was. In the long history of the Chiquin Star domain and even the entire Anan Star Alliance, there had been 7th rank evolvers under 30. But most of these evolvers had many opportunities and had entered the 6th rank very early, spending 10 to nearly 20 years before breaking through to the 7th rank. To advance like Lin Yuan, entering the 6th rank less than 2 years ago and then advancing to the 7th rank, there probably aren't many such instances in the entire history of human civilization, are there? Currently, in the overt records of the Human Civilization Alliance, among evolvers who reached the 7th rank before 30, 10% remain at the 7th rank, 20% die in various accidents, and 70% reach the 8th rank, which means, as long as the junior disciple doesn't die, reaching the 8th rank is almost inevitable. Second senior brother muttered to himself, still somewhat in disbelief. Setting aside other factors, just this terrifying cultivation speed alone will ensure Lin Yuan a prominent place in the annals of human civilization. Fwem.com, in the future, even millions or tens of millions of years later, when evolvers mention a 7th rank under the age of 30, Lin Yuan will undoubtedly be cited. Such a brilliant and outstanding evolver, and he's actually their junior disciple. Alright. Enough talking. Just watch carefully and feel, this chance doesn't come often. The Chikuan Star Lord glanced again at the various peak masters and spoke. Yes. The 12 peak masters immediately stopped discussing. Especially the 4th to 12th peak masters, they observed even more intently. Advancing from the 6th rank to the 7th rank begins to impact the cosmic starry sky. This subtle change has a slight stimulating effect on those evolvers at the peak of the 6th rank. Chikuan Main Star. Deep within the 13 Peaks Great Hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. At this moment, his internal energy was boiling to the extreme. With just a single thought, he could step into the 7th rank. Next, I need to integrate the way of Taiyin and Taiyang with the Tao of space to evolve a Taiji microcosm. Lin Yuan sat there, the power of Taiyin and Taiyang within his Qi Si Dantian continuously colliding, emitting an indescribable aura. If Lin Yuan hadn't mastered 965 basic space models, at this moment inside his Qi Si Dantian, he would stop progressing. In terms of the sheer depth and suppressive power of the pure domain, he might be much stronger than other 7th rank evolvers, but he would still be on the same level, nowhere comparable to an 8th rank evolver. But now. Space. Lin Yuan's mind flickered slightly. Streams of space power emerged from within his Qi Si Dantian. Chapter 3:11-12, which peak master has advanced to the 7th rank? Subscribe please, _2. Continuously condensing all sorts of spatial models, over 900 basic spatial models came together like pillars, thoroughly supporting an entirely independent space within Lin Yuan's Dantian Qi Si. A world. Lin Yuan observed the changes within the Qi Si of his Dantian. Creating a small space isn't a difficult task for a 6th rank evolver. As long as they comprehend 1 or 2 basic spatial models they can achieve it. In the immortal Tao world, a Mahayana phase Heaven Lord could use the Heaven Grade technique, Cosmos in the sleeve, to temporarily create a sleeve space. But to create a small world is incredibly difficult. Unlike the rigid space, a world can continuously absorb external energy to grow. The most powerful aspect of an 8th layer evolver is that with every move, they can harness the power of their inner world, a terrifying force far surpassing the individual's own. And with the support of an inner world, an 8th layer evolver is very hard to kill, able to recover from even the most grievous injuries. Of course. Here, the injuries referred to are those of the physical body. As for injuries to the soul, it depends on the specific circumstances. The soul is extremely mysterious. Over 1 million years ago, the 8th layer evolutionist Oin died under a soul attack, unable to send out any message before death. The embryonic form of a world has already taken shape. Lin Yuan's attention was mostly focused on that separate space deep within the Qi Si of his Dantian. With the addition of 965 basic spatial models, the power of Taiyin and power of Taiyang, which formed the power of Taiji, seemed to have gone through some type of qualitative change. The aura shifted, quickly becoming perfected. The embryonic form of a small world faintly appeared. Lin Yuan's expression suddenly changed. With the appearance of the embryonic form of the small world, Lin Yuan suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of hunger. Hungry. 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 I'm starving to death. The small world's embryonic form began to crazily absorb the energy inside Lin Yuan's body. In fact, with Lin Yuan's control, he could completely cut off this absorption. But if he did that, it might affect the foundation of the Taiji small world. Thankfully, I came prepared. With a thought from Lin Yuan, bottle after bottle appeared before him. They were filled with vast amounts of scarlet spirit liquid. Before his breakthrough, Lin Yuan had prepared everything he might need. To open up an inner world, a tremendous amount of energy is inevitably consumed, and relying solely on one's own absorption, who knows how long that would take. Therefore, Lin Yuan had, in advance, applied for enough scarlet spirit liquid. Scarlet spirit liquid can replenish the energy consumed within the body, and has many uses. The Red Kuan lineage has a stable channel for acquiring scarlet spirit liquid. Actually, in terms of replenishing oneself, the effect of cosmic crystal stones should far surpass that of scarlet spirit liquid, a resource needed by 8th layer evolvers and even stronger beings. But Lin Yuan was reluctant to use them. Despite obtaining 1,000 cubic cosmic crystals from O Yin's legacy, these were hard currency among various cosmic races, and using any would mean having less. While the effect of scarlet spirit liquid was somewhat inferior, it was free and cost nothing. Eat. Lin Yuan drank the scarlet spirit liquid in big gulps, and the gentle power flowed swiftly into the qi sea of his dantian through his limbs and bones. The embryonic form of the Taiji small world started to fill up at a visible rate. Above the Qikuan main star, the Qikuan Star Lord and the 12 Peak Masters were carefully observing the fluctuations in Lin Yuan's aura during his breakthrough. Little junior brother has a very stable foundation, seems like he has made ample preparations, the breakthrough hasn't encountered any hitches, but why is he lingering at the 6th rank peak? The third senior brother was also observing carefully, although he had already stepped into the 7th rank, watching and feeling more can't do him any harm. Not sure. Perhaps he's sensing the subtle changes from 6th rank to 7th rank. Maybe, little junior brother really is. Other evolvers, even us, when breaking through from 6th to 7th rank, can't wait to step right into it, yet little junior brother is leisurely, comparing people. The second senior brother sighed. For a 6th rank evolver, stepping into the 7th rank is undoubtedly the most coveted thing. No 6th rank evolver could stay at the door to the 7th rank and shake it without immediately entering. Judging by the changes in aura, little junior brother's entry into the 7th rank should be a sure thing. The eldest senior brother declared decisively, having taken less than 2 years to complete the entire journey from 6th rank to the peak of the 7th rank, and the breakthrough was so smooth. The eldest senior brother simply thought Lin Yuan was abnormal. When he recalled the many setbacks and trials he faced when breaking through to the 7th rank, compared with his little junior brother. Compared to the 12 peak masters who were overwhelmed with emotion. At this moment, despite the calm appearance of the Qikuan Star Lord, there was a look of surprise and uncertainty in his heart. How do I feel the opening of a space? The Qikuan Star Lord was keenly sensing the changes in the aura coming from the 13 peaks below. Worried about affecting Lin Yuan's breakthrough, the Qikuan Star Lord dared not extend his perception into the 13 peaks, he could only rely on his own experience and the fluctuations of the power of space to speculate on some matters. Could it be? The Qikuan Star Lord himself, a starry sky wanderer Kuan, was a special space life form and was extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of space. At this moment, he faintly perceived that the spatial fluctuations produced by Lin Yuan's breakthrough were somewhat different from the normal transition from 6th rank to 7th. Could it be some special space treasure, or? The Qikuan Star Lord thought for a moment and couldn't help but speculate. He was just curious and had no other thoughts. After all, which evolver who managed to cultivate to the 6th or 7th rank didn't have some sort of special opportunity? The Qikuan Star Lord had his own, as did the 12 Peak Masters, so it was only natural for Lin Yuan to have a special space treasure. Time passed. Another half-day went by. It should be stable now. Let's go wait outside the 13 peaks. Feeling that Lin Yuan's aura had fully stepped into the 7th rank, the Qikuan Star Lord led the 12 Peak Masters towards the outside of the 13 peaks. Little junior brother, you've really kept us in the dark. Indeed, this time we must find out exactly how he has been cultivating. What do you say? When we meet him, should I call him senior brother or junior brother? The 12 Peak Masters talked amongst themselves, while the 4th to 12th Masters were somewhat conflicted. In the human civilization of the universe, unless it's a direct blood relative, strength takes precedence. That is to say, Even if a 7th rank evolver is younger, a 6th rank evolver must treat them as an elder upon meeting. The 4th Peak Master and the others weren't reluctant to call Lin Yuan's senior brother, but having called him junior brother so many times before, the sudden change of status was a bit unfamiliar to them. Qikuan Main Star. As the most prosperous planet in a star domain, the Qikuan Main Star is filled with many powerful evolvers, with 4th and 5th ranks seen everywhere, and there were also numerous 6th rank fallen star warriors, and even 7th rank evolvers. Under the perception of so many powerful beings, the breakthrough aura emanating from the heart of the main star was naturally noticed by many 6th rank evolvers. Someone in the Red Kuan lineage has broken through to the 7th rank. The Qikuan Star Lord's level of mentoring disciples is really impressive. True, it's a pity the Qikuan Star Lord doesn't take many disciples. In 10,000 years he has only taken the 13 Peak Masters. The 6th rank evolvers on the main star chatted with each other, praising the Qikuan Star Lord's teaching methods. Right. Who do you think is the Peak Master that broke through to the 7th rank this time? A 6th rank evolver asked out of curiosity. They were unaware that at this moment, all 12 Peak Masters were not on Qikuan Main Star. It should be the 4th Peak Master, right? The 4th Peak Master has been at the 6th rank the longest, has the deepest accumulation, and is closest to the 7th rank. I think that's not right. The 6th Peak Master has the best talent and a special physique. Among the Qikuan Star Lord's disciples, I think he's the most likely to step into the 7th rank. The 6th Peak Master is indeed very likely, but in earlier years, the 6th Peak Master was injured in a battle with a different species, which might affect his breakthrough to the 7th rank. I think the 8th Peak Master is the most likely. The 8th Peak Master? I think it's the 5th Peak Master. The multitude of 6th rank evolvers guessed all the 9 Peak Masters, from the 4th to the 12th, one by one. Each of these 9 masters was at the peak of the 6th rank, and being a disciple of a Star Lord, they all had the potential to step into the 7th rank. Though opinions among the 6th rank evolvers differed, there was a unified understanding, or perhaps an assumption. That was, the Peak Master who was breaking through definitely could not be the 13th Peak Master. Read exclusive chapters at Chapter 312, 13, Fame Spreads Far and Wide, Request for Subscription. Exhale. Inhale. Deep within the Great Hall of the 13 Peaks, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, experiencing a significant transformation of both body and soul after entering the 7th rank. Now, Lin Yuan, merely his foundational destructive power had surged dozens of times, and if the amplification from his understanding of the rules and the support of the Taiji inner world in his body were added, probably only 7th rank kings as evolvers could match Lin Yuan. Taiji inner world. Lin Yuan's mind plunged into the Dantian Qi Sea. A small world had already been formed there. Whoosh. Lin Yuan's mind descended into the small world. This was a small world swirling in black and white, where everything looked desolate at a glance. Yet, Lin Yuan did not find it strange. The small world had just been created, everything was yet to be developed. Normally, the inner worlds of 8th rank evolvers are often about 100 miles in radius. But this small world of mine is merely 10 miles in radius. Lin Yuan looked around, thinking to himself. As the creator of this small world, Lin Yuan was like a god of creation, knowing everything inside the small world with just a thought. True. The inner worlds created by 8th rank evolvers have a strong physical body as their foundation, hence they can bear a world of 100 miles. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Evolver who can cultivate to the 8th rank at least follow the 8th rank evolutionary path. Such evolutionary paths are almost as strong as the current martial path evolutionary path, especially since they only try to create an inner world after reaching the peak of 7th rank. A 7th rank peak body and soul are naturally a bit stronger than Lin Yuan's 6th rank peak body and soul. The initial size of the inner worlds they create naturally has an advantage. Of course. Your journey continues at. The initial size of the inner world is irrelevant. Because the inner world has the attribute of growth, it can slowly expand. Currently, Lin Yuan's inner world is only 10 miles in size, but as Lin Yuan's realm ascends and his strength increases, the inner world will grow to hundreds or even thousands of miles. The power of the world. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and observed it carefully. After the Taiji inner world formed, it began to emit the power of the world, slowly transforming Lin Yuan's body and soul. The power of the world, almost omnipotent, could enhance Lin Yuan's attacks, guard his body and soul, and also slowly improve various aspects. Although I've just entered the 7th rank, with the boost from the power of the world, my actual combat power may have already reached the peak of 7th rank. Lin Yuan silently thought. The power of the world, that is an exclusive force of 8th rank evolvers. The inner world Lin Yuan had just opened, even if it was weaker than the inner worlds of 8th rank evolvers, still gave birth to the power of the world. Among the 7th rank evolvers, it was almost like cheating. Most importantly, most of those at the peak of the 7th rank, their upper limits were set in stone, and the only way to advance was to attempt to break through to the 8th rank. But Lin Yuan, his inner world had just been opened, possessing almost unlimited potential for growth, which might enable him someday to compete with 8th rank evolvers while still at the peak of the 7th rank. Inner world. Lin Yuan once again carefully felt the inner world inside his Dantian Qi Si. Although it was only 10 miles in radius, it was a complete world, its aura circulating perfectly. As long as Lin Yuan wished, outsiders couldn't detect the existence of the inner world. My Yin God. Lin Yuan slightly raised his head, looking in the direction of battlefield C24763. With the breakthrough of his real body, even the Taiyin primordial spirit began to transform, its primordial spirit power becoming more and more pure, instantly reaching the 7th rank. It's a pity, the primordial spirit doesn't have a physical body and cannot give birth to an inner world. Lin Yuan shook his head lightly. However, if the Yin spirit and Yang spirit are combined, evolve Taiji, and are combined with an understanding of space rules, perhaps it could give birth to a phantom spiritual world. Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. A single Taiyin and Taiyang, even with the integration of space rules, couldn't form a complete world, but combined, it's different. Have the teachers arrived? Lin Yuan glanced outside, immediately got up, and walked out of the hall. Teacher. Fellow apprentice brothers. Lin Yuan came out and smiled. He didn't intend to conceal his breakthrough to the 7th rank, and it couldn't be concealed, either. In human civilization, as long as Lin Yuan was part of the human race, the more terrifying his talent, the greater the resource tilt he would receive. Good disciple, Qikuan Star Lord smiled and looked at Lin Yuan. In less than 2 years, you've stepped into the 7th rank, that is much stronger than your teacher back then. Qikuan Star Lord himself took thousands of years to step into the 7th rank. However, Qikuan Star Lord's true form was the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan. Such special beings generally require a long time to break through. And here, a long time is relative to the human race. The lifespans of special beings are generally calculated in millions of years, and so-called thousands of years are just a few naps. Many special beings sleep for a few hundred or thousand years at a time, equivalent to half a lifetime for an ordinary human race evolver. Little junior brother, slow down your cultivation, any faster and you'll surpass me, 3rd senior. Brother jokingly said from the side. In the Red Kuan lineage, the Great Peak Master is a 7th rank Peak King, while the 2nd and 3rd Peak Masters are 7th rank Marquis level. Lin Yuan had just entered the 7th rank and, in the eyes of his 3rd senior brother, was at the Marquis level within the 7th rank. So, the 3rd senior brother believed Lin Yuan hadn't surpassed him yet. However, in terms of pure combat power, perhaps only Qikuan Star Lord could suppress Lin Yuan, otherwise, even the eldest senior brother might not be his match. Chapter 313, 13 Fame spreads far and wide, please subscribe, _2. There's no choice. The power of the world is too overpowered. Little Master, Zhugu and the others exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. There's no need to change how we address each other, my fellow brothers. Seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately spoke up. Ever since joining the Red Kuan lineage, his senior brothers, like Zhugu and the others, had taken great care of Lin Yuan, and their interactions were always pleasant. In such a situation, Lin Yuan didn't feel that stepping into the 7th rank made him superior to others, therefore maintaining the previous form of address was fine by him. Ha ha ha, my good disciple, if you do this, won't they lack the motivation to cultivate hard? As Zhugu and the others' faces lit up with joy, Qikuan Star Lord glared at the former. Teacher. The faces of Zhugu and the others immediately soured. This has nothing to do with whether one has the motivation or not, okay. Not everyone has the talent of our little brother here. For him, stepping into the 7th rank was as simple as eating and drinking. All right, my good disciple, stepping into the 7th rank at your age is extremely rare in the entire history of the Anon Star Alliance. Chikuin Star Lord's expression grew serious, but don't get arrogant. With your talent, reaching the 7th rank isn't much, the 8th layer is your target, or even surpassing the 8th layer. Let's not talk about surpassing the 8th layer for now, let's first discuss the 8th layer. Chikuin Star Lord said, pausing for a moment before continuing. To break through to the 8th layer, there are 3 prerequisite conditions. First, one must open up an inner world. For a 7th rank evolver, an inner world is the foundation of their being, and manipulating the power of the world is the most powerful method for an evolver of the 8th layer. Indeed. Lin Yuan nodded. He had also opened up his inner world and deeply understood this point. Second, one must have a sufficiently strong mental will, this can only rely on oneself. Without strong mental willpower, one might fall into a state of decline during the breakthrough to the 8th layer. By then, even if one has opened up an inner world, it would be in vain, akin to being a living dead. Chikuin Star Lord said this, his tone slightly grave. To open up an inner world, one could employ certain methods to assist, such as the world fruit. Of course, the world fruit is too luxurious, but treasures just a notch below it could still offer substantial help. But mental willpower. That could only be accumulated by oneself. Many 7th rank evolvers in history have failed at this step. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. To put it simply, if using the terms of the immortal Tao world as an example, then breaking from the 7th to the 8th rank would require facing the heart demon tribulation. The heart demon tribulation emerges from within the heart, external objects are of no use, one can only rely on oneself. Chikuin Star Lord emphasized this point precisely because Lin Yuan was very young, and perhaps not adept at dealing with inner demons. Normally speaking, the longer one lives, the more one experiences, the higher the chances of overcoming the heart demon tribulation. Third, when you reach the limit of the 7th rank, you will naturally understand. Chikuin Star Lord did not elaborate further, feeling that it was unnecessary for Lin Yuan, who had just entered the 7th rank, to know too much. All right. It's time for us to go back. You've just stepped into the 7th rank, take some time to get familiar with your power. Chikuin Star Lord glanced at the big senior brother and said, the news of your brother's breakthrough will be announced by you. Yes. The big senior brother nodded and smiled. Right now, everyone outside is speculating about which peak master has stepped into the 7th rank. Chikuin Main Star. Many forces were looking forward with great anticipation, waiting for the Red Kuan lineage to announce the news. According to the Red Kuan lineage's tradition, the advancement of each peak master into the 7th rank was always heavily publicized. After all, the addition of another 7th rank enhances the lineage's foundation. I'm certain it must be the 4th peak master. Don't talk nonsense. The 6th peak master is the strongest. Hee, I like to go against the flow. I think it's the 12th peak master. The many forces were in a heated debate, with 7th rank evolvers who were familiar with several peak masters discreetly making contacts, hoping to get insider information. Yet none received a response from the peak masters. Half a day later, the Red Kuan lineage finally made public which peak master had stepped into the 7th rank. The announcement is out. Which peak master is it, exactly? Let me see, it's Peak Master Shursan stepping into the 7th rank, huh? Peak Master Shursan. The many forces first fell into silence. They seemed to need a moment to figure out exactly who this Peak Master Shursan was. But shortly thereafter, there was an uproar. Experience tales with Peak Master Shursan. Isn't Peak Master Shursan the new disciple of the Star Lord? Right, not long ago, Peak Master Shursan had just stepped into the 6th rank. I remember that Peak Master Shursan came from some middle-grade life planet. Has Peak Master Shursan stepped into the 7th rank, or is there some mistake? Countless forces were buzzing with conversation, some in disbelief. Even if it had been the 12th Peak Master stepping into the 7th rank, it would be more acceptable than Peak Master Shursan making such advancement. But the announcements issued by the Red Kuan lineage are never wrong. If it says it's the 13 Peak Master, then it certainly is the 13 Peak Master. My heavens, just how terrifying is the talent of the 13 Peak Master. In less than 2 years, he has spanned from 6th rank to 7th rank. Woo, in 2 years, I'm still stuck at the 4th stage, 3rd class. I don't want to live. After the initial confusion on Chikuin main star, numerous powers immediately launched into even more frenetic discussions. Kanglan star. Compared to Chikuin main star, which detected right away that someone from the Red Kuan lineage had stepped into 7th rank. Kanglan star didn't receive any news at all, and even if they had, they probably wouldn't have given it much thought. After all, even the countless citizens of Kanglan star wouldn't believe that the Peak Master who entered 7th rank could be Lin Yuan, who had just become the 13th Peak Master 2 years prior. That was until the news released by the Red Kuan lineage spread. What? Lin Yuan has stepped into 7th rank. So fast. A few years ago, during the arena competition, wasn't Lin Yuan just at 5th rank? Now he's at 7th rank. The entire population of Kanglan star, hundreds of billions of citizens, was completely stirred up after receiving the news. In actuality, Lin Yuan becoming a Peak Master and stepping into 7th rank didn't bring much tangible benefit to the vast majority of Kanglan star's citizens. The so-called allocation of resources is something that would take hundreds of years to become noticeable. But Lin Yuan came from Kanglan star, and now that Kanglan star had produced such an important figure, all citizens of Kanglan star felt a genuine sense of honor welling up from the bottom of their hearts. 13 Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage. The high and mighty 7th rank evolver. An extraordinary figure that many high-grade life planets can't produce. And he hails from their Kanglan star. Wanyang Star Domain. Wanyang Holy Land. The Wanyang Holy Sun sat cross-legged on the surface of a sun, swallowing huge amounts of light and heat into his mouth. As a rare carrier of the 9-yang divine meridian, the Wanyang Holy Sun was almost immune to scorching heat and had an extremely high affinity for the laws of the fire system. Now that he had stepped into 6th rank, he could even walk and cultivate on the surface of a sun. Keep in mind, even 6th rank peak evolvers wouldn't dare to approach a sun casually. 6th rank evolvers are said to be capable of striking down ordinary stars. But that's only talking about ordinary planets, whereas a sun. To be called a sun, its volume must be at least tens of millions of times that of an ordinary planet. The cultivation ended. The Wanyang Holy Sun connected to the virtual world. Rejected again. The Wanyang Holy Sun glanced at the challenge he had applied for. Ever since stepping into 6th rank, he would challenge Lin Yuan every once in a while. After all, during the limit of 5th rank, Lin Yuan's last 3 slaps had made him spit blood and concede defeat voluntarily, a shame that the Wanyang Holy Sun couldn't wash away from his mind. Now having entered 6th rank, with the 9-yang divine meridian further developed, in addition to the many secret techniques of the Wanyang Holy Land, the Wanyang Holy Sun believed he could regain his honor. Could it be that he dares not? The Wanyang Holy Sun wore a puzzled expression. To him, Lin Yuan repeatedly rejecting his challenge could only mean one thing. Whoosh! Just then, a black-haired elder appeared. Your Highness. The black-haired elder bowed slightly to the Wanyang Holy Sun. What is it? The Wanyang Holy Sun was contemplating the matter with Lin Yuan and asked casually. Your Highness, you asked me to keep an eye on the news about the 13 Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage. The black-haired elder inquired carefully. Oh. What news? The Wanyang Holy Sun suddenly showed interest. To him, Lin Yuan had special significance. So he had instructed his subordinates to pay more attention to news related to Lin Yuan. Your Highness, I have just received news that a Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage has stepped into 7th rank. The black-haired elder paused, speaking with increased caution. Oh. Upon hearing this, the Wanyang Holy Sun's interest waned. He was only interested in the 13 Peak Master. As for other Peak Masters of the Red Kuan lineage stepping into 7th rank, what did that have to do with him? The rise of a 7th rank evolver is indeed a major event for a star domain. But looking at the Star Alliance and even other nearby star alliances, almost every so often an evolver steps into 7th rank. Your Highness, the Peak Master who has stepped into 7th rank. The black-haired elder persisted, is the 13 Peak Master. Frubnov.com. The Wanyang Holy Sun was momentarily taken aback, then reacted with a start, standing up and staring at the black-haired elder. What did you say? Chapter 3:14, 14, The Second Chikuin Star. Lord, convening of the Star Alliance Conference, please subscribe. Wanyang Holy Sun was somewhat bewildered. He almost thought he had heard wrong. But at his level, it was impossible to mishear. The black-haired elder had indeed said, "It is the Peak Master of 13 Peaks who has stepped into 7th rank." This was beyond doubt. So, Wanyang Holy Sun could only wonder, had the black-haired elder misspoken? For instance, had he mistakenly added the word 3, and it was actually the Peak Master of 10 who had advanced to 7th rank? Your Highness, when I first received this message, I also found it absurd, but afterwards it was confirmed repeatedly, over and over again, the result was the same. The black-haired elder spoke cautiously. He was well aware of how desperately Wanyang Holy Sun had wanted to battle the Peak Master of 13 Peaks, and how deeply the challenge at the limit of 5th rank had impacted Wanyang Holy Sun. All along, Wanyang Holy Sun had been on a smooth path, endowed with the 9 Yang Divine Meridian, and further supported by Wanyang Star Lord's cultivation. This made Wanyang Holy Sun far ahead of his peers. However, on that stage, the Peak Master of 13 Peaks shattered Wanyang Holy Sun's confidence with 3 slaps. That overwhelming battle made Wanyang Holy Sun admit defeat and immediately begin closed-door cultivation, striving to reach 6th rank. Compared to other evolvers, Wanyang Holy Sun's 9 Yang Divine Meridian, upon stepping into 6th rank, would undergo a transformation, something not found in other 6th rank evolvers. It was precisely because of this. Knowing Lin Yuan's formidable strength, which was displayed at the peak of 5th rank, and would only be more frightening after advancing to 6th rank, Wanyang Holy Sun still confidently initiated a challenge request. However, Lin Yuan declined several times, which puzzled Wanyang Holy Sun. And now, Wanyang Holy Sun fell silent. His consciousness began connecting to the virtual network. He quickly saw the announcement issued by Red Kuan lineage. Below the announcement, countless evolvers left comments, all shocked by the Peak Master of 13 Peaks stepping into 7th rank. Wanyang Holy Sun carefully read through the announcement. And read it several times over before sitting down again. The Peak Master of 13 Peaks. Wanyang Holy Sun's gaze was complex. He did not doubt the authenticity of the announcement. Such announcements released by Red Kuan lineage carry high authority, undergoing multiple verifications, and ultimately must be authorized by the Star Lord before their release. Since Red Kuan lineage dared to issue this announcement and so much time had passed without any changes, this meant the Peak Master who stepped into the 7th rank is indeed the Peak Master of 13 Peaks. Given the status of Chikuan Star Lord, there was no need to lie about who had advanced to 7th rank, as it would soon become evident. How could it be this fast? Wanyang Holy Sun was somewhat lost. Stepping into 7th rank wasn't something one could just decide to achieve, it required sufficient accumulation and inherent foundation. Wanyang Holy Sun believed he had enough accumulated foundation, but even attempting to reach 7th rank would need at least 10 to several decades. This was despite the fact that Wanyang Holy Sun had been sealed in a Wanyang True Crystal, and cast into a star to sleep for nearly 100 years upon birth. Effectively, during those 100 years, Wanyang Holy Sun was always in a state of cultivation. But all that cultivation simply accumulated into his foundation, just awaiting his transition to 6th rank to gradually come to fruition. To think I still wanted to challenge him. Wanyang Holy Sun's smile was somewhat mocking. He had wondered why the Peak Master of 13 Peaks had repeatedly declined his requests. Could it be that he was scared? Now it seemed that the Peak Master probably felt that accepting the challenge would be bullying him. Your Highness, you're all right? The black-haired elder asked tentatively, worried that with Wanyang Holy Sun's pride, he might not recover from this blow. Don't worry about me. Wanyang Holy Sun shook his head. Looking at the black-haired elder, he said, go request a piece of Wanyang True Crystal from the teacher. I want to enter the star's interior for cultivation. The temperature inside a star is many times that of the surface. Wanyang Holy Sun, with his physical constitution, could manage to stay on the surface of a star for a while. But to dare enter the interior of a star would be suicidal. Yet, by relying on himself, unable to withstand the high temperatures inside the star, he could still use external objects, like the Wanyang True Crystal, a fire system rarity, to help Wanyang Holy Sun delve deeper into the star. With the terrifying heat and flames inside the star, Even with the buffering isolation of Wanyang True Crystal, Wanyang Holy Sun would endure endless pain, and a slight mishap could turn him to ash. When Wanyang Holy Sun was first born, he was sealed into a Wanyang True Crystal, and thrown into a star's interior because Wanyang Star Lord used other methods. But that kind of method cannot be used a second time, so now, even with the protection of Wanyang True Crystal, Wanyang Holy Sun entering the interior of a star must still face a life risk. Your Highness, this is. The black-haired elder hesitated. Just do as I say. Wanyang Holy Sun's gaze was determined. So what if the Peak Master of 13 Peaks entered 7th rank? Give him 5 or 10 years to cultivate painfully within the star, and he, too, could step into 7th rank. At that time, he, Wanyang Holy Sun, would again challenge the Peak Master of 13 Peaks. Chikuan Main Star. Deep within the 13 Peaks Great Hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his consciousness connected to the virtual world. Personal space. The form of Lin Yuan appeared out of thin air. After synchronizing his power level, Lin Yuan's physical soul in the virtual world also reached the 7th rank tier. Experience more content on. And with no difference from reality, deep within his Dantian Qi Si, a Taiji small world slowly revolved. Simulate a cosmic environment. With a slight thought from Lin Yuan, the surroundings began to change. A constellation appeared, a massive star emitting light and heat in the distance, while 12 planets revolved around it. Phew. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze. For a 7th rank evolver, only under the cosmic starry skies could they fully unleash their capabilities, as ordinary planets rather serve as shackles. Chapter 3:15-14, The Second Chikuan Star Lord, Convening of the Star Alliance Conference. Please subscribe, _2. Of course, battlefields of different races measured in light years can also withstand the expansion of 7th rank and even 8th rank evolvers. Boom boom boom. Lin Yuan slightly activated the power of the world and raised his right hand, striking a distant planet from afar. Boom boom boom. The immense power, traveling through the vacuum, propagated continuously, with space faintly warping. Soon, a planet millions of kilometers away exploded into countless fragments with a bang, shooting off in all directions. A casual strike can shatter a star. Continue reading on M_V, Freeweb novel. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Although 6th rank evolvers, known as Fallen Star Warriors, could down stars, it would take their full strength and at least several strikes to penetrate a planet. As for turning a planet into countless fragments, it's estimated that only a 6th rank peak evolver could achieve that. Yet Lin Yuan did it with a casual strike, without even using an understanding of the rules, relying only on the enhancement of the world's power. The power of the world is too abnormal. Lin Yuan felt somewhat emotional. The difference between having the power of the world's enhancement and not having it was stark. My inner world is currently only 10 li in size. The power of the world it has given rise to is this formidable. If it were to reach the standard of an 8th rank evolver, 100 li in size, wouldn't that be? Lin Yuan's expression was full of anticipation. Of course. ebnovel.com. Lin Yuan was also aware. Even if the inner world grew to 100 li wide, it would be hard to compete with a true 8th rank evolver. After all, 8th rank evolvers possess not just an inner world. The understanding of the rules by their physical soul and so on far surpasses that of 7th rank evolvers in every aspect. To step into the 8th rank, the first requirement is to open up an inner world, which I have already achieved, so there's no need to worry. Lin Yuan disconnected from the virtual world and returned to reality. Opening up an inner world in advance was immensely beneficial to Lin Yuan. Combat power was secondary, more importantly. By observing the operation of the inner world, Lin Yuan could achieve a deeper understanding of the rules. Although the inner world was far from comparable to the main world universe Starry Sky, even less to the 5 worlds that Lin Yuan had previously traveled through. But it was, after all, a complete world. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still alive. As for the second point, I need a sufficiently resolute spiritual will to face the heart demon tribulation when breaking through to the 8th rank. Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. Unlike strength, spiritual will is hard to measure. Maybe the spiritual will of some ordinary mortals is even stronger than that of 6th rank or 7th rank evolvers. Take it slow, there's no rush. Lin Yuan thought to himself, One method among many evolvers in the main world for strengthening their spiritual will was to live. Only by living through the long years, surviving thousands or even tens of thousands of years, experiencing various emotions, and witnessing the passing of close friends and loved ones right before one's eyes, etc. The spiritual will naturally grow slowly, finally reaching the level needed to withstand the heart demon tribulation. The time and years I've spent traveling through other worlds should also be tempering my spiritual will, right? Lin Yuan was in a good mood. At the frontier regions of human civilization, several terrifying wills penetrated through and descended. What's going on? Wasn't it said that Shursan Peak Master's talents were just stronger than the other Peak Masters? How has he stepped into the 7th rank in just a few years? Is this what you call slightly stronger? The leading consciousness let out a huge mental fluctuation and roared. Just spending less than 2 years to progress from the initial 6th rank to stepping into the 7th rank, such talent, if allowed to grow for hundreds or thousands of years, then what? If they had known about Shursan Peak Master's talent earlier, the several large clans would have tried to eliminate him at all costs, even if it required a great sacrifice. It's better to pay the price now. It's much better than paying the price on the battlefields against other races in the future. I'm not sure either. Who was it that determined Shursan Peak Master's talent back then? They must be severely punished. The second consciousness immediately spoke with a stern tone, as if determined to get to the bottom of it. Actually, it's not even the fault of the subordinates. Shursan Peak Master was too low profile. Except when he was about to break through the 6th rank, and began challenging the 5th rank evolvers of various star domains, who knew Shursan Peak Master's details. The third consciousness couldn't help but interject. This was indeed the case. Brilliant evolvers like Wanyang Holy Sun had their information widely spread across many star domains. But what about Shursan Peak Master? It's pointless to talk about this now. What should we do? The fourth consciousness sent out mental fluctuations. What should we do? What can we do now? The first will that roared out spoke somewhat helplessly. Now that Peak Master Shursan had stepped into the 7th rank, trying to kill him with a curse was simply not realistic anymore. And even if they succeeded in cursing him to death, given the talent disclosed by Peak Master Shursan, it was estimated that a supreme being would immediately take action to resurrect him, without even having to wait. Indeed. There's no chance anymore. Peak Master Shursan is too cautious. After stepping into the 6th rank, he has always stayed on the Chiquan main star, never venturing out. Right. If he doesn't come out, what can we do? Several consciousnesses exchanged thoughts constantly, their tones filled with helplessness. Perhaps, thousands of years from now, in the battlefields we open up with the human race, a second Chiquan Star Lord might emerge. By then, who knows how many of our people will die? The first consciousness fell silent for a moment. A second Chiquan Star Lord. The rest of the consciousnesses shuddered at the thought. The Chiquan Star Lord, that was a nearly invincible existence among the 8th layer evolvers. Even in a medium-sized otherworldly battlefield, the Chiquan Star Lord was formidable enough to run rampant. As the bodily incarnation Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan, he was unbridled and had devoured countless other 8th layer evolvers of different species. Only the lofty 9th rank alien race could make the Chiquan Star Lord a little wary. On the Chiquan main star, Lin Yuan was about to continue his cultivation. Just then, the voice of the smart assistant suddenly rang out. Master, the Star Alliance conference is about to convene. Do you wish to participate? The Star Alliance conference? Lin Yuan was slightly startled. Information about the Star Alliance conference flashed quickly through his mind. The Star Alliance conference, also known as the Anand Star Alliance conference. It was a grand event of the Anand Star Alliance, held once every century. The Anand Star Alliance is a massive alliance made up of hundreds of star domains. With complex internal relationships, the division of interests among many star domains could not be resolved in a short time. Therefore, the Star Alliance Conference was established. The purpose of the Star Alliance Conference was to resolve the many internal conflicts within the Anand Star Alliance. As for why the 3 goddesses did not intervene, they were absolutely just, but there were some issues that could not be resolved by justice alone and could provoke greater hidden dangers instead. Additionally, the Star Alliance Conference also made changes to all policies within the alliance to better suit the customs of its citizens. The Chikuan star domain was one of the powerful star domains within the Anan Star Alliance. Therefore, the smart assistant asked Lin Yuan if he wished to participate in the Star Alliance conference. Of course. Not just anyone could participate in the Star Alliance conference. At such a level that related to the decision-making for a star domain, one had to be at least a 6th-level citizen to have the qualification and right to intervene. Not long ago, before Lin Yuan undertook his 5th passage, he had accumulated enough merits to ascend to a 6th-level citizen and casually had his citizen level raised to the 6th level. Now he had the qualifications to participate in the Star Alliance conference. A 6th-level citizen merely met the threshold to participate in the Star Alliance conference. They had the right to vote, whereas 7th-level citizens would automatically become members of parliament of the Anan Star Alliance, with real decision-making power. The Star Alliance conference. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. He was not normally interested in such activities, but if it were not for the immense importance of the Star Alliance conference, which could determine the situation and status of hundreds of star domains, and because Lin Yuan had reached the threshold for participation, the smart assistant probably wouldn't have reminded him specially. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded, dismissing the smart assistant. Should I attend or not? Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. Forget it. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. No matter how important the Star Alliance conference was, it held no meaning for him. He would be better off using that time to further understand the rules and perfect the 7th-ranked chapter of his martial path evolutionary path. Chapter 3:16-15, Campaigning. Well, water does not offend river water. Please subscribe. No matter which world you're in, power is the foundation of everything. If the Star Alliance conference can't bring Lin Yuan substantial help, then there's no need to waste energy on it. Furubnovel.com, should I still ask about it? Lin Yuan finished his training for the day and connected his consciousness to the virtual world. A personal space. A burly red-nosed old man sat leisurely at a dining table, occasionally lifting the wine jug in front of him to take a sip, his face full of enjoyment. Just then, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Ha ha ha, Shirsan, come over here. This wine is truly excellent, a rarity. Out there, I couldn't afford it, I can only enjoy it in the virtual world. The red-nosed elder immediately called out. Shirfeng, old brother, every time I see you, you're drinking. Lin Yuan walked over and sat opposite the red-nosed elder. The red-nosed elder, Shirfeng, was a good friend Lin Yuan had made in the Founder's Circle, and he was also a founder of an evolution path. Since both were from the Anan Star Alliance, the red-nosed elder, Shirfeng, would often pull Lin Yuan along to drink. Over time, the two became familiar with each other. Compared to Lin Yuan, Shirfeng was much older, having lived for tens of thousands of years, and his citizen level had also reached level 6. Wine is such a wonderful thing, that feeling of being tipsy, the red-nosed elder, Shirfeng, remarked nostalgically. With his strength, he could sober up with just a thought, but why should he? Wasn't it nice to indulge in the state of inebriation? Good wine. Lin Yuan picked up a cup and took a small taste before nodding slightly. In the virtual world, wine was a pure luxury. Many fine wines in reality had miraculous effects, such as improving the body, nourishing the soul, or healing injuries, among others. But in the virtual world, wine was left only with its taste. Precisely because of this, the wine in the virtual world was much cheaper than in reality. The wine Lin Yuan had just drunk, called dream wine, could purify one's soul. In the real world, a single cup would cost at least 1 billion civilization currency. But in the virtual world, it was merely 10 million per cup, 100 times cheaper. All right, Shirsan, you came to see me for something, didn't you? After some casual conversation, Shirfeng took the initiative to ask. Shirsan, that was the name Lin Yuan had given himself in the Founder's world. I wanted to inquire about the Star Alliance conference, Lin Yuan asked directly. Although Lin Yuan wasn't particularly interested in such conferences, he still wanted to hear what Shirfeng thought. Your journey continues on. As a fellow citizen of level 6, Shirfeng, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, had much better connections and insight than Lin Yuan. The Star Alliance Conference. Oh, it's time for the Star Alliance Conference again. The red-nosed Shirfeng suddenly realized. Sure. Feng, old brother, do you think it's necessary to attend the Star Alliance Conference? Lin Yuan shared his doubts. Necessary to attend. The red-nosed Shifeng instantly perked up. Of course you should participate. Why pass up on a chance for free treasures? Free. Lin Yuan was slightly puzzled. Could the Anan Star Alliance be so wealthy as to give treasures to every level 6 citizen that attended the conference? That's true. You're still young, Shirsan, only recently advanced to a level 6 citizen, and not familiar with the rules here. A smile appeared on the face of the red-nosed Shifeng. The purpose of the Star Alliance conference is to resolve many interstellar conflicts within the Alliance, but how are they resolved? For instance, who should own a rare resource planet that appears on the border of 2 star domains? Or, when the resources allocated by human civilization are only sufficient for 3 star domains, how should we choose? The red-nosed Shifeng said, clicking his tongue. Right, to whom should they go? Lin Yuan also became interested. Such questions were difficult to delineate clearly. Even if the 3 goddesses intervened, siding with one party would surely offend the other. Could it be that they would split the resource planet in half, giving each party an equal share? That's where we come in. The red-nosed Shifeng smiled. At the Star Alliance conference, the issues between star domains are brought to the table, and ultimately, we vote to decide. The side with more votes wins. So that's how it is, Lin Yuan realized. Of course, issues that made it to the Star Alliance conference were usually those where both sides had equally valid arguments. Slightly clearer controversies would have already been adjudicated by the 3 goddesses. So, our voting rights as level 6 citizens are very precious. The red-nosed Shifeng hinted. Precious. Lin Yuan looked towards the red-nosed Shifeng. Because the 2 conflicting star domains will pay a huge price to curry favor with us, hoping we will cast our votes for them during the conference resolution. The red-nosed Shifeng said. I see. Lin Yuan nodded. In simple terms. When facing issues even the 3 goddesses could not decide upon, or rather, no matter which side wins, it wouldn't affect the overall situation of human civilization. Then it was left to the higher-level citizens to determine. The unsolvable conflicts between star domains are not many, and each Star Alliance conference has only about a dozen or so. Shirsan, as long as it doesn't involve your star domain, how we vote is up to us, isn't it? The red-nosed Shifeng said with a grin. Quite interesting. Lin Yuan laughed as well. In fact, this was also a reflection of the special status of high-level citizens. Being part of the decision-making powers for hundreds of star domains. Besides, after every Star Alliance conference, we higher-level citizens will hold a few swap meets while we're still around, to exchange for the resources and treasures we need. The red-nosed Shifeng continued. Chapter 317, 15 Lobbying. Well, water does not violate river water. Subscribe please, _2. Although the Human Civilization Alliance has a dedicated marketplace app for selling all kinds of treasures. Some rare and precious treasures are often in short supply, and these exchange meetings exist for such rare and valuable items. This is actually pretty good. Lin Yuan thought of the weapons and treasures of several different species he had acquired on the battlefields of different races, as well as the inheritance from the 8th layer evolutionist Oin. Many of them were items he didn't need. Selling them directly to human civilization would be too much of a loss. Instead, it would be possible to dispose of them through these exchange meetings. Are you now participating or not? Shifeng asked. I'll participate. Lin Yuan nodded. The premise of his lack of interest in the Star Alliance conference was that it was unable to bring any benefit to himself. But now, after hearing Shifeng's description, for 6th-level citizens like them, participating in the Star Alliance conference could be very profitable. Ha 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 ha. Shifeng laughed heartily. By the way, Shirsan, do you need me to introduce you to those star domains that need votes? Continue your adventure at. Shifeng inquired. If Lin Yuan had no star domains in mind to vote for, he could sell his vote at a high price to those star domains that needed it. Thanks a lot, brother Shifeng. Lin Yuan replied seriously upon hearing this. Arranging such connections was not something the ordinary evolver could accomplish, it required someone with extensive connections. No need to thank me. We are friends. Shifeng waved his hand and then said, just wait for me a moment, Shirsan. After Shifeng finished speaking, His figure disappeared from sight. He obviously went to make contact. Lin Yuan sat down and waited for a while. A moment later, Shi Feng reappeared. Besides, a young man also appeared beside him. "This is Shi-san, you can discuss your star domain's matters directly with him," said Shi Feng casually. "Mr. Shi-san." The young man gave a slight bow to Lin Yuan and said, "My name is Na Dan, from the Wangyue Starfield. This time, the conflict between our Wangyue Starfield and the Golden Dragon Star Domain will be brought up at the Star Alliance Conference. At that time, we hope that Mr. Shi-san will vote for our Wangyue Starfield." After speaking, the young man, Na Dan, respectfully placed a piece of white paper on the dining table. "If Mr. Shi-san agrees, the resources of treasures listed above will be your reward." With a slight bow to Shi Feng, the young man, Na Dan, then stepped out of the personal space. TSK, Wangyue Starfield really has it tough. Less powerful than the Golden Dragon Star Domain, they can only seek help like this. Shi Feng remarked with a bit of emotion. Some powerful star domains have nurtured many 6th-level citizens who naturally vote for their homelands during the Star Alliance Conference. On the contrary, weaker star domains, with few 6th-level citizens, can only pay a huge price to seek help from 6th-level citizens of other star domains. The three goddesses are aware of this situation, yet they do not stop it, with the goal of motivating the various star domains to cultivate more high-level citizens. Becoming a high-level citizen doesn't require one to pioneer an evolution path or to engage in research and invention only. Heading to the battlefields of different races and fighting with different species could also earn a lot of merit points. Let's take a look at the terms given by the Wangyue Starfield. Shi Feng glanced at the piece of white paper in front of Lin Yuan. Wangyue Starfield. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. If he remembered correctly, this should be the home star domain of the 8th layer evolutionist Oin, shouldn't it? Let me take a look. Lin Yuan picked up the white paper, sharing the view with Shi Feng. A 7th-rank soul defense treasure. Shi Feng was somewhat astonished. The first treasure listed on the white paper already had him intrigued. This was a soul defense treasure, essential for guarding the soul, coveted by evolvers from all evolution paths. A thought flickered in Lin Yuan's mind. Although he owned an 8th-rank soul defense treasure, that one was damaged and the time required for repairing it was unknown. In the meantime, using a 7th-rank soul defense treasure as a substitute would not be a problem. Lin Yuan wasn't worried about what to do with the 7th-rank soul defense treasure after the 8th-rank soul defense treasure was repaired. Treasures like these, which guard the soul, were never hard to dispose of. Lin Yuan could sell it at a premium whenever he wished. Lin Yuan's gaze moved away from the first line on the white paper. He looked at the second line. Fragment of Jianmu, containing a great amount of life force, capable of remolding the flesh for a 7th-rank evolver once. Comparing to the 7th-rank soul defense treasure, the second item, the fragment of Jianmu, was somewhat less impressive, especially for Lin Yuan, who possessed the blood rebirth divine skill. It's fairly superfluous. Yet just because Lin Yuan didn't need it didn't mean other evolvers wouldn't. It could be sold or traded for other items. Lin Yuan continued to look at the third line on the white paper. Aquamarine Vishuddha water, can purify bodily impurities and consolidate the origin source of the flesh. The Wangyue Starfield is quite sincere. After looking at the three treasures, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. These three treasures were all desirable by 7th-rank evolvers, especially the first one. I agree to their terms. Lin Yuan looked toward Shi Feng with the red nose. Whether it was the Wangyue Starfield or the Golden Dragon Star Domain, neither had much to do with Lin Yuan. Voting for either side wouldn't impact Lin Yuan much. Don't rush. Let's first see what the Golden Dragon Star Domain's attitude is. Having said that, Shi Feng disappeared once again. When Shi Feng returned, a tall man dressed in a golden robe appeared beside him. Jin Tianzhao, that Wangyue Starfield offered a not insignificant price for Shi-san's agreement. You'd have to up your game. Shi Feng reminded him. It was clear that the man in the golden robe, named Jin Tianzhao, came from the Golden Dragon Star Domain. Mr. Shi-san. The man in the golden robe, Jin Tianzhao, scrutinized Lin Yuan carefully. Mr. Shi-san, is this your first time attending the Star Alliance conference? Jin Tianzhao inquired. Indeed it is. Lin Yuan nodded. The Star Alliance conference was held once every 100 years, and for a 6th-level citizen, a century wasn't that long. Even if some weren't well acquainted, they more or less knew each other. Since that's the case, Mr. Shirsan, do you know about the strength of my Golden Dragon Star domain? Jin Tianzhao continued to ask. Upon his inquiry, Lin Yuan remained unperturbed. However, Shifeng frowned. Jin Tianzhao, what do you mean by that? If you want Shirsan to vote for the Golden Dragon Star domain, then just present your offer, instead of beating around the bush with all that nonsense. Offer. Jin Tianzhao shook his head. I'm here only to meet Mr. Shirsan and exchange a few words with him. Mr. Shirsan, you have recently become a 6th-level citizen. You shouldn't make an enemy of my Golden Dragon Star domain. Before Jin Tianzhao could finish. Get lost. Shifeng, full of impatience, kicked the other person out of the personal space. This Jin Tianzhao is too arrogant. Who is he threatening? Shifeng appeared somewhat agitated. I thought that the Wangyue Starfield would put some pressure on the Golden Dragon Star domain, but they came straight with threats. No matter. Lin Yuan wasn't bothered. If an agreement couldn't be reached, then there was no need to negotiate. I'll go have a word with that Jin Tianzhao, see where he gets the guts from. Shifeng vanished once again. In another personal space. Shifeng glared at the men in the golden robe. What do you mean, Jin Tianzhao? Shirsan is a friend of mine. Even if you don't need Shirsan's vote, there's no need to put it that way. Shifeng's tone was dissatisfied. Shifeng, you should know, with the strength of my Golden Dragon Star domain, even if the Wangyue Starfield went around seeking help everywhere, they can't beat us. Jin Tianzhao stated indifferently. This was the confidence of coming from a powerful star domain. The Golden Dragon Star domain, with the 6th-level citizens it cultivated on its own, was the sum of several, or even 10 star domains. Brother Shifeng, how long have you known Shirsan? You're this considerate of him already. You just like befriending those so-called friends. Jin Tianzhao shook his head as he spoke. So-called friends. Shifeng's expression turned peculiar. Although Shirsan just became a 6th-level citizen, he's definitely not over 1,000 years old. His future potential is limitless. Why else do you think I'd befriend him? Shifeng sighed. By treating Shirsan so disrespectfully, there's nothing I can do. But in a few thousand or tens of thousands of years, when Shirsan has grown stronger, I hope you can still act like you do today. A 6th-level citizen under 1,000 years old. Jin Tianzhao's expression shifted slightly, then he calmed down. So what? Is he going to become a 7th-level citizen in the future? Even if he becomes a 7th-level citizen, he's no threat to my Golden Dragon Star domain. It's simply that. Jin Tianzhao said lightly, we stay out of each other's business, that's all. Stay out of each other's business. Shifeng gave Jin Tianzhao a glance before turning and leaving. Stay out of each other's business. Who is the insignificant well water? And who is the boundless river water? Heaven knows. Chapter 3:16, Obtaining the Treasure. Please subscribe. Personal space. Lin Yuan raised the glass on the table and took a casual sip. This Golden Dragon Star domain is truly domineering, to actually threaten a 6th-level citizen. Lin Yuan put down the glass and shook his head slightly. But as 6th-level citizens, there are distinctions. Some evolvers became 6th-level citizens by slaying different species, earning a large number of merit points in the process. Others advanced to 6th-level citizenship through invention and research, breaking new ground in technological achievements. And there were evolvers like Lin Yuan who opened up an evolution path, ultimately advancing to 6th-level citizenship. Without a doubt, those who open up evolution paths are the rarest among 6th-level citizens. Lin Yuan and Shifeng belong to this category, or rather, high-level citizens from the Founder's virtual world all fall into this group. But no matter how rare, they were still only 6th-level citizens. Within the Human Civilization Alliance, 6th-level citizens have a very high status, but unless they hold important positions, they don't have much power. Ordinary evolvers and citizens dare not show any disrespect when they meet a 6th-level citizen, but the Golden Dragon Star domain is different. As one of the top 3 powerful star domains in the Anon Star Alliance, the Golden Dragon Star domain does not need to please other 6th-level citizens as much as the Wangyue Starfield strives to do. After all, the Golden Dragon Star domain itself has cultivated many 6th-level citizens and has numerous friends, such as the confidence of a powerful star domain. That's also true. After all, I have not revealed my other identities. In the eyes of Jin Tianzhao, I am just a newly promoted 6th-level citizen, likely to remain so for the rest of my life, so there's no need to take me too seriously, Lin Yuan thought to himself. A 6th-level citizen who wishes to advance to 7th-level citizenship needs 2 million merit points. Such a vast amount of merit points gives even the Golden Dragon Star domain a headache, let alone a newly promoted 6th-level citizen. Nearly 99% of 6th-level citizens are unable to accumulate 2 million merit points in their lifetime. Shirsun. At this moment, Shifeng returned and greeted Lin Yuan. That Jin Tianzhao, he's just like that, too proud, don't take it to heart, Shifeng comforted. He only had a casual acquaintance with Jin Tianzhao, if it wasn't for the affair between the Wangyue Starfield and the Golden Dragon Star domain, he wouldn't have invited Jin Tianzhao over. It's fine, Lin Yuan said with a smile. It didn't matter whether it was Jin Tianzhao or even the Golden Dragon Star domain. At most, they would make empty threats. As for going further, they wouldn't dare. The 3 goddesses of the human alliance were not for show. Prohibiting escalation of internal conflicts was a red line. Besides, even if Jin Tianzhao wanted to do something, he did not know Lin Yuan's true identity. The identity that Lin Yuan showed to the outside world was, at most, that of a 6th-level citizen of the Anan Star Alliance, with good relations with Shifeng, a member of the Founder's World. More than that. Perhaps Shifeng guessed that Lin Yuan was not very old, but that was all. But the Golden Dragon Star domain is indeed powerful, having independently opened up 3 battlefields of different races, fighting against 3 species with the strength of a single domain. Shifeng said in amazement. The Golden Dragon Star Master is indeed remarkable, Lin Yuan nodded. The might of the Golden Dragon Star Master was not inferior to that of Qikuan Star Lord, belonging to the level of invincible existence among 8th-layer evolvers. In the vast Anan Star Alliance with hundreds of star domains, there were more than 1,000 8th-layer evolvers, but only a few were on the same level as Qikuan Star Lord and Golden Dragon Star Master. With such a Star Master at its helm, the Golden Dragon Star domain already possessed the strength to independently open up battlefields of different races. To the Golden Dragon Star domain, these battlefields were a source of copious merit points as well as a training ground for their evolvers. Indeed, the Qikuan Star domain had also independently opened up 4 battlefields of different races. However, the ones in the Qikuan Star domain did not have permanent spatial rifts. Permanent spatial rifts can only be formed by the powers of a Supreme Being. The power of a Supreme Being referred to here does not require the Supreme Being to act personally. Supreme weapons can also achieve this, but the permanent spatial rifts they create are far smaller than those formed by a Supreme Being's direct intervention. Discover stories at. Even so, most battlefields of different races do not possess permanent spatial rifts. Alright. Don't worry too much about Jin Tianzhao. With Shirsun's talent, he'll have his comeuppance in the future. Shifeng said, seemingly probing. Through his interactions with Lin Yuan, he felt that Lin Yuan must be quite young. He definitely would not exceed 1,000 years old. At such a young age to have advanced to 6th-level citizenship and to be a member of the Founder's World, clearly the evolution path he opened was no simple feat. You jest, Shifeng. What means do I have to make the Golden Dragon Star domain suffer? Lin Yuan said with a laugh. If Shifeng had known Lin Yuan's real age in the main world was not yet 30, he would probably not probe but first make sure he wasn't dreaming. So now do I choose the Wangyue Starfield? Lin Yuan asked. Since the Golden Dragon Star domain had no intention of compensating him, Lin Yuan's vote would naturally go to the Wangyue Starfield. After all, he was rather covetous of that 7th-rank soul defense treasure. It could be useful for a while. No rush, no rush. As 6th-level citizens, we only have 1 vote in each Star Alliance conference. Let's wait and see. As long as it doesn't concern our home star domain or any star domain with which we have a history, we'll support whoever offers the best price, Shifeng said. Any issue brought up at the Star Alliance conference would be such that, regardless of which side triumphed, there would be no significant impact on the overall situation of human civilization. Chapter 319, 16, obtaining the treasure, please subscribe, _2. It was because of this that the three goddesses had entrusted decision-making power to higher-level citizens. It was also one of the hidden benefits belonging to higher-level citizens. Next, Shi Feng brought over 7 or 8 evolvers. They were representatives from various star domains of the Anan Star Alliance. These evolvers were quite courteous to Lin Yuan, as powerful star domains like the Golden Dragon Star Domain were rare. Furthermore, with proud individuals such as Jin Tianzhao, such people were even rarer. Generally speaking, everyone was quite polite to 6th-level citizens. Even if their negotiations did not succeed, there would be no threats. Because there was no point in it. How about it? Have you made your choice? Shi Feng looked at Lin Yuan with interest. He had already reached an agreement with a certain star domain. The offer from that star domain also satisfied Shi Feng. Now, he was mainly curious about Lin Yuan's choice. Let's go with Wang Yue Starfield. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and then spoke. The representatives from the other 7 or 8 star domains had conditions that matched those of Wang Yue Starfield. Logically speaking, Lin Yuan's choice of any one of them would have been similar. However, Lin Yuan did possess the legacy of 8th-layer evolutionist O Yin. And Wang Yue Starfield was O Yin's home star domain. In such a situation, with conditions being equal, Lin Yuan naturally leaned towards Wang Yue Starfield. Good. Shi Feng nodded. He immediately contacted the young man, Na Den, from Wang Yue Starfield. A moment later, the young man, Na Den, appeared in the personal space. Thank you, Mr. Shi-san, for your assistance. I represent Wang Yue Starfield, and we are immensely grateful. The young man, Na Den, spoke with a slightly respectful tone. His offer was no different from several others, and Lin Yuan choosing him naturally warranted thanks. We each take what we need. Lin Yuan waved his hand and said casually. He was not helping Wang Yue Starfield for nothing. This is the password for Shuntong Group's safe box. Mr. Shi-san only needs to log onto the Shuntong Group website, enter the safe box service, and then he can access the reward. The young man, Na Den, sent Lin Yuan a string of numbers. Shuntong Group, being the largest transport group in the Human Civilization Alliance, took privacy very seriously in their safebox service. The young man, Na Den, placed the treasure in a safebox of the Shuntong Group and then handed over the password to Lin Yuan. With the password, Lin Yuan could claim ownership of the rewards in the safebox, and then just have Shuntong Group deliver it. The entire process was such that neither party knew the other's location, the delivery location, and so on. In this respect, with Human Civilization's assurance, it was absolutely trustworthy. Even Chiquin Star Lords like 8th-layer invincible beings used the transport services of Shuntong Group. Good. Lin Yuan wrote down the password and nodded. Freewebble.com, Shi-san, about that soul defense treasure. If you ever decide not to keep it, you must tell me. I will buy it for the highest price. Shi Feng immediately said. He was also very eager to have that soul defense treasure, but alas, compared to another treasure, Shi Feng still chose the latter. Certainly. Lin Yuan nodded. The 7th-rank soul defense treasure was only for transition. Once Lin Yuan stepped into the 8th rank, or repaired that 8th-rank soul defense treasure, he naturally wouldn't need the 7th-rank soul defense treasure. Ah. Every time the Star Alliance Assembly convenes, we 6th-level citizens have only voting rights. As for actual decision-making, it's still those counselors. Shi Feng said with a sigh. The prerequisite for being a counselor in the Anan Star Alliance is being a 7th-level citizen. Although the difference is only 1 level between a 6th and 7th-level citizen, in terms of status and privileges, it's a qualitative change. Not a single 6th-level citizen does not yearn to become a 7th-level citizen, but mere yearning is useless. It also requires a tremendous amount of merit points to meet the requirements for promotion to a 7th-level citizen. 7th-level citizen. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly serious. For a 6th-level citizen to be promoted to a 7th-level citizen, 2 million merit points are needed, akin to killing 2 8th-rank aliens on the battlefields of different species. The most crucial thing is, killing these 2 8th-rank aliens must be done by the original body. Avatar kills wouldn't possibly yield 1 million merit points. That is, only by completely killing 2 8th-rank aliens can one gain 2 million merit points. This is too difficult. Chikuin Star-Lord had dominated the battlefields of different races, swallowing countless 8th-rank aliens in the guise of the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuin. However, most of those 8th-rank aliens were merely avatars. As for their true forms, they had long been hiding somewhere unknown. Find exclusive stories on Chikuin Main Star. Lin Yuan stepped out of the Grand Hall. Shortly after, a spaceship landed. From inside, a fiercely gazing staff member exited. Here are the items for your shipment. Please sign for them. This staff member, possessing at least the power of the 7th rank, was a high-star employee of Shuntong Group, specifically responsible for the transport of valuable items. Good. Lin Yuan nodded. The payment from Na Dan, a young man from the Wangyue Starfield, was transported through Shuntong Group. With the service standard of the safe deposit box business, it was quickly delivered. Drip. Lin Yuan confirmed his identity and smoothly accepted it. Serving you is an honor for us at Shuntong. The fiercely gazing staff member gave a slight bow to Lin Yuan and then returned to the spaceship. In the depths of the Grand Hall, Lin Yuan began to examine the treasures. The first was that 7th rank Soul Defense treasure. It was a palm-sized jade pendant, exhibiting a faint pink color. After Lin Yuan refined it, the jade pendant transformed into flowing light, entered his sea of consciousness, and guarded his soul. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Although he was deep in Chikuin Main Star, where he presumably wouldn't encounter any dangers, having such a treasure was better than none, especially since this soul defense treasure was not purchased by Lin Yuan himself. It was an unexpected gain. Jianmu fragment. Lin Yuan took out the second treasure. It was a piece of tree fragment, its surface subtly charred black. Merely by looking at it, Lin Yuan felt, deep in the cosmic starry skies, a colossal divine tree supporting the heavens and the earth was slightly swaying. Is that Jianmu? Lin Yuan closed his eyes and felt slightly amazed in his heart. Jianmu was a Dominator-level powerhouse deep in the cosmos, belonging to plant life. Its mere size spanned beyond 10 light-years, indeed a colossal entity. Even the Chikuin Star-Lord dared not approach the true form of Jianmu. As for this fragment of Jianmu, it came from a thunder tribulation that Jianmu underwent every 100,000 years, fragments that were shattered during the tribulation. Heavenly Azure Water. Lin Yuan turned to the third treasure. This water could purify impurities in the flesh and solidify the origin of the flesh, useful for any evolver. Let's try it. Lin Yuan absorbed a drop of Heavenly Azure Water. Immediately, he felt a special power begin to spread to his limbs. Truly marvelous. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face, as he keenly felt its effects. Golden Dragon Star Domain. On a pure gold-colored planet, Jin Tianzhao, dressed in a golden robe, hesitated for a moment before deciding to see his teacher. Tianzhao, what is it? The Golden Dragon Star Master's eyes shone gold, his presence majestic, as if transcending the cosmic starry skies. Teacher. A few days ago, due to the matters of the Star Alliance conference, I threatened a 7th-level citizen who supported the Wangyue Starfield a few times. Jin Tianzhao spoke truthfully. If Lin Yuan were just an ordinary 7th-level citizen, he wouldn't care much. But that comment from Shifeng, about Lin Yuan's true age possibly being less than 1,000 years, had unsettled Jin Tianzhao. A 7th-level citizen under 1,000 years old possessed not insignificant potential, and he must inform his teacher. The one known as Shirsan, that 7th-level citizen. The Golden Dragon Star Master looked down at Jin Tianzhao, almost without needing to think. He could deduce that Shirsan was an alias. The true identity of that 7th-level citizen, apart from 3 goddesses, probably nobody knew. Don't worry. The Golden Dragon Star Master spoke calmly. Even if he can become an 8th-layer citizen, that will be a matter for the distant future. For now, focus on the current matters. Chapter 320, 17, Escalation of War. Please subscribe. Battlefield C24763 Alien Battlefield. Not far from the permanent spatial rift, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, occasionally closing his eyes in deep thought, occasionally looking up at the more than 10-meter-long spatial rift. Space is everything. All things are nurtured, they need space. All things grow, they need space. All things wither, they also need space. Lin Yuan pondered this in his heart. Since the breakthrough in comprehending 965 basic spatial models, Lin Yuan had begun to sense the deeper essence of space rules. With his against heaven's understanding, and the spatial fluctuations emanating from the nearby eternal spatial rift, Lin Yuan's perception of space rules was growing every day. 7,782 core spatial models, Lin Yuan frowned, after having comprehended the basic spatial models. What he was contemplating next were the core spatial models. If the 965 basic spatial models are just the surface layer of space rules, belonging to the introductory level, then the 7,782 spatial models are the core of space rules. And each of these 7,782 spatial models has many aspects. Like blind men touching an elephant, different evolvers will have different insights. This was also why Chikuan Star Lord was unwilling to demonstrate the core spatial models to Lin Yuan. What Chikuan Star Lord demonstrated were only his understanding of the spatial models, and if Lin Yuan followed that, it would only hold him back. Of course, Chikuan Star Lord's considerations were based on Lin Yuan's terrifying talent and aptitude. Explore more at. If it were one of the other 12 disciples, Chikuan Star Lord wouldn't mind demonstrating the core spatial models. From comprehending the basic spatial models until now, it's already been 1 or 2 months, and in all this time, I haven't even understood one core spatial model. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. If other evolvers knew that Lin Yuan planned to understand a core spatial model in 1 or 2 months, they would probably be so frustrated they'd cough up blood. Each of the 7,782 core spatial models is profound and broad, sufficient for an ordinary 7th-rank evolver to contemplate for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. You plan to understand one in 1 or 2 months. Even an 8th-layer evolver, like Chikuan Star Lord, with an unimaginable talent in the field of space rules, would need to invest a considerable amount of effort to understand one core spatial model. Particularly as one approaches the later models, the core spatial models become more obscure and difficult to comprehend, and a single bottleneck could easily stall progress for hundreds or thousands of years. Take it slow. I'm not in a hurry. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts. What he had in abundance was time. With the door to the myriad realms ability to travel through, his actual lifespan is far longer than that of other evolvers of the same rank. Although traversing worlds and comprehending the space rules was not as fast as observing the eternal spatial rift directly at this moment. With his against heaven's understanding, it was merely a matter of spending more time. I feel that, as I contemplate the core spatial models, is my inner world slowly expanding. Lin Yuan mused privately. The inner world was based entirely on Lin Yuan. The higher Lin Yuan's realm, the deeper his understanding of space, naturally allowing its scope to expand and extend continuously. If I could comprehend all 7,782 core spatial models, wouldn't the size of my inner world be incalculable? Lin Yuan looked forward with anticipation. The larger the inner world, the more world force it can mobilize. If Lin Yuan's inner world reached tens of thousands of miles in size, he would be able to overwhelm ordinary 8th-rank evolvers just with the force of his world. Forget it. Comprehending the 7,782 core spatial models is too far off for me. Let's first thoroughly understand the first one. Lin Yuan steadied his mind and continued his contemplation. The Taiyin primordial spirit contemplating space rules could synchronize with the true self there, with shared consciousness and mutual enlightenment between the two primordial spirits and the true self. However, after contemplating for a while, Lin Yuan glanced around. Why are there fewer and fewer different species around? Lin Yuan felt somewhat puzzled. Near the permanent spatial rift, not only were human race evolvers stationed for contemplation, but strong members of the Heiyuan clan would also come. Both clans were eager to contemplate in front of the permanent spatial rift, as it truly could enhance the efficiency and speed of their insight. It was for this reason that the area near the permanent spatial rift had become a ceasefire zone for both clans. It was an unspoken rule not to engage in combat. Otherwise, if you strike once, and I retaliate twice, would anyone still be able to contemplate? Could something major have happened? Lin Yuan had an uneasy premonition, but at this moment, what he had here was just one primordial spirit. Even if it perished, the loss for him would not be unacceptable. The main world is not like the traversing worlds. Losing one primordial spirit would require Lin Yuan to expend a lot of time or origin source to condense it anew. In the main world, many cosmic wonders and treasures can replace one's origin source, allowing him to condense two primordial spirits in a few breaths. On the other side of the battlefield, this place was teeming with strong members of the Heiyuan clan. What's the situation now? The leader was a man with a single horn on his forehead, his body was coursing with pitch-black thunder, and even a trace of his emitted aura was enough to make an ordinary 6th rank shiver. No change, human civilization doesn't know the plans of our Heiyuan clan. Even if they guess some of it, they'll only think that we want to intensify the war effort. Little do they know that this time our Heiyuan clan will invest the strength of an entire clan. A stout Heiyuan clan strongman next to him said in a low voice. Chapter 321:17, Intensity of War Escalates. Please subscribe, _2. My lord, if we are not careful in this decisive battle with human civilization, our clan will fall into an abyss. Another Heiyuan clan strong one spoke hesitantly, unable to refrain from speaking out. As one of the strongest peak clans in the cosmic starry sky, were it not for being restrained by a large alliance of several other peak clans, the Heiyuan clan would have been flattened countless times already. Even so, it was not that human civilization couldn't annihilate the Heiyuan clan, they simply didn't want to pay the price. So, now that the Heiyuan clan had recklessly initiated a decisive battle, even if they wiped out the human civilization's evolvers in this battlefield, what then? Could it be that the entirety of human civilization would be unable to recover from this? No. This would only provoke the madness of human civilization's retaliation. This is an order from the insect race. The unicorn men went silent for a moment, then slowly began to speak. The insect race. The short and sturdy Heiyuan clan strong one was taken aback, his face turning very ugly. This was much more serious than the Heiyuan clan initiating a decisive battle on their own. Was the insect race ordering them to engage in a great decisive battle with human civilization at the level of peak clan civilizations? What about the other several peak clans? Would they also be involved in it? If it were a great decisive battle between several peak clans, there would inevitably be the presence of supreme beings taking action, and that would be a war that would shake the entire cosmic starry skies. Even a powerful clan like the Heiyuan clan might not be able to preserve itself under such intense war. At this point, our clan has no other choice. The unicornman spoke with a detached tone. In the cosmic starry skies of 10,000 races, they are but puppets held by strings by those few peak clans. If his Heiyuan clan dared to defy the order of the insect race, they wouldn't need human civilization to make a move, the insect race would completely deal with them. Shueyo, you've stepped into the 8th layer for many years, and this time you will hold your position outside the southeastern area of the battlefield. Any human evolvers who escape shall be killed without mercy. The unicornman commanded. Yes. The short and sturdy Heiyuan clan strong one nodded. He really didn't want to engage in an excessively intense war with human civilization, because there was no benefit in doing so. As for those spoils of war and the like, compared to the retaliation of human civilization, what are they? But this was an order from the insect race. Furthermore, the unicorn men continued to make arrangements, making Heiyuan clan strong ones lie in ambush in the surroundings outside the battlefield, to prevent the human civilization evolvers from escaping. Finally, I will lead a large group of Heiyuan clan strong ones on the battlefield to cleanse the human civilization's evolvers. The unicorn men looked towards the many Heiyuan clan strong ones. You all go to your designated positions. Yes. 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 Soon, a small part of Heiyuan clan strong ones rapidly disappeared. Suspended Mountain Range. This place served as one of human civilization's bases on the battlefield. At this moment, a 7th-rank monarch evolver stood at the top of the mountain range, gazing afar towards the central battlefield. Alien numbers are changing, a large number of different species strong ones are returning. This 7th-rank monarch, the highest commander of human civilization in this battlefield of different races, frowned at this moment. What exactly does this group from the Heiyuan clan want to do? The 7th-rank monarch named Zhou Shi was somewhat undecided. Don't engage with the Heiyuan clan as much as possible in the near future. The 7th-rank monarch, Zhou Shi, thought to himself, planning to respond to every change with constancy. Suddenly, the 7th-rank monarch, Zhou Shi, seemed to sense something and quickly connected his consciousness to the virtual world. In most areas of the battlefield of different races, human evolvers were unable to connect to the three goddesses and the virtual world. However, in the bases of human civilization, there were no such restrictions, and connections could be made at any time. A moment later. Frubnov.com, Joe Sure disconnected from the virtual world, his expression extremely somber. These Heiyuan clan members dare to do this. Is the insect race intending to launch a decisive battle against our human race? Joe Sure's thoughts surged, as the goddess of freedom had informed him that the Heiyuan clan might soon commit their entire clan's strength to cleanse the human civilization evolvers on the battlefield. As for the source of the message, it was the top fortune-telling master of human civilization who, through information derived from millions of battlefields of different races, drew this conclusion. The peak insect race would, for some unspeakable reason, order all clans under their command to launch a cleansing against human civilization's evolvers in the battlefields of different races, at all costs. Commit their entire clan's strength. The 7th-rank monarch Joe Sure took a deep breath. Although the Heiyuan clan were but a powerful clan, they also had many strong ones in the 8th layer and even had quite a few beings exceeding the 8th layer. If the Heiyuan clan committed their entire clan's strength, the human civilization evolvers on this battlefield would have no capacity to resist. We can only flee. The 7th-rank monarch Joe Sure thought to himself quietly. This was also the advice given by the goddess of freedom. Before the Heiyuan clan could react, all human civilization evolvers should flee in different directions. Doing so would increase the survival rate greatly due to the wide area spread. According to the deductions of the goddess of freedom, 8 or 9 out of 10 human civilization evolvers would survive. Not far from the eternal spatial rift. Lin Yuan had just started to comprehend for a short while, when he heard the armored man's message transmission. "Brother, come back quickly, there's something important to discuss." The armored man advised Lin Yuan to walk out as calmly as possible and try not to attract the attention of other alien races. Something important. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he stood up and left. Whoosh. Through the teleportation area, Lin Yuan returned to the suspended mountain range. Lin Yuan looked around and noticed that a large number of evolvers had already arrived. It must be something major. Lin Yuan realized in his heart. Everyone. The battlefield commander, Joe Sure, suddenly appeared and looked towards the many evolvers, speaking, the Heiyuan clan. Joe Sure briefly recounted the Heiyuan clan's schemes, leaving the vast majority of evolvers on the field filled with anger and shock. What was this? To mobilize more than 10 8th-layer evolvers for a purge in a minor battlefield. But don't worry, everyone. Continued Joe Sure, the battlefield commander, the schemes of the Heiyuan clan, or the insect race, have been foreseen in advance by the great diviners of our human civilization. With us having the upper hand against the unprepared, as long as we escape quickly, we should have an 80 to 90% chance of survival. Joe Sure said. For secret cleansing acts like those of the Heiyuan clan, maintaining secrecy is the most crucial aspect. By taking advantage of the fact that human civilization had not yet reacted, they could mobilize a large number of strong ones and blockade the surroundings of the battlefield. At that time, all human evolvers would be like fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others. But now, it had been found out by human civilization in advance. What's more important, the Heiyuan clan was unaware that human civilization had already caught on. Caught off guard, the strong ones of the Heiyuan clan would not be able to seal off such a vast area around the battlefield. So, according to the calculations of the goddess of freedom, 80 to 90% of human civilization's evolvers would survive. In a moment, I will activate this mountain range and smash it towards the direction of the Heiyuan clan while you all take that opportunity to escape in any direction you choose. Remember, you must run with all your might. Stated Joe Sure, the 7th-rank monarch, seriously. His true body was elsewhere, so he was not afraid of falling and was willing to stay behind to buy time for the other evolvers. What kind of madness has the Heiyuan clan succumbed to? Lin Yuan listened for a while at the bottom and quickly thought to himself. Was the Heiyuan clan not afraid of human civilization seeking retribution afterward? Lin Yuan glanced around and noticed that most evolvers were engaged in discussions, seemingly believing that the Heiyuan clan had gone mad. I should escape too. Lin Yuan sighed. Even though the fall of the Taiyin primordial spirit wasn't an unbearable loss, it was still better to avoid falling if possible. Yuanin brother. At that moment, the armored man approached. Do you want to stick together later? If you follow me, you'll definitely be safe. The armored man patted his chest, enthusiastically suggesting. No need. Lin Yuan shook his head. Being a primordial spirit body, he was not limited by a physical body. When he exerted his full power, his speed might even reach the level of an 8th-layer evolver. Don't be shy. The armored man, thinking Lin Yuan was just being modest, spoke carelessly. Suddenly, the suspended mountain range beneath them trembled violently. Everyone flee immediately, commanded the battlefield leader, Zhou Shi, his voice echoing in everyone's ears. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Experience tails at. All barriers of the suspended mountain range disappeared. Any evolver could freely enter and leave this place. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without a second thought, numerous evolvers began to flee in every direction. The armored man turned to look for Lin Yuan. Only to see Lin Yuan's figure turn into a meteor, instantly crossing 100 miles and vanishing from the armored man's sensory range. So fast. The armored man watched in astonishment. Chapter 322, The Great Escape. Please subscribe. On the other side of the battlefield, a monocled man from the Heiyuan clan watched intently. He had already commanded many Heiyuan clan powerhouses to blockade every sector of the battlefields of different races. Once the blockade was complete, the entire battlefield would become a prison. By then, he would personally take action and cleanse all of human civilization's evolvers. Suddenly, in the distance, the suspended mountain range that served as the base for human civilization's evolvers quickly rose into the air. It charged toward the side of the Heiyuan clan. The monocled man's expression changed slightly. The suspended mountain range was the base of human civilization on this battlefield. It was also a weapon that could transform into a war fortress when necessary. But clearly, now was not the time for that. What is that? The monocled men immediately noticed that with the collision of the suspended mountain range. Explore more at. Countless evolvers of human civilization started fleeing frantically in all directions using various means. Damn. The pitch-black thunder that flowed over the monocled man's body suddenly began to boil. Clearly, the plans of his Heiyuan clan, or perhaps the insect race, had been leaked. Otherwise, these human evolvers would not have started fleeing outright. Die. The monocled man took a step forward. All around him, within 1,000,000 miles, pitch-black thunder filled the space. Hiss. The monocled man raised his right hand and pressed it toward the oncoming suspended mountain range. Merely ants. The monocled man's gaze was cold. And in an instant, the suspended mountain range, which had become a war fortress, began to crumble rapidly. Ha 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 ha. Children of the Heiyuan clan, I hope you can struggle to survive beneath the wrath of my human civilization. Inside the suspended mountain range, 7th-rank monarch, Zhou Shi, burst into mad laughter, then crumbled along with the suspended mountain range. The suspended mountain range was too large, and as a war fortress, its target was too apparent. It could only be left behind to attempt to cover the retreat, delaying the Heiyuan clan. But obviously, the monocled man's strength was too terrifying. Almost reaching the peak of the 8th layer, he crushed the suspended mountain range directly. They've all escaped. The monocled man looked toward the countless human evolvers fleeing in all directions. Being of high realm, the monocled men had long grasped the instantaneous movement spatial model in the core space model. But in the battlefields of different races, spatial fluctuations were significant. Whether it was wormhole shuttling or spatial teleportation, they both were likely to result in large errors or even getting lost in the depths of space. Therefore, the monocled men could only rely on flight to give chase. But the directions in which the numerous human evolvers fled were all different, every which way, up and down, left and right. Even if the monocled man truly pursued them, if he caught one and then returned, the other evolvers would have already run far away. Once the evolvers left the range of the battlefield, they could manipulate spaceships for wormhole shuttling. At that time, the Heiyuan clan would no longer have the ability to pursue and kill. This was precisely why the goddess of freedom made the decision to have the human evolvers escape. Because this could allow 8 or 9 out of 10 human evolvers to survive. As for the loss of many resources on the battlefield, it didn't count for much. Chikuin main star. Deep within the 13 Peaks Great Hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The Heiyuan clan. Lin Yuan looked distantly toward the direction of the battlefields of different races. Everything experienced by the Taiyin primordial spirit, he naturally felt in sync. The higher-ups of human civilization should be aware of this by now. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In the battlefields of different races' suspended mountain range, one could freely log into the virtual world and connect with the goddess of freedom. In such a circumstance, the moves of the Heiyuan clan must have been transmitted. The Heiyuan clan, the insect race. Lin Yuan didn't know the specifics, he only speculated that the actions of the Heiyuan clan must be related to the insect race. Or perhaps they were directly instigated by them. If it really has to do with the insect race, then it's not just one battlefield where this has happened. Lin Yuan conjectured in his heart, peak clans like the insect race wouldn't engage in meaningless actions. To merely seize one small-sized otherworldly battlefield. This would hardly have any effect on the overall battle situation. Battlefields of different races. Run, run, run. Run. Millions upon millions of human evolvers, among whom were not a few of the 7th rank, and even the 6th rank constituted a considerable number, were fleeing desperately. Faced with the command of the battlefield's leader, these evolvers had no doubts whatsoever. Especially after seeing the leader, Zhou Shi, driving the suspended mountain range as a war fortress. Charging toward the Heiyuan clan only to directly crumble afterward, they became even more desperate in their escape. Among the fleeing evolvers, many were 6th rank and even 7th rank evolvers, some of whom had true bodies. But even if the true bodies were safe for the time being outside, if the avatars were to die, it would still require a significant amount of time and energy to be recondensed. And the many treasures and weapons they carried would be lost. So unless it was a moment of complete despair, no one would willingly give up. Without a complete blockade, at most only 1 or 2 out of 10 human evolvers can be stopped. The monocled men looked at the human evolvers fleeing in all directions and quickly came to a conclusion. The response speed of human civilization was just too fast. If only they waited a little longer, until the blockade of the Heiyuan clan was fully formed. All evolvers of human civilization would have no escape. But for now, according to the blockade range of the Heiyuan clan powerhouses, they could probably hold back 1 or 2 out of 10 evolvers. Try to kill those 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers. The monocled man quickly made a decision in his mind. With only being able to hold back 1 or 2 out of 10 human evolvers as the big premise. Naturally, it was most cost-effective to leave behind those of the 6th and 7th rank. As for the 4th and 5th rank, let them flee. Chapter 323, 18, The Great Escape. Please subscribe, _2. Shiweyo, in the southeastern area you are in, 10 minutes from now, at a 30-degree position to the lower left, there will be a 7th rank human evolver passing by. Kill him. The unicorn man's gaze was vast, his perception spreading. As he began to lock onto those human evolvers with strong auras. The insect race's command to them was to kill as many human evolvers as possible. The more human evolvers of higher ranks they killed, the more rewards they would be bestowed. At the edge of the battlefields of different races, Lin Yuan transformed into a streak of flowing light, swiftly fleeing towards the outside of the battlefield. Didn't delay even for a moment. Lin Yuan glanced behind him, certainly expecting the suspended mountain range to collapse. Inside, the 7th rank monarch Zhou Shi, likewise did not stir up the slightest ripple. If I tried to cover our retreat, it would probably be of no use, right? Lin Yuan thought to himself, the entire Heiyuan clan had deployed its full strength. Which simply wasn't something a 7th rank evolver could stop. Even an average 8th layer might not last long. This is the battlefield of different species. Full of crises, all sorts of situations can arise at any moment. Lin Yuan felt somewhat emotional. This time entering the battlefield of different races. He had been extremely cautious and low profile, not engaging in battle with any different species. Yet even so, he'd still ended up in this escape situation. This was just a small-sized otherworldly battlefield. If it were a medium, let alone a large alien battlefield, the uncertainties would be even greater. Enjoy new stories from powerful beings like the Chikuin Star Lord had to be careful and cautious on a large alien battlefield. With my speed, if I were to go all out, I could completely approach a 8th rank evolver, or even surpass an average 8th rank evolver. At the moment, Lin Yuan was showing a speed that only reached the 6th rank peak. Not even as fast as a 7th rank evolver. The reason for this was fear. That showing too great a speed would attract the attention of the Heiyuan clan's strong ones. Like that unicorn man. If he saw Lin Yuan's speed reaching the 8th layer, would he come after him personally? So Lin Yuan's displayed speed was moderately above average among the countless fleeing evolvers. If the leader Zhou Shi was right that the scattered fleeing human evolvers had an 80 to 90% chance of survival, then Lin Yuan was very likely to escape. Too much speed makes one stick out and more likely to be targeted. In the southeastern region of the battlefield, the stocky Minshueyo's eyes were fierce, leading many of the Heiyuan clan strong ones to guard the area. There's a group of 4th and 5th rank evolvers escaping this way, don't bother with them. The stocky Minshueyo's target was clear. Killing one 6th rank evolver could secure more bounty from the insect race than hundreds of 4th and 5th rank evolvers. If they went after that group of 4th and 5th rank evolvers and missed a 6th or 7th rank evolver, that would be a real loss. And with the foundation of human civilization, the death of a few 4th and 5th rank evolvers is practically negligible. Considering the current human population, more 4th and 5th rank evolvers naturally die of old age each day than on the battlefield. There's a 7th rank evolver escaping this way. The stocky Minshueyo's eyes lit up as he looked into the distance. Their area was subtly twisted in space, isolated from the outside. So that human evolver had no idea there were Heiyuan clan strong ones ambushed nearby. I'll go. You guys stay here. The stocky Minshueyo said. As an 8th layer strong one, he was a sure bet to deal with a 7th rank evolver. Sending their own 7th rank could result in being held up or counter-killed. 8th layer against 7th rank, the pressure of the Great Realm difference meant no surprises. Whoosh! The stocky Minshueyo disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already directly in front of the fleeing 7th rank evolver. Human. The stocky Minshueyo looked pitying. I don't want to kill you either, but this is the insect race's command. Shoo. Before the fleeing 7th rank evolver even understood what was happening, he was dead at the stocky man's hands. It was too easy for 8th layer to handle a 7th rank. As more 6th and 7th rank evolvers were intercepted and killed, many 4th and 5th rank evolvers managed to escape. Because of the position of the suspended mountain range, which is not the very center of the battlefield, it led some evolvers to choose escape directions closer to the battlefield. Therefore, their escape from the battlefield was naturally quicker. I'm about to leave the battlefield. Lin Yuan, formed into a meteor, surveilled his surroundings, thinking rapidly. If he went all out, he could have left the battlefield by now. But similarly, that might have caught the attention of a more powerful different species, leading to interception. Just a little bit longer. Lin Yuan maintained a speed close to the 6th rank peak. As soon as he escapes the battlefield of different species and reaches the stable cosmic starry sky, he would immediately bring out a cosmic spaceship, perform a wormhole shuttle. Then, this Taiyin primordial spirit would be saved. The southeastern area of the battlefield. The stocky man, Shueyo, continued to observe his surroundings. That human evolver, his speed is close to that of a 6th rank peak, we can't let him escape alive. The stocky man, Shueyo, noticed Lin Yuan and spoke. Chang Yu, you go kill him. The stocky man, Shueyo, instructed. His 8th layer strength was meant to deal with human 7th rank evolvers. As for 6th rank evolvers, there was no need for that. They could be left to other 7th rank members of the Heiyuan clan. 8th layer dealing with 7th rank, no surprises there. 7th rank dealing with 6th rank, just as unsurprising. Under the suppression of a great realm, even the top geniuses of the human civilization could hardly contend. Yes, freewebnovel.com. Lord Shueyo, I will take care of this human. The 7th rank strongman of the Heiyuan clan, Chang Yu, licked his lips. Killing these human evolvers could garner rewards from the insect race. And even more so, one could obtain the numerous treasures and weapons from the opponent. In the usual battlefields of different races, they, as 7th rank members, would be entangled by the 7th rank evolvers of human civilization, where was the chance to bully the weak. 7th rank strongman Chang Yu vanished, reappearing directly in front of the direction where Lin Yuan was fleeing. Hee, just die quietly at my hands. The 7th rank strongman Chang Yu patiently waited there, waiting for Lin Yuan to enter a certain range before he took action to crush him to death. Lin Yuan's mind stirred, sensing a change in the atmosphere ahead. What to do? Lin Yuan's brows furrowed. With the sensing range of a 6th rank evolver, he couldn't detect that 7th rank alien. Just pretend I don't know. Lin Yuan decided to maintain his escape direction. After all, once he changed direction, he would be discovered by that 7th rank alien, who could also change direction to block him. Boom, boom, boom. His terrifying speed tore through the air. Soon he would enter the attack range of that 7th rank alien. Ha ha ha, human, go die. The 7th rank alien strongman, Chang Yu, revealed himself, lifting his right hand and slamming it down towards Lin Yuan. He should be dead now. In the distance, the stocky man Shueyo glanced in this direction, having already pronounced Lin Yuan's death sentence. Although Chang Yu's strength was no match for a 7th rank monarch evolver of the humans, wasn't it a cinch for him to deal with a 6th rank peak evolver? Not good, Brother Yuan is in danger. In another direction, the armored man noticed this and his heart suddenly tightened. He had originally planned to escape with Lin Yuan, but he didn't expect Lin Yuan to be so fast, so seeing Lin Yuan set off, he followed suit and fled. However, the armored man was only trailing behind Lin Yuan. Due to his slower speed, the distance between them grew further and further apart. Now, they were nearly 1,000,000 kilometers apart. It's a 7th rank alien. A chill ran down the armored man's spine. With a 7th rank alien ambushing ahead, he couldn't see any way for Lin Yuan to possibly survive. Boom, boom, boom. Facing the suddenly appearing 7th rank alien, Lin Yuan's speed did not slow down in the slightest, he continued to rush forward. Ha ha ha, scared stiff, huh? The Heiyuan clan's Chang Yu's face revealed a sneer, thinking Lin Yuan was too afraid to react. Die. The 7th rank alien, Chang Yu, did not hold back and struck Lin Yuan with all his might. But the next moment, the air around them suddenly carried wisps of Taiyin power. The blow delivered by the 7th rank alien, Chang Yu, evaporated swiftly under the erosion of the power of Taiyin. Ah. The 7th rank alien, Chang Yu, blinked, somewhat puzzled. Boom. At this moment, Lin Yuan, fleeing at the speed of a 6th rank peak, suddenly surged in speed by 10-fold, 100-fold. In the blink of an eye, he overpowered the 7th rank alien, Chang Yu. No. The 7th rank alien, Chang Yu's face showed terror as his shape shattered instantly. Lin Yuan flew past and casually collected his storage treasure. What? In the distance, the stocky man, Shueyo, looked this way with some disbelief. That speed. Shueyo's face changed. In another section of the battlefield, the one-horned man also noticed the scene unfolding here and turned his gaze over. Chapter 324, 19, Innumerable arrogant figures of the world, who dares to stand side by side with you, seeking subscriptions. 7th rank peak, no, this speed has already reached the 8th layer threshold. The unicornman judged in his heart. It must be some 7th rank peak evolver who specializes in speed. The unicornman gazed in the direction Lin Yuan had fled. Impressive, he actually deceived me. If Lin Yuan had shown this kind of power or speed from the beginning, the unicornman would have immediately ordered the Heiyuan clan's strong ones to block him ahead of time. But Lin Yuan did not. Instead, he disguised himself as an ordinary 6th rank evolver. This might sound simple, but it's difficult to execute. The most crucial point was to deceive the unicorn man's perception. When Suspended Mountain ascended and countless evolvers fled, the unicorn man quickly identified many 7th rank evolvers' locations. However, Lin Yuan's Yin God was a primordial spirit body. Lacking a physical form, his aura and the power of Tyene nearly merged together. Even someone as powerful as the Unicorn Men could commonly overlook him with a cursory sensing. It's too late. The Unicorn Men saw Lin Yuan had already left the range of the battlefields of different races, and knew that even if he personally gave chase, he might not succeed. After leaving the range of the battlefields of different races, human race evolvers can control cosmic spaceships and perform wormhole shuttle. Damn it. You actually killed Fei Yu. The stocky men, Shueyo, furiously stared in the direction of Lin Yuan's escape, intending to pursue. No need to chase. At that moment, the voice of the Unicorn Men rang in Shueyo's ears. Continue to surround and kill the other human 7th rank evolvers. The Unicorn Men instructed. Letting Lin Yuan, a 7th rank peak evolver, escape was indeed regrettable. But there are still many human 7th rank evolvers who haven't escaped yet. They are the next primary targets of the Heiyuan clan. Yes. Shueyo took a deep breath and returned to his position. Did I actually escape too? The armored men followed in the direction Lin Yuan had fled and unexpectedly escaped the battlefields of different races without obstructions. It's the Yuanin brothers. The armored men immediately realized why his escape was so smooth. Considering the circumstances just now, as a 6th rank evolver like him, he should have received significant attention from the Heiyuan different species. At least one 7th rank evolver should have been dispatched to stop him. But Lin Yuan, with a shockingly powerful technique, had severely killed a 7th rank member of the Heiyuan clan, resulting in a gap in that area's blockade. That surprisingly allowed him such an easy escape. The strength of the Yuanin brothers must be really strong, perhaps nearing a commander level. The armored men, grateful for his fortune, then thought back to the scene of Lin Yuan killing that 7th rank different species. So swift and decisive, the opponent didn't even have time to react. It was unbelievable. That 7th rank different species probably possessed marquee-level strength. With such strength, aside from a 7th rank king, who could kill so effortlessly. Just a moment ago, I thought of having the Yuanin brother follow me for protection. The armored man felt somewhat embarrassed with Lin Yuan's previously displayed strength. It's likely that instead of him protecting Lin Yuan, he would have been dragging Lin Yuan down. When Lin Yuan first arrived at the battlefields of different races, it was he who came forward to welcome him. The armored men had then invited Lin Yuan to go to the central battlefield to kill different species together, but he was refused. He had thought Lin Yuan was weak or not good at fighting. Now it seems he was completely wrong. Quickly proceed with wormhole shuttle. The armored men immediately took out a cosmic spaceship from his storage ring. Then activated wormhole shuttle, and like flowing water, soon disappeared out of sight. 60 light-years from the battlefields of different races. The force of space subtly started to fluctuate. A dark spaceship appeared. Lin Yuan was piloting the spaceship, continuously heading towards the territory of the human civilization. Wormhole shuttle has a cooldown period under normal circumstances and cannot be continually used. With my current combat power, under a sneak attack, I have the possibility of killing a 7th rank marquis. Lin Yuan began to reassess everything that had just happened. That 7th rank different species was probably equivalent to a human 7th rank marquis. Normally, facing Lin Yuan's Tyene primordial spirit, even if defeated, should have been able to struggle for a while. But the opponent underestimated Lin Yuan too much, leading to an instant kill. One must know, this was only Lin Yuan's Tyene primordial spirit. After stepping into the 7th rank, due to the creation of an inner world, the strength of Lin Yuan's main body had increased the most. As for the 2 primordial spirits, they were much weaker. Even so, they could still sweep through ordinary 7th rank marquis levels. If it were the main body's turn, even a 7th rank king would have to be suppressed. After all, among the 7th rank evolvers, the power of the world essentially amounts to cheating. Continue the shuttle. Soon, the wormhole shuttle's cooldown period ended. Lin Yuan did not hesitate to start another round of shuttle. Explore more stories at. A day or two later. Lin Yuan officially entered the territory of human civilization. Only at this moment did Lin Yuan finally breathe a slight sigh of relief. The Black Abyss clan, no matter how crazy, wouldn't dare to pursue into the territory of human civilization. Even the insect race wouldn't dare enter the territory of human civilization unless absolutely necessary, because that would mean escalating the war. Whether it's human civilization or other peak clans of the cosmic starry sky, the reason for establishing the battlefields of different races is to try to keep the war confined to those battlefields. If there were no constraints, everyone invading each other's territories would lead to much greater losses. Hurry up and go back. Lin Yuan waited for the cooldown to end and then initiated another wormhole shuttle. Battlefields of different races. The fighting gradually calmed down. The unicorn man's gaze was icy, with the stocky man, Shiweo, reporting next to him. Lord, during this blockade and killing operation, we killed 36 human 7th rank evolvers, 572 6th rank evolvers, and 2,837 5th and 4th rank evolvers. Chapter 325, 19 Numerous arrogant talents in the world, who dares to stand side by side with you, please subscribe, _2. Although the Heiyuan clan's focus is mainly on 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers, they generally don't actively pursue the killing of 4th rank and 5th rank evolvers. However, if 4th rank or 5th rank evolvers intrude into the attack range of a powerful member of the Heiyuan clan, it comes as no surprise if they are taken down. Among the 36 7th rank evolvers, 15 possess the doppelganger skill. Among the 572 6th rank evolvers, 127 possess the skill. Shiweo continued to speak. A small portion of 7th rank evolvers, and the majority of 8th layer evolvers, in addition to contemplating space rules, are also involved with the rules of causality. The rules of causality, while not as foundational as the space rules, are enigmatic and unpredictable. Those who have a deeper understanding of the rules of causality can develop many bizarre techniques, such as the curse-killing skill. The curse-killing skill is just one of the many applications of the causality rules. The uses of this rule are plentiful. For example, when Shiweo kills an evolver, the moment the killing intent surges, a connection of cause and effect is established between the two. If Shiweo successfully kills the target, the causality will cease to exist with the death of the person, which means he would no longer feel any causal connection to that evolver, thus confirming the target's demise. If, after the killing, a faint sense of causality is still perceived, it could mean that the target has not died and likely has techniques like the doppelganger skill at their disposal. Indeed. The unicornman nodded slightly upon hearing this. Although the result is quite different from the expectation of completely purging all human evolvers, achieving such results is still quite remarkable. At least 21 7th rank human evolvers have died. The remaining 7th rank evolvers, even if their true bodies are alive, have suffered a severe cost with the death of a doppelganger. On Chikuan main star, Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged. Not only did battlefield C24763 experience a purge by different species at the same time, but there were also 5,463 other alien battlefields undergoing the same purge. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows slightly as he received the news. All these battlefields of different races under the Insect Race Alliance. Is the insect race really intending to start a full-scale war with the human race? Lin Yuan was puzzled. Generally speaking, it was rare for peak clans to engage in serious conflict, whether it be the human race, the insect race, or other major peak clans. They all had proven their might in the long wars of the past. It was implausible for one side to completely annihilate the other. Thus, the intensity of the wars was tacitly maintained within a certain range. There must be a reason for this. Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world. Personal space. Shifeng stepped out from the void, his red nose unmistakable. Shirsan, little brother. If you want to know why the insect race is going crazy, I happen to know some inside information. Shifeng said with a grin. As a 6th-rank citizen and a founder of an evolution path, Shifeng had a vast network of connections. What's the reason? Lin Yuan asked. Even if Shifeng didn't know, Lin Yuan had planned to ask several senior fellow disciples, or even inquire directly from Chikuan Star Lord, his teacher. It was only natural for Lin Yuan to be curious and ask a few more questions about such significant developments on the alien battlefields. It's because of the large alien battlefield. Shifeng didn't keep him in suspense, speaking in a hushed tone. Large alien battlefield. Lin Yuan felt a slight shock in his heart. Explore new worlds at. There are over 2 million battlefields opened up between humans and different species. with just over 100 of them being large battlefields. Large alien battlefields are where the human civilization clashes with other peak clans. Even supreme beings occasionally turn their gaze toward the large alien battlefields and may sometimes intervene. The reason the insect race is targeting small and medium-sized battlefields is because of an event that is about to take place above battlefield S-111. Feng explained mysteriously. The top oracle of the insect race has predicted that, soon, a foreign visitor will come to battlefield S-111, through the eternal spatial rift. To be precise, it's the corpse of a visitor from beyond. This corpse must be very important, so important that the insect race wants to have it all to themselves, ordering many clans within the alliance to put forth their full strength to cause trouble for our human civilization. This is in order to gain an advantageous position in the upcoming struggle for this corpse. Feng told him. I see. Lin Yuan appeared thoughtful. Eternal spatial rifts on the large alien battlefields are enormous, spanning tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of miles. And occasionally foreign visitors cross through such vast spatial rifts to enter the main world. What was the outcome? Lin Yuan asked. Whose hands did the corpse of the extraterrestrial visitor that floated in from the spatial rift fall into? What else could have happened? The insect race was able to deduce this matter. How could our human civilization be completely unaware? Red-nosed Feng shook his head and said, besides, the supreme beings from the several other peak clans also approached, wanting a share of the spoils. In the end, the outsider's corpse was torn to pieces, and our human civilization should have gotten a part of it. After finishing his statement, Red-nosed Feng added with some surprise, I wonder what is so miraculous about that corpse that even the supreme beings vied for it. That's a question for the supreme beings. Lin Yuan shook his head. After chatting with Red-nosed Feng for a few more lines, Lin Yuan then disconnected the virtual world connection and his consciousness returned to reality. The teacher is looking for me. Is it about the matters on the alien battlefield? Lin Yuan suddenly received a message from the Chiquin Star Lord, asking him and his fellow disciples to come to him. The sudden foul play of the various species from the insect race alliance on the battlefield would definitely not be left as is. Next, it would be the human civilization's turn to retaliate. Outside the Crimson Hall, Zhuge, the fourth disciple, and the other peak masters stood chatting idly. They too had heard about the events that transpired on the alien battlefield, and their conversation mainly revolved around it. As the disciples chatted, they eventually talked about Lin Yuan. We consider ourselves evolutionary geniuses, belonging to the first class of outstanding talents, but when compared with our little junior brother. The sixth disciple sighed. Even now, he was still shocked by Lin Yuan's step to the 7th rank. The 7th rank. This was the 7th rank. It's not cabbage on the side of the road. Something you step into just because you wish to. Indeed, how exactly does our junior brother cultivate? Could it be that he always practices so diligently that he doesn't even dream? The other disciples exchanged glances, all filled with deep emotion. The entire outer world was abuzz when the 13th peak master stepped into the 7th rank. And inside the Red Kuan lineage, the shock was not much less, all filled with astonishment. It should be known that the peak masters were taken as disciples by the Chiquin Star Lord because of their undeniable talents, worthy of the title of evolutionary prodigies. Even though the first, second, and third disciples had stepped into the 7th rank, Zhuge and the other peak masters had no doubt or questioning about themselves, believing that they would eventually break through to the same level one day. Until they met the little junior brother, Lin Yuan. Junior brother is coming. Zhuge and the other peak masters seemed to sense something. Smiles appeared on their faces as they looked towards the figure walking over from a distance. It was Lin Yuan. 4th disciple, 5th disciple, 6th disciple. Lin Yuan greeted each one in turn. Junior brother, the teacher is waiting for us inside, let's hurry in. Zhuge, the 4th disciple, spoke up. All right. Lin Yuan nodded and walked into the Crimson Hall. Zhuge, the 4th disciple, and the other disciples also followed him in. For some reason, Zhuge and the others intentionally fell half a step behind Lin Yuan, not walking shoulder to shoulder. Lin Yuan seemed to notice something and stopped to look back at his fellow disciples. Disciples, there really is no need for this. Lin Yuan couldn't help saying he didn't feel that stepping into the 7th rank made him thoroughly superior. Some things, and some people, still needed to be analyzed specifically. When Lin Yuan had just joined the Red Kuan lineage and became the 13th peak master, the fellow disciples had taken great care of him. "You're thinking too much, junior brother, we just feel a bit of pressure walking alongside you." Zhugu, the 4th disciple, spoke the truth. "Well, okay then." Lin Yuan thought about it and didn't say much, continuing towards the depths of the palace. Zhugu, the 4th disciple, and the other peak master disciples exchanged glances. With the talents Lin Yuan was currently displaying, in several decades or a few hundred years, he likely has the potential to challenge the 8th layer. To become a great figure at the same level as the Star Lord. Such potential. Such talent. Such ability. With countless prodigies in the world, who dares walk shoulder to shoulder with you? Chapter 326, 20 The Teacher's Gift. Please subscribe. Crimson Palace. Lin Yuan and his 12 senior brothers stood below. Qikuan Star Lord, the teacher, sat in the high seat, as Lin Yuan glanced at the other senior brothers. He noticed that the senior brothers all behaved very casually. Qikuan Star Lord wasn't the type of teacher who was very imposing, preferring a friendly approach with his disciples. "Everyone has arrived." Qikuan Star Lord nodded slightly. Actually, there were many 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers in the Qikuan lineage, but at its core, naturally, the Star Lord and various peak masters were the main focus. Within the Cosmic Human Alliance, the relationship between a teacher and his disciples even surpassed that of the closest kinship. Once the master-disciple relationship was confirmed, it truly required commitment. In the past several tens of thousands of years, Qikuan Star Lord hadn't taken any disciples, not only because he hadn't met any satisfactory evolvers but also because accepting a disciple wasn't just a matter of saying so. If in the future a disciple caused some trouble outside, Qikuan Star Lord would have to step in and offer protection. Those evolvers who passed the test of 7-star cave and joined the Red Kuan lineage, strictly speaking, weren't Qikuan Star Lord's disciples, and they weren't even disciples of the 12 peak masters. They could only be considered members of the Red Kuan lineage. The Red Kuan lineage nurtured them, and in turn, they served the Red Kuan lineage. Both sides gave to each other. I'll keep it short. You've also heard about the commotion caused by the insect race on the battlefield. Although our human civilization's top prophets discovered it in advance and the loss wasn't substantial, we can't let this matter slide so easily. Qikuan Star Lord spoke in a calm tone. Taking as an example the battlefield C24763 where Lin Yuan's Taiyin primordial spirit was, the Heiyuan clan wanted to cleanse the battlefield. Even though many human evolvers fled in all directions, there were still numerous 6th and 7th rank evolvers who died. This type of loss, compared to the overall war situation, wasn't significant. At least the insect race's planning failed, and the gaze of human civilization's supreme beings hadn't been drawn away by those medium-sized and small-sized otherworldly battlefields. But how could human civilization tolerate such a loss without reason? In the over 2 million years of the Starry Sea era, human civilization, in the eyes of the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky, differed little from demons. If you dare to disregard the baseline of warfare and strike with full force, wait for the crazed retaliation of human civilization. Eldest brother, you lead the army of evolvers to battlefield C34123. Experience tales at. Second brother, you lead the army of evolvers to battlefield C459543. Third brother. Qikuan Star Lord issued his orders following this pattern. It wasn't just the Qikuan Star Domain, the entire Anan Star Alliance and many other star alliances, one star domain after another, began transferring troops and increasing their investment in the battlefields. Ever since human civilization left its homeworld, there has always been a constant launch of battlefields, but at different times, the intensity and fierceness of the battlefields varied. For example, before the insect race's action, human civilization actually did not invest much power into the battlefields. The same was true for the other few peak civilizations. After all these years of fighting, they had formed some kind of tacit understanding. But now, since the insect race actively broke the tacit agreement, human civilization naturally wouldn't indulge them. On the battlefield, all actions should be centered around the goddess of freedom. Qikuan Star Lord said. Human external expansion and invasion were all coordinated by the goddess of freedom. With the goddess of freedom, every bit of human force could be fully utilized. This was the key to human civilization's successive victories on the battlefield. Teacher, what about me? Lin Yuan looked at how all 12 senior brothers had assignments and he had been overlooked, so he couldn't help but ask. Come here and take a look, just get familiar with it. Chikuan Star Lord shook his head and said, his main reason for inviting Lin Yuan over this time was to get him accustomed to the atmosphere of the battlefield. As for sending Lin Yuan to the battlefield, Chikuan Star Lord really couldn't bear to do it. Although it's said that even talented evolvers need to be tempered on the battlefield, that prerequisite is for when they hit a bottleneck and various attempts to break through have failed, and they have no choice but to make such a reluctant decision. Given the talent that Lin Yuan had shown, there was no sign he was trapped by any bottlenecks. Sending him to a battlefield fraught with danger at this time would be foolish. Junior brother, once you cultivate an avatar, you can go to the battlefield, the eldest senior brother said with a smile. The 12 senior brothers, including Chikuan Star Lord, didn't know about Lin Yuan's Yin Spirit and Yang Spirit, which were equivalent to having 2 avatars. The Yin Spirit and Yang Spirit avatars, although not unique, could make one suspect that they were related to the martial path evolutionary path. Teacher, what exactly happened on the large battlefield? The mysterious corpse that drifted in from the eternal spatial rift, what's the situation with that? After tasks were assigned, third senior brother asked out of curiosity. The reason the insect race broke the tacit agreement was because of that mysterious corpse. This corpse also attracted other Peak Clan supreme beings who didn't hesitate to personally intervene, eventually tearing that corpse into pieces. On battlefield S-111, the presence of the supreme beings was overwhelming, and this matter couldn't be concealed at all. As a result, many people were very curious about that corpse. A treasure that could provoke a battle amongst several supreme beings was extremely rare. At the level of supreme beings, every action was an embodiment of the universal truths, with no need for external objects. That corpse. Chikuan Star Lord pondered for a moment. Seeing this, Lin Yuan also appeared attentive. The chaotic flows in the void outside the worlds, depending on their intensity, can be divided into different regions. The chaotic void outside the immortal Tao world where Lin Yuan had traversed for the 5th time wasn't too harsh, allowing those with 7th rank strength to barely survive. Chapter 327, 20 The Teacher's Gift, please subscribe, _2. Even so, Lin Yuan was reluctant to stray too far from the immortal Tao world, needing to return from time to time for rest. As for the chaotic void outside of the main world, Battlefield C24763, Lin Yuan observed the eternal spatial rift and inferred that its intensity was far greater than that of the immortal Tao world. The grayish aura of utter destruction made Lin Yuan's scalp tingle. Indeed, it was as he thought. Lin Yuan perused the red Kuan lineages. Information, even the Chikuan Star Lord, an invincible evolver of the 8th layer, dared not enter the spatial rift casually. And that otherworldly visitor's corpse, able to withstand the chaotic void and enter the main world, maintaining its form in death and not being torn apart, is quite unfathomable. Keep in mind, on large alien battlefields, although otherworldly visitors often come through spatial rifts, they are alive, employing various methods and even treasures and weapons to resist the erosion of the chaotic void. But to rely on nothing else, using only bodily strength to withstand the chaotic void outside the main world, how strong must that body be? I don't have much insight into this, Phoebnol.csigmam, said the Chikuan Star Lord, shaking his head. The secrets of that corpse, he estimated, were known only to the supreme beings and a few top-tier diviners. I see. The third senior brother felt somewhat disappointed. He had thought his teacher would know some insider information. All right. You all may leave. Prepare yourselves, for it's time for a counterattack from our human civilization. The Chikuan Star Lord waved his hand. Yes. The senior brothers nodded, turning to leave the Crimson Hall. Yes. Lin Yuan was also planning to leave. At that moment, the voice of the Chikuan Star Lord rang out next to his ear. My good disciple, stay behind. In the Crimson Hall, only Lin Yuan and the Chikuan Star Lord remained. The Chikuan Star Lord looked at Lin Yuan, his thoughts filled with sentiment. Before meeting Lin Yuan, the Chikuan Star Lord believed that teaching a disciple was an extremely difficult task. Different disciples have different traits, either strengths or weaknesses, and one must tailor their teaching methods accordingly. Only by doing so could one possibly maximize the potential of a disciple. But tailoring one's teaching, while easy to say, is extremely hard in practice. The Chichuan Star Lord's great reputation for educating disciples was built on this principle. Then he met Lin Yuan. For the first time, the Chichuan Star Lord felt that teaching a disciple was not so difficult. In fact, it was quite easy. Since he had taken Lin Yuan as his disciple, he hadn't done much, yet the latter was already at the 7th rank. Logically speaking, after you stepped into the 6th rank, I would have given you some treasures. The Chichuan Star Lord said. For evolvers, the 6th rank is a critical period. The 12 peak masters also received the gifts prepared by the Chichuan Star Lord when they were at the 6th rank. This was the teacher's way of looking after his disciples. But your cultivation speed was too fast. Before I had even decided on a gift, you reached the 7th rank. The Chichuan Star Lord spoke with a tone of helplessness. Gifts, too, need to be custom-made. What is treasured at the 6th rank might not hold as much value once one reaches the 7th rank. Teacher. Lin Yuan blinked his eyes. In truth, he had already been restraining his speed of reaching the 7th rank. Had it not been for his desire to forge a perfect 7th stage chapter, Lin Yuan could have breached the 7th rank half a year ago, right after his 5th shuttle. Now that you're at the 7th rank, under normal circumstances, I should prepare a 7th layer treasure for you, but I feel that you won't stay long at the 7th rank, at most a few hundred years. Given that, a 7th rank treasure might not be of much help to you. How much can it really assist you in a few hundred years? The Chichuan Star Lord said, shaking his head. So this time, I intend to take care of everything in one go. Be it the 6th rank, 7th rank, or even your eventual 8th rank, I'll account for them all. The Chichuan Star Lord flipped his hand, and a fist-sized, irregular metal floated in the air. This block of irregular metal, merely upon its appearance, began to subtly influence its surroundings, even causing the forces of space itself to slowly undulate. What is this? Lin Yuan observed carefully. That piece of irregular metal had a very special feeling, stirring an uncontrollable desire within him. To possess it. Obtain it. I must obtain it. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly. The numerous distracting thoughts quickly dissipated. This object. Lin Yuan looked at it in astonishment, and just by watching it for a while, he was influenced. This irregular piece of metal was somewhat inconceivable. This object is called Origin Fine Gold. Back in the day, to obtain it, I, among several other alien strong ones, fought for hundreds of years. If I hadn't made a timely retreat back to the human civilization territory, it probably would have provoked a 9th rank alien race to take action. Your journey continues on. The Chichuan Star Lord said with a smile. This. Lin Yuan couldn't help but hold his breath. The Chichuan Star Lord was an invincible existence of the 8th layer. What is meant by invincible of the 8th layer? It does not mean that the Chichuan Star Lord has no opponents at the 8th layer, but rather that at this level, in one-on-one combat, no one could utterly defeat him. Of course, this isn't entirely accurate. If an evolver of the 8th layer wielded supreme weapons, the Chichuan Star Lord would likely have to flee. But how many supreme weapons are there? And the Chichuan Star Lord would just be fleeing, not falling. When the Chichuan Star Lord speaks of fighting several other 8th layer alien strong ones for hundreds of years, this undoubtedly means these alien strong ones, too, were invincible beings of the 8th layer. To compel such invincible beings of the 8th layer to fight desperately, and even ultimately attract the attention of a 9th rank alien race. Keep in mind, the 9th rank alien race is basically equivalent to the highest combat power of powerful clans, below only the peak clans. Teacher, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Although Lin Yuan didn't know what Origin Fine Gold was, just by listening to the Chichuan Star Lord's description, he knew that the value of this object definitely reached the 9th rank level. Though the Origin Fine Gold is precious, it is of little use to me now. The Chichuan Star Lord shook his head as he spoke. What he longed for now was to step into the 9th rank. As for the Origin Fine Gold, indeed, if he invested the required heart force, he could indeed boost his combat power by a fraction or two. But being invincible at the 8th layer already, advancing his combat power by a fraction or two carried no practical significance. Against other invincible strong ones of the 8th layer, he would still not be able to win. Then I thank you, teacher, Lin Yuan said with slight gratitude. The rule crystal the Qikuan Star Lord had previously given him could let an evolver comprehend the fire system rules embedded within. A rule crystal was part of the Qikuan Star Lord's collection, gifting it to Lin Yuan was a trivial matter. But the origin fine gold, just from Lin Yuan's first impression, it far surpassed the rule crystal. The origin fine gold is a growth-oriented treasure, best nurtured at the 7th rank. Its most precious quality, aside from its growth potential, is its malleability. Disciple, when you nurture the origin fine gold, you can shape it according to your will, turning it into offensive weapons, defensive weapons, and so on. The Qikuan Star Lord continued, theoretically speaking, the upper limit of the origin fine gold depends on the evolver's own limits. If you step into the 8th layer in the future, you could elevate the quality of the origin fine gold to the 8th layer. If you manage to break through to the 9th rank, it can be further improved. The Qikuan Star Lord looked at Lin Yuan. He felt somewhat relieved. This time there was no need to worry about Lin Yuan's cultivation speed being too fast. The specific methods of nurturing the origin fine gold will be sent to you by mail by me, detailing the instructions, said the Qikuan Star Lord. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. Next. The Qikuan Star Lord's thoughts stirred slightly. The irregular metal floating in front of him flew towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan raised his hand to catch it. This sensation. Lin Yuan inwardly marveled. On the surface, the origin fine gold appeared to be metal, and thus, should be extremely hard. However, once in his hands, Lin Yuan's first impression of the origin fine gold was that it was soft and squishy. It felt like a ball that would dent inward with a bit of pressure. It's truly marvelous. Lin Yuan kept observing it, constantly touching. All right then. Go back and study it, said the Qikuan Star Lord, waving his hand. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come to me. Yes. Lin Yuan put away the origin fine gold and turned to leave the Red Palace. Chapter 328-21, The 6th Shuttle, please subscribe. Carrying the origin fine gold capable of causing 8th layer invincible powerhouses to fight for their lives, Lin Yuan soon returned to the 13 Peaks Great Hall. As soon as he got back, Lin Yuan took out the origin fine gold and continued to study it. How to use it? The teacher's email arrived. Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world and started reading the email. To nurture the origin fine gold, you must first perform a blood ritual to claim ownership. The blood mentioned here is not ordinary blood, but blood containing fragments of the soul. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. In the main world, the soul is the most fundamental thing, and as for the physical body, there are methods like seizure that allow one to switch bodies, but the soul remains unchangeable. Let's begin. Lin Yuan extended his hand and forced out a drop of blood. This drop of blood, spherical and viscous, would have reabsorbed into the skin had Lin Yuan not controlled it. Hiss. As that drop of Lin Yuan's blood fell, it was quickly absorbed by the origin fine gold. Suddenly, Lin Yuan faintly felt a subtle connection forming between himself and the origin fine gold. Next is nurturing it. Lin Yuan grabbed the origin fine gold, only to see this irregularly shaped metal melt like flowing water, merging into Lin Yuan's body through his skin. Frubnoel.co. After entering Lin Yuan's body, the origin fine gold instinctually started gathering rapidly around the Dantian Qi Sea, just outside that internal small world. Strands of world force, centered around the inner world, slowly spread toward Lin Yuan's limbs and bones, enhancing his physical body. A portion of this world force, after passing through the origin fine gold, was not diminished at all. Instead, it gained an extremely pure aura. The origin fine gold itself was also refined a bit. Now, can I control the origin fine gold and shape it in the direction I desire? Lin Yuan closely observed the changes in the origin fine gold, silently pondering. The origin fine gold has two major features. One is its growth nature. Even if Lin Yuan was to advance to the 9th rank in the future, it would still be useful. The other is its malleability. As long as Lin Yuan wishes, he can shape the origin fine gold into any weapon. An offensive weapon. A defensive weapon. A soul defense weapon. All possible. However, to elevate the level of the origin fine gold, I must spend a lot of time in slow nurturing. Lin Yuan slightly frowned. Lots of time. According to the Qikuan Star Lord. Though Lin Yuan's cultivation speed was fast, it was bound to slow down after stepping into the 8th layer. Every being, upon entering the 8th layer, would experience a long period of dormancy. Then, Lin Yuan would have plenty of time to nurture the origin fine gold. Perhaps I can take the origin fine gold into world travel for nurturing. A thought suddenly occurred to Lin Yuan. Spending 50 strands of world-breaking origin force, Lin Yuan could perform physical travels. But if it's just about carrying a weapon, the consumption of world-breaking origin force would be much lower. 1 strand of world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan's mind delved deep into his consciousness, held a brief conversation with the door to the myriad realms, and concluded. Ever since stepping into the 6th rank, Lin Yuan found it possible to have some basic interactions with the door to the myriad realms. A strand of world-breaking origin force, it's not too much. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, contemplating. Carrying origin fine gold for travel would require an extra strand of world-breaking origin force. For Lin Yuan, a strand of world-breaking origin force merely meant 333 days, with the boost of an eternal spatial rift. Lin Yuan's speed of accumulating a strand of world-breaking origin force had dropped to 290 days. 290 days, for the likes of a 7th rank evolver like Lin Yuan, was too brief. 7th rank evolvers typically lived up to hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, the Human Civilization Alliance had many methods to extend life. Upon thinking of the world-breaking origin force, Lin Yuan planned to choose another alien battlefield with an eternal spatial rift. To send the Yang God and Yin God to accelerate the accumulation of the world-breaking origin force. If the Yang God and Yin God are placed under different battlefields' eternal spatial rifts, would the speed of accumulating world-breaking origin force double? Lin Yuan's heart raced. In the short term, Lin Yuan had no idea of heading to a medium-sized battlefield or large battlefield to find larger eternal spatial rifts. Because the Goddess of Wisdom and 2 other goddesses advised Lin Yuan against going. A medium-sized otherworldly battlefield was already under the watch of supreme beings and even had traces of 9th rank alien race appearances. The doppelganger skill, though a strong survival tactic, was not foolproof, facing certain attack techniques such as the curse-killing skill or memory contamination. It would still fail to defend. The former is easy to understand, as it involves the application of causal rules, using an avatar as a medium to curse the original body. As for the latter, since the avatar shares memories with the original, should the avatar encounter memory contamination, the original is likely also affected. The thought of one's memories being influenced is a terrifying matter. Of course. Stay updated with. Whether it's the curse-killing skill or memory contamination, none would affect Lin Yuan as an 8th rank evolver. Supreme beings wouldn't bother retaliating against such a minor figure as Lin Yuan, but 9th rank alien race might not follow the same restraint. No need to rush to a medium-sized otherworldly battlefield, a small-sized one will suffice. Lin Yuan thought to himself. A small-sized otherworldly battlefield could comfortably allow entry to 8th layer powerhouses, but a 9th rank. It's impossible for a 9th rank to enter a small-sized battlefield. This is a rule set by the human civilization and the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky. On battlefield C24763, the Heiyuan clan, breaking the tacit agreement with human evolvers, deployed their strongest force, merely an invincible horned men of the 8th layer. Chapter 329-21, The 6th Shuttle, subscribe please, _2. Be aware, the Heiyuan clan has 9th rank being sitting at the top, and not just one. Which 2 battlefields of different species should we choose this time? To verify his suspicion, Lin Yuan intended to send both the Yin spirit and Yang spirit to try it out simultaneously. Let's go with these 2 battlefields of different species. After considering for a moment, the criteria Lin Yuan used to select the battlefields of different species primarily revolved around the existence of an eternal spatial rift. Without an eternal spatial rift, it's impossible to speed up the accumulation of world-breaking origin force, which would significantly reduce Lin Yuan's gains. Secondly, the intensity of the war between human civilization and different species on this battlefield cannot be too high. Out of the more than 2 million battlefields of different species opened by human civilization, each has a different situation. On some battlefields, human evolvers and different species are fiercely antagonistic, and on such battlefields, it's simply not possible to stay beside an eternal spatial rift for long. You can barely stay for a moment before the different species come attacking. Go. Lin Yuan's thought flickered. The Yin spirit and Yang spirit stepped out from within him. Whoosh. 2 dark cosmic ships appeared. The Yin spirit and Yang spirit piloted the ships, heading towards the star platform outside the Qikuan main star. The 13 Peaks area, where Lin Yuan was located, is one of the most flourishing areas of Qikuan main star, with numerous ships taking off at every moment. As the Peak Master of 13 Peaks, even if Lin Yuan didn't announce it, a large number of evolvers would naturally come to him for allegiance. And all of this, Lin Yuan left to Fang Qing to manage. The number of practitioners on the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan glanced over and noticed that the number of martial arts evolutionaries practicing the first-tier chapter had skyrocketed to several times what it was half a year ago. It seems the videos I released are quite useful. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He had expended quite a bit of energy producing those videos. But as long as there is a yield, it's all worthwhile. Who knows where the 7th stage Martial Tao chapter will rank on the Qikuan evolution rankings once it's rolled out. Lin Yuan was somewhat expectant. Currently, Lin Yuan had only started the 7th rank chapter, and there was still some distance before it could be fully developed. However, Freebnovel.cm, it was foreseeable that the 7th rank chapter would have a transformative effect on the martial path evolutionary path, impacting it even more significantly than the time Lin Yuan completely revised the path, freeing it from the confines of Taiyin and Taiyang. Because this 7th rank chapter, theoretically, could give rise to an inner world. Of course, Lin Yuan was also aware. It would be difficult for other martial arts evolutionaries to create an inner world in the 7th rank chapter. It requires understanding 965 basic spatial models during the 6th rank and selecting a path that is sufficiently perfect. For instance, if a martial arts evolutionary had chosen the power of gold as their path at the 2nd layer, they would delve into understanding the golden rules in the 3rd and 4th rank. But by the 6th rank, even if this martial arts evolutionary had understood the 965 spatial models, they could not open up an inner world. Because the golden rules are too simplistic, nowhere near as perfect and complete as the Taiji Dao formed by Taiyin and Taiyang. This martial arts evolutionary, to create a small inner world, would have to grasp the rules beyond the golden rules, utilizing the 5 elements rules of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, alongside the space rules, to hope to create a small inner world. Nonetheless, no matter how you put it, the 7th rank chapter which Lin Yuan currently opened has a tremendously lifted ceiling, and the evaluation from the Goddess of Wisdom definitely won't be low. A month later. This is the core spatial model. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, strands of spatial force continuously intertwining, instantly forming a spatial model. This spatial model, far more complicated than the basic spatial models by thousands to tens of thousands of times, just looking at it gives a sense of spatial transformations. The core spatial model, elucidating the essence of space rules. Each type of core spatial model has a significant use. Systematic combinations of different core spatial models can also form abilities similar to innate divine abilities, Lin Yuan thought to himself. For example, the combination of the 1st, 13th, 16th, and 23rd core spatial models. This combination will grant the ability of teleportation. Teleportation, a high-end application of space rules, is effective both in saving oneself and in pursuit. With a total of 7,782 core spatial models theoretically, so many core spatial models can form countless space-based methods similar to teleportation. Space rules, vast and limitless, even if one understands all 7,782 core spatial models, it does not mean they have fully mastered the entire space rules. Lin Yuan sighed. The deeper his understanding of rules, the more Lin Yuan felt his own insignificance. Has the Yang spirit already reached beneath the eternal spatial rift? Lin Yuan seemed to sense something and looked toward a battlefield of different species. As for the Yin spirit, it had arrived 3 days earlier. Let's check the accumulation speed of the world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, carefully feeling it. The speed hasn't increased. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his brows furrowed. The two primordial spirits were positioned under the eternal spatial rifts in different battlefields. The speed at which Lin Yuan accumulated world-breaking origin force was still one filament every 290 days. What's the principle here? Lin Yuan was somewhat puzzled in his heart. Whether it was the door to the myriad realms seen by his true form or by the two primordial spirits, it was merely a projection of the true door to the myriad realms. Forget it. Lin Yuan pondered for a while and then stopped dwelling on it. This result had not caused him much impact. Let the Yin spirit return. With a slight movement of Lin Yuan's mind, the Yin spirit began to leave the battlefield, returning to the Qikuan main star. Since there was no difference between having two primordial spirits and one, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't keep both on the battlefield of different species. Keeping one primordial spirit by his side, he'd have more means to deal with things should the need arise. Time passed in the world. Months flew by in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his mind. I've accumulated 2 filaments of world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan looked toward the door to the myriad realms, and with a slight sense, he knew the quantity of world-breaking origin force. With the eternal spatial rift accelerating the accumulation of world-breaking origin force, Lin Yuan did not immediately traverse after a filament was fully amassed. Rather, he waited for some time. After all, this incurred no loss for Lin Yuan, and it wouldn't result in wasteful behavior with the world-breaking origin force. No matter how much time passed, the world-breaking origin force accumulated at the door to the myriad realms was stored there, waiting for Lin Yuan to use at any time. Let's see which world this traversal leads to, explore more stories with. Lin Yuan sent a thread of his consciousness into the door to the myriad realms. In a daze, this thread of Lin Yuan's primordial spirit traversed time and space, arriving before a vast world. Lin Yuan tried to observe that world, his expression subtly changing. This world. The next moment, this thread of consciousness extinguished. The world of this traversal. In the outside world, Lin Yuan stroked his chin. From the brief observation contact just now, Lin Yuan had obtained some information related to this traversal. First was the duration of stay. This traversal, Lin Yuan's duration of stay would be 600 years. While the time that would pass in the main world was 1 year. That is to say, the ratio of time passage between the traversal world and the main world was 600 to 1. Through the time ratio, Lin Yuan deduced that the world of this traversal was of a very high level, much higher even than the immortal Tao world of his 5th traversal, though still far below the main world. Perhaps it was close to the spirit realm above the immortal Tao world. Traverse. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, making up his mind. At the same time, on the battlefield of different species, Lin Yuanyang's yang spirit began to leave the eternal spatial rift. Came to the human race base on the battlefield, looking for a training room to enter into seclusion. Once the traversal started, Lin Yuan's consciousness would enter the door to the myriad realms, losing awareness. Whether it was his true form or his primordial spirit, both would enter a state of slumber, naturally choosing a safe place. Begin. On the Qikuan main star, Lin Yuan's thoughts converged, and his consciousness and spirit all poured into the door to the myriad realms. Chapter 331, I transformed into a tree. Please subscribe. In a daze, Lin Yuan's consciousness began to revive. Where is this? Lin Yuan felt slightly startled in his heart as all that met his eyes was darkness, without a trace of light. Could it be that the body my consciousness has descended into is blind? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even if he were born into a still-developing infant whose eyes and other organs were not yet well formed, he would still be able to roughly distinguish between light and dark. But now, Lin Yuan couldn't detect the slightest bit of light. This was clearly abnormal. So what if it's blind? Once I recover to the second layer, I can use my perception to replace vision. Wait. Lin Yuan's thoughts became grave. As he kept adjusting, he suddenly realized that the body his consciousness had descended into wasn't from the human race. Is this a tree? Lin Yuan's thoughts dispersed, his consciousness as a 7th-rank evolver awakening, greatly enhancing his ability to perceive the outside world. Even without relying on vision, he could sense many things. For instance, the external form of Lin Yuan right now. It was a small tree over a meter tall with withering branches and twigs. Black Mist Mountain Range. It was deep, quiet, and ancient trees that had witnessed tens of thousands of years, even hundreds of thousands, could be seen everywhere, and many fearsome demonic beasts resided within. In a certain area on the periphery of the Black Mist Mountain Range, a small tree over a meter tall swayed with the wind. Its trunk was yellowed and withered, a stark contrast to the ancient trees nearby. This is troublesome. Lin Yuan suddenly felt it was going to be difficult. After passing through the door to the myriad realms 5 times before, Lin Yuan subconsciously assumed that the bodies he descended into through the door to the myriad realms all belonged to humans. However, Lin Yuan never confirmed this within the door to the myriad realms itself. And now, Lin Yuan's situation made it clear to him that the targets of his descents were not necessarily human. Theoretically, as long as it belonged to the range of life, it was possible for Lin Yuan to descend into it. This world. Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted, and after fully adapting, he quickly found something unusual about the small tree he had descended into. All of Lin Yuan's consciousness converged on the roots of the small tree, where a black flame seemed to be burning. Go. Merge me into that world. Whispers reached him, and Lin Yuan seemed to see a colossal ancestral demon tree towering in the void. Branches of the ancestral demon tree swayed, dispersing seeds in every direction, which fell into a vast world. And the small tree Lin Yuan had descended into was one of those seeds that had grown. The ancestral demon tree, a foreign evil god, covets this world. Thus, it sent its seeds in, trying to merge completely and grow within. And eventually, work in collusion with it, to completely take over this world. Lin Yuan felt somewhat complicated. His identity this time in crossing over was not simple. He was the seed of a foreign evil god, the ancestral demon tree, and a last resort used to invade this world. But unfortunately, the seed of the foreign evil god's ancestral demon tree seemed somewhat inadaptable in this world. At least the small tree Lin Yuan descended into was like this, its trunk yellowed and withering, presenting an undernourished appearance. If Lin Yuan's consciousness had not descended, it probably wouldn't be long before it died of its own accord. The foreign evil god. Lin Yuan faintly perceived in a certain direction. Being the seed of the ancestral demon tree, despite the vast distance, Lin Yuan could sense the other's vast and deep, dread-inspiring aura. It doesn't matter. Right now, whether it's an evil god or not is not important to me. What's important is being able to stay alive. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged. Logically, as the seed of a foreign evil god, which is almost like its offspring, it wouldn't normally be in such a pitiable state. But as a foreign entity, and as a contingency of an evil god, it was innately suppressed by the world itself. Many of the talents and methods inherited from the ancestral demon tree could not be utilized. In such a situation, no matter how high the talent potential was, it could simply not grow up. Not to mention anything else. Invading a world is not an easy task. First and foremost you need to face the resistance of the world itself. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. Every world has its own consciousness, simply referred to as world consciousness. World consciousnesses vary in strength and nature, some are stingy, some are generous, but without exception, all world consciousnesses are extremely hostile to foreign life forms, especially powerful ones. Find more chapters on. The foreign evil god's ancestral demon tree coveting this world certainly wasn't planning to coexist peacefully but wanted to drain the world's origin source for its own growth. So, the world itself certainly wouldn't agree. Apart from the world's resistance, the many powerhouses within the world would also vehemently resist. Name: Ancestral Demon Tree Seed, Lin Yuan. Identity: Holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bound Talent: Heaven-defying Comprehension. Divine Power: Blood Rebirth. Current Status: Consciousness Descent. Remaining duration of stay: 600 years. The most important thing now is, how to acquire a large amount of energy. Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. Even though he seemed to be a small tree, he was essentially an offspring of an evil god and could promote his own growth by devouring the life essence, blood, and souls of numerous beings. But in the current state of the small tree, let alone devour the life essence and souls of other beings, it would be fortunate enough not to be trampled by some passing ferocious beast. Slowly accumulating energy through exposure to sunlight is too slow, and basically no sunlight can be absorbed. Lin Yuan slightly extended his perception to his surroundings and found that there were ancient trees everywhere, monopolizing all the sunlight, moisture, and nutrients. Nature's spiritual energy. Lin Yuan also detected a gentle energy, akin to spiritual energy, filling the air around him. Chapter 331, 1. I transformed into a tree. Please subscribe, _2. But similarly, relying on instinct to absorb this energy, it was abnormally slow. Maybe it took hundreds of years just to grow a few meters. For the ancestral demon tree to want an inside out at the minimum cost to invade this world is simply unrealistic, he said. Lin Yuan sighed. From the current situation, he could also speculate on the circumstance of other demon tree seeds. They were either half dead like him now or had long since died due to various accidents. According to the initial memories of this sapling, that ancestor demon tree had scattered countless seeds into this world. Now alive, probably not many were left. Normal demon tree seeds, under the suppression of the world's will, simply cannot grow, but I am not a normal demon tree seed. Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated. Under the suppression of heaven and earth, demon tree seeds couldn't exhibit any innate talents. That's why it is now in such a sluggish state. But for Lin Yuan, if he couldn't exhibit innate talents, then he wouldn't. He just needed to create methods and abilities adapted to this heaven and earth, right? Although Lin Yuan had never seen any secret manuals of this world, the so-called secret manuals were just to save him some detours. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan could directly perceive heaven and earth and comprehend the essential secrets of its operation to deduce the secret manuals he wanted. Such secret manuals, comprehended from heaven and earth, are completely adapted to the local world and will not be suppressed in the slightest. Let's begin the enlightenment. Lin Yuan steadied his spirit without the slightest hesitation. At this moment, he didn't feel very safe. A sapling a little over 1 meter tall, unable to move, would have no power to resist if targeted by any herbivorous demonic beast. Even a fierce beast passing by occasionally could deal a devastating blow to Lin Yuan. Your understanding is against heaven, you observe the operation of heaven and earth, wishing to comprehend the laws of cultivation. Your understanding is against heaven, you observe the operation of heaven and earth, wishing to comprehend the laws of cultivation. Your understanding is against heaven, you observe the operation of heaven and earth, wishing to comprehend the laws of cultivation. After pondering continuously for half a month, Lin Yuan finally comprehended a cultivation method suitable for his current self. Huff. Lin Yuan slowly mobilized it, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge, flowing continuously from the bark into the branches, and was eventually completely absorbed. Comfortable. Lin Yuan only felt his entire tree body warm and cozy as if soaking in a hot spring. It's just that this method of cultivation is suitable for this early stage to transition, but in the later stages, it should be used less. Lin Yuan thought to himself silently. He was presently a little over 1 meter tall, capable of drawing in spiritual energy only within a few dozen meters at most. If he grew to several meters or even tens of meters, a single absorption could cause a fluctuation of spiritual energy in several miles radius. By then, it would attract the attention of powerful demonic beasts and perhaps even the true powerhouses of this world. With the characteristics of a demon tree seed, innately rejected by life in this world, exposure would lead to unimaginable consequences. Therefore, if Lin Yuan wanted to survive, he could only keep a low profile. He absolutely could not expose himself without the power to sweep through everything. Based on my current speed of cultivation, in a few months, I should be able to control my trunk to hunt those demonic beasts. Lin Yuan estimated in his heart. As an offspring of a demon tree, he looked like a tree, but fundamentally differed from those immobile vegetation. In the beginning of his growth, he was completely suppressed by heaven and earth and didn't have any room to exert himself. Now Lin Yuan had a chance to breathe, and he could pass through the most difficult period by absorbing spiritual energy. Obviously things would get much easier afterward. Controlling branches to hunt prey was the most basic ability. And hunting prey, by absorbing the blood and soul of the prey, would increase Lin Yuan's growth rate even faster, without causing fluctuations in spiritual energy that could draw the attention of other beings. Several months later, a rabbit half a meter in size carefully approached from this direction. This rabbit, with soft fur and eyes that were actually purple, seemed extremely cute and harmless. However, demonic beasts that can live in the Black Mist Mountain range have basically nothing to do with being harmless. Such was the case with this rabbit. When it burst forth, its speed was extremely swift, surpassing even some of the avian demonic beasts. The purple-eyed rabbit slowly approached, its gaze fixed intently on a spot. There, amidst green leaves, spiritual energy visible to the naked eye circulated on the surface of the leaves. For the purple-eyed rabbit, this was an irresistible temptation. The purple-eyed rabbit did not possess high spiritual wisdom, but instinct told it that by consuming that leaf, it could undergo some sort of transformation. However, having lived in the Black Mist Mountain range all year round, the purple-eyed rabbit was innately highly vigilant, and even though the leaf was not far away, it did not approach immediately. Instead, it observed its surroundings carefully. Whoosh! After repeatedly confirming that there were no threatening demonic beasts nearby, the only thing beside it was a 3 to 4 meter tall tree with black bark and an unknown name. Finally, the purple-eyed rabbit relaxed its guard and, with a whoosh, pounced towards the leaf. However, explore new worlds at. The next moment, the lush green leaf disappeared. In its place were more than a dozen black branches that coiled around the leaping purple-eyed rabbit like serpents. It was as if the purple-eyed rabbit had thrown itself into them if there were other demonic beasts present. Squeak squeak. The purple-eyed rabbit struggled violently. Under the threat of death, all its potential burst forth, but regrettably. As the black branches wound tighter and tighter, the force of the purple-eyed rabbit's struggle grew weaker until its consciousness completely sank into darkness. Boo! Lin Yuan, having absorbed the purple-eyed rabbit's flesh, soul, and spiritual energy, began to sway his branches contentedly. Compared to absorbing spiritual energy from the environment, directly hunting and devouring flesh and soul sped up his growth significantly. A single purple-eyed rabbit was equivalent to Lin Yuan's arduous cultivation for half a month. You should know that this half a month of arduous cultivation was Lin Yuan's self-devised cultivation method. Without a cultivation method, a single purple-eyed rabbit might equate to several years or even decades of Lin Yuan's hard cultivation. Now, I finally have some ability to protect myself. After absorbing the purple-eyed rabbit's flesh and soul, Lin Yuan slightly relaxed. The lush green leaf he used to lure the purple-eyed rabbit was condensed from several months of continual absorption of spiritual energy through cultivation. It represented all of Lin Yuan's achievements during this period. To the leaf-reliant purple-eyed rabbits, it was akin to a wondrous treasure. In just a few days, Lin Yuan caught more than 10 purple-eyed rabbits using this method. I am now. Lin Yuan examined himself. Not visually, of course, but with his own perception. At this moment, Lin Yuan was nearly 3 meters tall, a significant growth from the less than 2 meters when his consciousness had first descended. As for strength, he could completely kill some strong demonic beasts, but for safety's sake, Lin Yuan still primarily targeted the purple-eyed rabbits. If I continue to grow, the innate abilities of the demon tree will gradually be unsealed and available for use. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The demon tree seed, when it first entered this world, was too weak, and so it was easily oppressed to death. But now, having survived the hardest period, Lin Yuan felt that his situation would become increasingly easier. In the time that followed, Lin Yuan continued using the lush green leaves as bait while seeking enlightenment, hunting the less intelligent purple-eyed rabbits, and even attracting and mercilessly dispatching other demonic beasts that gave him the opportunity and came to him willingly. Time passed, and after half a year and countless killings later, Lin Yuan's size had reached 7 to 8 meters, with hundreds of branches he could control. The purple-eyed rabbits within a couple of miles had almost been hunted to extinction by Lin Yuan. In a little while, I can consider changing locations. Lin Yuan made up his mind. Other trees would be immobile unless they became spirits, but Lin Yuan was different, he could easily change locations if he wished. Just as Lin Yuan contemplated moving in that direction, suddenly, he felt a stir. He looked towards a certain direction. Chapter 332, 50 years later, subscribe please. Over there. Lin Yuan's mind tensed up. Since his consciousness had descended into this world, freewebnovel.com, Lin Yuan had only encountered various kinds of demonic beasts and feral creatures. As for others, he had seldom come into contact with them. The main reason was that Lin Yuan was located in the Yunwu mountain range, which was a paradise for demonic and feral beasts. Is someone coming? Lin Yuan extended his senses and discovered that a young man and woman were approaching from several miles away. "Senior brother, choosing Yunwu Mountain Range as the place for our training expedition, isn't it too risky?" the young woman said in a low, cautious voice. "How do you capture tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den?" "Junior sister, nowadays our sect has brought out many foundational heritages to resist the invasion of the foreign evil god. As long as we can get through this training, we will gain great benefits and opportunities." The young man continued, "Yunwu Mountain Range, although dangerous, those demonic beasts are much easier to deal with than the puppets of the foreign evil god. If we are afraid of these beasts, how will we deal with the foreign evil god in the future?" "What you say makes sense, senior brother." Hearing this, the young woman looked at the young man with admiration in her gaze. Several miles away, Lin Yuan cautiously observed the young couple. Due to the language barrier, Lin Yuan didn't know what they were actually saying. But through their expressions and behavior, he deduced that the young man and woman likely came from an external force, equivalent to the second layer, probably disciples. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the time flow speed in this world compared to the main world was 600 to 1, which absolutely shouldn't be underestimated. The strongest might reach 7th rank peak. Read latest stories on. Since discovering the young man and woman, Lin Yuan spent most of his time observing them. Regarding making a move to capture them, without thoroughly understanding the young couple's strengths, Lin Yuan absolutely would not make a move. Who knows if this young couple might have some powerful elder? Would killing them draw the attention of this elder? Lin Yuan's observation of the young couple was primarily to learn their language. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan could generally learn anything after seeing and hearing it once. Learning a completely new language was no difficulty at all. He only needed to remember their pronunciation, and by recalling the tone and expressions used during those pronunciations, he could roughly figure it out. Tianqing World. Tianqing Great Alliance. Half a month later, Lin Yuan had eavesdropped a lot of useful information from the young couple. Firstly, this place was called Tianqing World, and currently, the strongest faction here was the Tianqing Great Alliance. The Tianqing Great Alliance was a colossal entity formed from countless forces within Tianqing World to counter the invasion of the foreign evil god. Indeed, the foreign evil god has already started their move. Lin Yuan pondered thoughtfully, perhaps many years ago, the foreign evil god had started invading this world but had never succeeded. That's why the ancestral demon tree had scattered its countless seeds into Tianqing World, attempting to invade through other means. That alliance hierarch of the Tianqing Great Alliance, his strength must have reached the 7th rank, and he's not just any 7th rank. Lin Yuan often heard the young man speak admiringly of the alliance hierarch. Over the years of the foreign evil god's invasion, if it weren't for the alliance hierarch repeatedly stopping the chaos, the situation would likely be much worse than it is now, allowing them to leisurely enter the Black Mist Mountain range for training. They're returning. Lin Yuan gazed towards the young couple. After hunting several second-layer demonic beasts, the couple had completed their training task and planned to return to their sect to claim their rewards. Lin Yuan didn't stop them because there was no need, they hadn't noticed him, and making a move would only reveal his presence. Continue the hunt. Once the young couple had completely left, Lin Yuan resumed his hunting of the demonic beasts. Now reaching 7 to 8 meters in size, ordinary first or second layer beasts couldn't escape once they came within 100 meters, all becoming Lin Yuan's nourishment. Several days later. It's time to leave. Now that the surrounding demonic beasts had almost been hunted to extinction, to maintain his current rate of cultivation, he must move to another region to repeat the hunt. Lin Yuan looked towards the depths of Yunwu Mountain Range, planning to move in that direction. The closer to the depths of Yunwu Mountain Range, the denser the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became, and similarly, the stronger the demonic beasts, which naturally helped Lin Yuan even more. However, before leaving, it might be worth dealing with that group underground. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted towards the ground. Yunwu Mountain Range, one of the top 10 mountain ranges in Tianqing World, was vast and extensive, inhabited by countless demonic and feral beasts. A large portion of these beasts lived on the surface. Yet still, there were traces of demonic beasts underground. The group Lin Yuan referred to was a group of Athrok mice. These rodent demonic beasts like to live underground, leveraging their abilities to burrow countless tunnels, even building a rodent underground palace 100 meters below the surface. Essentially a rodent dynasty. Lin Yuan had discovered the traces of these Athrock mice when he inadvertently entered a tunnel while exploring the underground with his roots, eventually finding their trails. Probably over 300 Athrock mice, the Mouse King has second-layer strength. Lin Yuan thought, the size of the Athrock mice was not smaller than that of a purple-eyed rabbit, close to half a meter, and the Athrock Mouse King was even 2 meters in size. Chapter 333, 250 years later, please subscribe, _2. Like a reckless bull. Lin Yuan had waited until now to make a move because he hadn't been confident before. He was afraid that taking action would startle the Athrock mouse group and cause most of them to escape. Over 300 Athrock mice, so much flesh and soul, even without counting the Athrock Mouse King, could greatly enhance Lin Yuan's strength. Not to mention, the Athrock Mouse King built its nest here because of a strain of earth element elixir. Lin Yuan carefully sensed and discovered an extremely pure earth element spiritual power diffusing and spreading deep within 100 meters underground in the Rat Dynasty. Lin Yuan guessed that the reason the Athrock Mouse King could grow to a 2-meter size was closely related to that strain of earth element elixir. Mine. All mine. Lin Yuan's eyes burned with fervor, and with a slight shift in his thoughts, hundreds of branches, as well as roots, began to approach the Rat Dynasty's location. Dozens of meters underground. Several tunnels ran in all directions, and gray Athrock mice half a meter in size constantly moved back and forth along the tunnels, bringing all the food they could find back to the Rat King. Suddenly. At that moment. An Athrock mouse suddenly stopped. It gently sniffed the air with its nose, sensing something. The next moment. Before this Athrock mouse could react. A black branch, as tough as refined iron, pierced through it. Squeak. The Athrock mouse let out a miserable squeak, and soon, its flesh and soul were completely devoured by the branch. Next. It was the doom of the Athrock mice. One after another, black branches continuously pierced through Athrock mice, devouring their essence and souls, transforming it into their intrinsic strength in a virtuous cycle. Awesome. On the surface, Lin Yuan felt extremely fulfilled, a massive amount of Athrock mice's essence and souls transforming into surging power, replenishing his own. If it were just a normal demon tree seed, it couldn't possibly devour so many Athrock mice at once. It would have exploded. But Lin Yuan was different. As a 7th-rank evolver, he could rapidly absorb all the power under his control of the realm. For an evil god, there is some trick to it. As Lin Yuan devoured the Athrock mice, he thought to himself. The devouring ability he displayed at this moment stemmed from the innate instinct of the demon tree seed, which was the power of the ancestral demon tree. Find your next adventure on. This ability had almost no side effects. You see, even in the main world's devour-type evolution path, consuming flesh and soul would impact the purity of one's own soul. But the devouring power of the demon tree was extremely dominant, be it flesh or soul, both were nutrients for itself. Unfortunately, once it reaches the 7th and 8th layer, what matters is the comprehension of rules, and the accumulation of energy is actually not that important. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The Scarlet Spirit Liquid from the Red Kuan lineage is the best example. The power of the demon tree seed has an almost cheat-like effect below the 7th rank but becomes much weaker once reaching the 7th rank. We're getting close to that Rat King's underground palace. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly serious. 100 meters underground. A small palace spanned across. This palace, constructed entirely of dirt, though lacking in details, was considered a very fine structure for rats. However. Hiss. A black branch swept lightly like a black dragon, crushing a tenth of the palace. Squeak squeak. A 2-meter large Athrock Mouse King sprang out, looking at the collapsing palace with a glimmer of anger in its eyes. As a 2nd-layer demonic beast, the Athrock Mouse King had developed some intelligence, otherwise, it wouldn't have specifically built a palace to reside in. Seeing the palace destroyed, it naturally felt emotional turmoil. However, just as the Athrock Mouse King was observing the black branch resembling a black dragon and considering how to attack it. Boom boom boom. Several more black branches swept over once again. Startled, the Athrock Mouse King quickly retreated. Squeak squeak. The Ithrock Mouse King hurriedly squealed a few times. It signaled other Ithrock mice to come and protect it. However, no matter how the Ithrock Mouse King called, only a few Ithrock mice came. And they had just arrived when they were pierced by the black branches and rapidly turned to dust. Run. Although the Ithrock Mouse King had second-layer strength. Seeing this scene, where would it dare stay any longer? He instinctively wanted to run. In the depths of the palace, there was a tunnel personally dug by the Ithrock Mouse King. Connected to another place, as long as he emerged from that tunnel, the Ithrock Mouse King had the possibility to escape to freedom. Shoo! Before the Ithrock Mouse King could run far, he was surrounded by black branches that rushed over. The Ithrock Mouse King instinctively activated his life-saving measures. A dull yellow light rose from his body. But facing the continuous attack of hundreds of black branches, the dull yellow light on the Ithrock Mouse King's body eventually shattered, and the 2-meter-sized Ithrock Mouse King became nourishment for Lin Yuan's growth. This is comfortable. Lin Yuan exhaled softly, the branches swaying slightly. The second-layer Ithrock Mouse King was definitely the most delicious life that Lin Yuan had devoured since his arrival. The ample blood energy and fearful soul brought pleasure to both Lin Yuan's body and mind. That's about it. Let's see what that earth element elixir is. Lin Yuan's controlled black branches cleared the underground battlefield and eventually reached the deepest part of the underground palace where the Ithrock Mouse King resided. There, a palm-sized spiritual plant was growing. Under the leaves of the spiritual plant hang several spirit fruits the size of a little finger, with faint vibrations of earth element spiritual power emanating from them. Is this the earth element elixir that could catalyze a second-layer Rat King? Lin Yuan inspected it carefully. He did not recognize what this spiritual medicine was. But it didn't matter, as he was going to directly swallow it anyway. There was no difference. Lin Yuan was just curious about what the mystery was behind such a small spiritual medicine. Let's eat it. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan's black branches swept in, directly devouring all the spiritual power and essence of that spiritual medicine. Done. Everything is finished. We can leave now. After devouring the Ithrock Mouse horde and that spiritual medicine, Lin Yuan was fully satisfied and began to control the roots, slowly moving towards the depths of the Yunwu mountain range. Although the demon tree could move on its own and was not confined to a specific location, its speed was not very fast. To avoid being noticed by other demonic beasts, Lin Yuan moved whenever there were no other demonic beasts passing nearby. Half a month later, Lin Yuan successfully entered deep into the Yunwu mountain range. This area was already the outer layer deep within the mountain range, with abundant spiritual power, and the number of demonic beasts also increased. Flutter. As Lin Yuan's branches swayed, he devoured hundreds of Ithrock mice, including the Ithrock Mouse King and the earth element elixir. Lin Yuan's body size soared to over 10 meters. The pitch-black main trunk and leaves emitted a chilling essence. As the offspring of the demon tree, Lin Yuan was naturally aligned with the evil faction. This won't do. I need to disguise my aura. Lin Yuan thought, if he continued to exude an evil aura, he could forget about hunting, which demonic beast would dare to approach. It shouldn't be difficult to develop a secret technique to conceal and disguise one's aura. Lin Yuan began to comprehend again, creating a breath-hiding secret technique based on the characteristics of the demon tree itself. Your perception defies the heavens, you feel your own aura circulating, attempting to create a breath-hiding secret technique. Your perception defies the heavens, you feel your own aura circulating, attempting to create a breath-hiding secret technique. Your perception defies the heavens, you feel your own aura circulating, attempting to create a breath-hiding secret technique. Several days later, Lin Yuan successfully developed a breath-hiding secret technique. Upon activation, his evil aura began to converge. Instead, it emitted a harmless aura. Under these circumstances, some passing birds unwittingly stopped to rest on Lin Yuan's branches. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan had no interest in those frail birds. These birds hardly had any life force, and he was too lazy to even bother devouring them. That wolf demon over there. Lin Yuan's perception spread out and discovered several miles away, there was a den of wolves. The leader of the wolves was 7 to 8 meters in size, resembling a small hill. Just like that. Time rapidly passed by. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed since Lin Yuan arrived in this world. Chapter 334, 3 The King of the Black Mist Mountain Range. Please subscribe. Outside the Black Mist Mountain Range. As one of the top 10 mountain ranges in the Tianqing world, no one knows how many demonic beasts and ancient medicines exist within the Black Mist Mountain Range. And these, to many cultivators, are undoubtedly endless treasures. However, 283 years ago, the foreign evil god invaded, and countless evil god puppets entered the Tianqing world. The various forces of the Tianqing world, under the threat of life and death, immediately formed the Tianqing alliance, setting aside all grievances, gathering all their strength, to fend off the evil god puppets outside the world. As a result, most cultivators went to the battlefield to fight against the evil god puppets. The number of cultivators entering the Black Mist Mountain Range became much fewer, mostly consisting of the weaker younger generation. But even so, at the entrance of the Black Mist Mountain Range, many cultivators would still come and go every day. It was foreseeable how prosperous the Black Mist Mountain Range was before the invasion of the foreign evil god. Have you noticed, in the past few decades, the number of demonic beasts in the Black Mist Mountain Range has decreased a lot? Indeed, when I used to enter the Black Mist Mountain Range, I had to be extremely careful. At any moment, I could encounter a demonic beast, but now, it's rare to meet any formidable demonic beasts. What could be the reason? Could it be a problem with the kings deep within the Black Mist Mountain Range? At the entrance of the Black Mist Mountain Range, some cultivators were conversing in low voices. They often entered the range and could notice the changes happening within. The kings deep in the Black Mist Mountain Range. It's unlikely, right? Those kings, with noble bloodlines and long lifespans, would they encounter any problems? In the past, every few decades, those kings of the Black Mist Mountain Range would command countless demonic beasts to initiate beast tides, but since the invasion of the foreign evil god, the powerful demonic beasts of the Black Mist Mountain Range have become much more docile. It's not that those kings have problems, but the number of powerful demonic beasts has decreased. Could it be the doing of those kings? After all, the ones that can command many demonic beasts are only those kings. That makes sense. Many cultivators were discussing animatedly. The reduction in the number of powerful demonic beasts in the Black Mist Mountain Range had a certain impact on them, making it difficult to hunt valuable demonic beasts. But if it really was the doing of those kings, there was nothing they could do about it. Those kings are powerful and have profound foundations. Even during normal times, the cultivators on the human side couldn't contend with them, only able to set up contracts. Besides, most of the human forces are now focused on resisting the invasion of the foreign evil god. Deep within the Black Mist Mountain Range, a tree about 30 or 40 meters tall stood quietly there, with pitch-black branches and vines hanging down, and the canopy emitted specks of green light. This tree, though a bit strange and slightly different from normal ancient trees, was growing in the Black Mist Mountain Range, where it was common to have trees of peculiar varieties. However, upon close observation, one would realize that within 10 to 100 miles around this ancient tree, not a single demonic beast could be found. Although its aura was peaceful and warm, it faintly had an unnerving scent. 50 years, huh? Lin Yuan sighed. Of course, in his current state, he couldn't truly sigh, only the branches gently swayed a few times. These past 50 years had been a period of rapid growth for Lin Yuan. With countless demonic beasts of the Black Mist Mountain Range as nourishment, Lin Yuan lived comfortably, and after a tough initial period, he grew stronger every day. My current size now. Lin Yuan examined himself, his height now reaching 30 or 40 meters. Yet, this height was the result of Lin Yuan's utmost suppression. If he didn't hold back, he could easily exceed 100 meters and stand out alarmingly within the Black Mist Mountain Range. It might even attract the attention of the Tianqing Alliance leader and several Vice Alliance hierarchs. If that happened, Lin Yuan's true identity would most likely be exposed. If the Tianqing Alliance leader learned that an offspring of the ancestral demon tree had infiltrated into the deep rear of their world, believe it or not, they would likely temporarily abandon their gains and losses on the battlefield, focusing all their strength first on dealing with Lin Yuan. One must secure one's own country before attacking others. The rationale was not hard to understand. Though the height of the demon tree was only 30 or 40 meters now. Its roots, however, had already spread tens of thousands of miles underground. If Lin Yuan wished, with a single thought, he could attack from any position within tens of thousands of miles. The roots of plants and trees are always much larger than their trunks. Although the demon tree wasn't entirely a tree, it had the abilities that trees possess. Within a few thousand miles, Lin Yuan carefully sensed around. With the help of his roots, he could control everything within tens of thousands of miles. Even with the extended sensation of the roots, he could detect information tens or hundreds of thousands of miles away. Read latest stories on The Deepest Kings. Lin Yuan's perception spread out, exploring towards the deepest parts of the Black Mist Mountain range. That place was a forbidden zone for all demonic beasts, where the kings of the Black Mist Mountain range resided. Within Lin Yuan's perception, at the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range, stood a reddish ancient phoenix tree. At the top of the phoenix tree, there was a giant nest, and a golden-red feathered bird was sleeping. Vermilion bird? Or a phoenix? Lin Yuan did not make any rash moves. He observed secretly for a while, then slowly retreated. Freewebble.cm. After 50 years of cultivation, in terms of combat power, I should be a match for a 6th-rank evolver in the main world. The cultivation system of a demon tree is completely different from that of the martial Tao. Chapter 335, 3 The King of the Black Mist Mountain Range. Please subscribe, _2. Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. Of course, although he had not cultivated the martial path evolutionary path, this did not affect Lin Yuan's ability to use his against heaven's understanding to infer and perfect the 7th-ranked chapter of the martial path evolutionary path. Moreover, some essences of the demon tree were highly referential to the martial path evolutionary path and could be perfectly integrated into it. Outer Domain Battlefield of Evil Gods. Lin Yuan's gaze drifted towards the outer domain. Under the instinctive perception from the demon tree, there was an abyss-like aura there, precisely the location of the ancestral demon tree. The ancestral demon tree wants to invade this world, but it's not going smoothly. Lin Yuan thought to himself. 50 years had passed, and he had not sensed the ancestral demon tree advancing even a bit. It was clearly blocked. For the invader, this was a disadvantage. The Tianqing world had the backing of an entire world that could continuously send cultivators to resist. And the ancestral demon tree. Even as a foreign evil god with a strong essence, it was, after all, just an individual. In terms of foundation, it simply couldn't compete with a complete world. For now, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. In this traversal, he had 600 years to stay in this world. So far, only 50 had passed, not even 1/10, and he still had plenty of time to cultivate. The deadlock between the Tianqing world and the ancestral demon tree was a good thing for Lin Yuan. If the latter were to come to this world before Lin Yuan had grown to surpass the ancestral demon tree, it would be bad. That's why over these 50 years, Lin Yuan had devoured countless demonic beasts in the Black Mist Mountain range but had deliberately avoided human cultivators. One reason was the fear of being discovered to be abnormal. The other was his reluctance to weaken the strength of human cultivators. As of now, Lin Yuan still needed countless cultivators from the Tianqing alliance to sacrifice their lives in resisting the invasion of the ancestral demon tree, buying him time to grow. However, recently I have awakened the power of the ancestral demon tree. Lin Yuan's mind stirred, and the branches of the demon tree swayed, as a gray and plain seed floated before him. Demon tree seed. Lying beyond the domain, the ancestral demon tree constantly scattered seeds that turned into evil god puppets, battling against the powerhouses of the Tianqing world. As the legitimate offspring of the ancestral demon tree, once Lin Yuan grew to a certain extent and escaped the world's suppression, he could naturally produce seeds. Lin Yuan gazed at the grayish seed before him, the seed of the demon. Up to now, Lin Yuan had perceived 3 functions of the demon seed. The first was to directly transform into a demon puppet. That was the method currently used by the ancestral demon tree, using its vast primordial qi to nurture the demon seeds, making them quickly grow into evil god puppets. The second was parasitism, where the demon seed could parasitize within a living being, thereby controlling it. The third was natural growth, by scattering seeds onto fertile soil, where the seeds would take root and sprout. Lin Yuan's predecessor, the demon tree, was bred using the third method by the ancestral demon tree. Each method had its advantages and disadvantages, but only the third method could truly be regarded as offspring of the ancestral demon tree, capable of inheriting some of the ancestral demon tree's innate abilities. Your journey continues on. The first function of the demon seed is of no use to me. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Using his own primordial qi to nurture the growth of the demon tree seed was not suitable for the current Lin Yuan. What kind of being was the ancestral demon tree? Dominating beyond the domain and amassing a robust accumulation, it dared to use its vast primordial qi to nurture demon seeds. But how many years had Lin Yuan accumulated? Besides, if he had sufficient primordial qi, Lin Yuan would directly enhance himself instead of cultivating something like puppets. And the third effect of the demon seed was even more unnecessary. Even the seeds of the ancestral demon tree, scattered to the Tianqing world, mostly died, not to mention the seeds of Lin Yuan, offspring of the ancestral demon tree. Parasitism. Lin Yuan pondered over the second function of the demon seed. It could parasitize within a certain living creature, controlling it. This ability required many prerequisite conditions, the most important being that the host had no ability to resist. Otherwise, the parasitism would fail. Lin Yuan's mind stirred. Thousands of miles away, a purple-eyed rabbit cautiously poked its head out, gazing at a spiritual herb not far away with a hint of longing in its eyes. Whoosh! The purple-eyed rabbit looked around, didn't spot any danger, and with a whoosh, it lunged towards the spiritual herb. However, just at that moment, a black tree trunk protruded from the ground, directly capturing the purple-eyed rabbit and pulling it back underground. It was all over in just a moment. Purple-eyed rabbit then appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Squeak, squeak. The purple-eyed rabbit emitted a trembling sound as it looked at the massive figure in front of it, continuously turning in circles where it stood. I'll use you to test the parasitic effect, Lin Yuan said. Lin Yuan watched the purple-eyed rabbit as a dusty gray seed fell down and precisely landed on the rabbit. Buzz. The purple-eyed rabbit collapsed to the ground with a thud. And that dusty gray demon tree seed quickly permeated the purple-eyed rabbit's head. A moment later, the purple-eyed rabbit was thoroughly controlled. It stood up stiffly and emitted a deeply respectful spiritual wave of submission toward Lin Yuan. This feeling. Lin Yuan observed the purple-eyed rabbit, and under his control, it continuously performed various actions, whether rolling or running. It's not bad, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. At this time, the purple-eyed rabbit was not dead, it was still alive, but it had been replaced by the demon tree seed. It's just. This is too obvious. Lin Yuan looked at the purple-eyed rabbit. The rabbit, parasitized by the demon seed, had stiff limbs, a dull gaze, and even its movements gave off a sluggish illusion. It would be easy for others to notice something was amiss. No wonder the ancestral demon tree did not utilize the seed's parasitic ability. It is indeed somewhat limited, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The parasitic ability of the demon tree seed, although it does not require the expenditure of primordial qi to activate, has many limitations. The first of these is that the host must not resist. If they are unable to resist, why not kill them and consume them directly? Why waste energy on parasitism? Moreover, after parasitism, while certainly under control, the manifestation is extremely obvious. In the Tianqing world, it would be difficult for powerful beings not to notice. However, this parasitic ability, can I possibly improve and perfect it with against heaven's understanding? Lin Yuan mused and fell into brief thought. Right after his arrival in this world, Lin Yuan, with against heaven's understanding, devised a method suited for cultivating with the demon tree seed. Now with this demon tree seed, Lin Yuan could certainly perform improvements. Of course, the demon tree seed is a natural ability of the demon tree, fruobnovel.com. Improving and perfecting it would be difficult, but with against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan could still give it a try. In the following period, Lin Yuan focused on 4 areas. One was to continue enhancing his own strength, consuming more demonic and fierce beasts, propelling his own growth. 2 was to perfect the martial path evolutionary path 7th rank chapter. 3 was to comprehend the remaining core space models. Though he lost the environment of frequent spatial fluctuations like those in the battlefields of different species, Lin Yuan's speed in comprehending core space models decreased. But Lin Yuan now had more time. With 6 100 years of residency and against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan could raise his comprehension of space rules to an unimaginable level. As for 4, it was to attempt improving the demon tree seed. Even though for the ancestral demon tree, the demon tree seed was an extremely important method, Lin Yuan still planned to spend some energy and time on this aspect. He would be delighted with any gains, even if there were none in the end, there would be no loss. Time again passed by. Suddenly it was another period later. Deep within the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan's form rose another 10 meters, the demon tree was now nearly reaching a height of 50 meters, with dangling branches and swaying canopy, extremely extraordinary. This was even with Lin Yuan greatly suppressing its growth. If he had allowed it to grow freely, the demon tree would be at least hundreds or thousands of meters tall by now. It's important to note that the ancestral demon tree in the outer domain didn't know how many tens of thousands of meters tall it was, and millions upon millions of demon tree seeds grew on just one of its branches. Otherwise, it would not have been able to contend with the Tianqing world until now. For now, I've reached a temporary limit in strength. From now on, consuming ordinary demonic beasts would not yield much effect. Lin Yuan's spiritual waves slowly expanded as he gazed into the depths of the Black Mist Mountain range. That was the location of the Supreme King of the Black Mist Mountain range. Chapter 336, 4, Surprises from the Ancestral Demon Tree. Please subscribe. The King of the Black Mist Mountain range was the most powerful demonic beast in the entire range. They belonged to a noble lineage and had long lifespans, yet most of their time was spent in slumber. 10 years ago, Lin Yuan had secretly observed a king, which resembled a phoenix and a vermilion bird, sleeping atop a crimson phoenix tree. However, at the time, Lin Yuan was not confident in dealing with that king. Of course, Lin Yuan's dealing meant to do so unnoticed. The 8 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range all had to be confronted without causing any major disturbances, otherwise alarming other kings could lead to unpredictable consequences. It's about time, Lin Yuan thought to himself. All 8 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range possess strength ranging from the 6th rank to the 6th rank peak. Now Lin Yuan, also within the 6th rank, should be on par with them in terms of sheer power. Even if one side could win, it would undoubtedly come at a great cost, and it was totally impossible not to alert the other kings. But this only applied to a normal demon tree. Lin Yuan was no ordinary demon tree. Besides the multiple abilities of a demon tree, he also had insights into the space rules, the Tai-Yin Tai-Yang rule, and the rule of power. With Lin Yuan's current application of the space rules, it was completely normal for him to create a spatial prison with a wave of his hand, cutting off heaven and earth. This was also the reason Lin Yuan now dared to make a move against the kings of the Black Mist Mountain range. Don't hold back. End the battle quickly. Lin Yuan was determined to ensure this attack went smoothly. The main body of the demon tree was slowly moving towards the deepest parts of the Black Mist Mountain range. At the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range, a valley connected to the subterranean fire veins, making the air intensely hot. In the center of the valley, a crimson phoenix tree stood towering, and at its top, a nest housed a bird resembling a phoenix and a vermilion bird asleep inside. Hiss hiss hiss. Just then, dozens of black branches quickly approached from all directions, leaving no blind spots, surrounding the nest at the top of the phoenix tree. The next moment, the cold black branches were all incinerated into nothingness by flames. Screech. At the top of the phoenix tree, within the nest, the phoenix silently opened its eyes. Who is it? Have you forgotten the pact? The phoenix emitted a terrifying psychic fluctuation, and infinite flames began to permeate the air. Human cultivators and the 8 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range had once made a covenant to not interfere with each other. The demonic beasts of the Black Mist Mountain range were not to create disturbances behind the backs of the human cultivators while they resisted the foreign evil god. The 8 kings had no objections to this point. Although the demonic beasts and humans were 2 different races, they shared the same world. If the foreign evil god broke through, countless demonic beasts of the Black Mist Mountain range would suffer as well. Therefore, for the past 200 or 300 years, the 8 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range suppressed many demonic beasts, not even starting a single beast tide, all to coordinate with the human cultivators. Of course, the covenant not only restricted the 8 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range but also the human cultivators from disturbing the king's slumber. But now, the Phoenix King did not know what these black branches were, but they definitely did not come from the demonic beasts of the Black Mist Mountain range. As a king, the Phoenix King's noble lineage exerted a supreme oppressive force on other demonic beasts. Those beasts trembled at its sight, so how could they dare to make a move? Thus, the Phoenix King concluded that this must be the work of a human cultivator. This made the Phoenix King even more furious. It had faithfully followed the pact, yet the humans had attacked it. Die, die. The Phoenix King, enraged, churned its phoenix flames, turning approaching black branches into nothingness. Time slowly passed. Almost half a day had slipped by in an instant. At first, the Phoenix King was exceptionally excited. It didn't remember the last time it had exerted full power like this. Beings like the kings of the demonic beasts could not act rashly, or else they would attract the attention of the human cultivators, especially during this critical period against the foreign evil god. But I didn't initiate this, you humans provoked me, so it's fine for me to act, right? I can even go and hold your alliance hierarch accountable. The more the Phoenix King thought about it, the more excited it became. The alliance hierarch of the Tianqing alliance was extremely powerful, and had many treasures in his collection, one of which the Phoenix King greatly desired. Previously, the Phoenix King was too embarrassed to ask for it since there was no reason, but now that the humans had broken the pact, it had every reason to demand it. Your next read awaits at. Something isn't right. While the Phoenix King was generating phoenix flames, waves of black branches were incinerated, one batch after another, with no sign of stopping. What exactly is going on? The Phoenix King began to panic. It wasn't panicking over the unceasing black branches. Although each of these black branches were extraordinarily sturdy, they still couldn't withstand its phoenix flames. It could handle even more as long as it had the strength and stamina. The Phoenix King was panicking because it had been counterattacking for so long, yet why hadn't the other 7 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range come to help? The power of the phoenix flames was immense, causing great disturbances. Reaching such a length of time with the phoenix flames should have alerted the entire Black Mist Mountain range to what was happening here. Those 7 old fellows definitely should have felt it. Given this, they should have come over by now. The Phoenix King didn't understand. The 8 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range always had a rule to look out for one another, supporting each other when one was in trouble. Chapter 337, For the Ancestor Demon Tree's Astonishment, please subscribe, _2. This is also a key reason why the Black Mist Mountain range still exists to this day, and why it hasn't been flattened by human cultivators. Even the demon beast kings from the other 9 mountain ranges have similar rules. In Tianqing world, all demonic beasts are subtly united, managing to withstand the oppression of the human race. But now, the Phoenix King surveyed his surroundings. Even if those 7 old fellows are just watching the show and are too lazy to come over, the human cultivators outside the mountain range should have noticed what's happening here, and under normal circumstances, they would have already sent someone to check it out. This is not good. The Phoenix King no longer paid attention to the black branches shooting toward him from all directions. Instead, he spread his wings and soared into the sky, trying to leave the Black Mist Mountain range. However, as the Phoenix King shot tens of miles high into the air, he seemed to hit some barrier, and his form came to an abrupt halt. What is this? The Phoenix King scrutinized the barrier in front of him. Then, following the barrier, he looked in all directions. Upon close inspection, the Phoenix King was shocked to find that he had fallen into a huge spatial prison. Above, below, left, and right were all the same. Just like a caged bird. Shrink the space near the Phoenix King by 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. And you'll find a place as big as the palm of your hand, with the Phoenix King's giant form now the size of an ant, frantically probing the surroundings like a headless fly. This is the spatial prison, made up of the 1st core spatial model, the 13th core spatial model, the 21st core spatial model, the 30th core spatial model, the 33rd core spatial model, and combined into a space-killing move. Lin Yuan looked down at the Phoenix King, who was desperately trying to escape within the spatial prison. Similar to the instantaneous movement ability, the spatial prison is another application of different core spatial models, compressing space to confine the enemy and a section of the nearby space to the size of a palm. Using the power of space to create a spatial barrier. Unless the enemy's understanding of space exceeds his own, or the force they invoke is more than 10 times stronger than Lin Yuan's, it is very difficult for them to escape. According to Lin Yuan's observation of this Phoenix King, although it resembles the divine bird, the vermilion bird, it fundamentally differs from the true phoenix and has a low understanding of space. Space rules. Lin Yuan sighed lightly. No wonder the main world human civilization alliance requires a deep understanding of space rules to advance to an 8th layer evolver. Without the understanding of space rules, facing a master of such, one wouldn't even know how they died. Now, drain its energy first, wait until its physical strength, essence, and primordial qi are exhausted before making a move. Lin Yuan looked at the Phoenix King, now the size of an ant within the palm-sized space, and patiently waited. After all, with the Phoenix King now in his grasp, there was no need for a head-on collision. The heat of the Phoenix flames is indeed terrifying and showed a tendency to subdue Lin Yuan. Days later, the Phoenix King's expression was grave, and his aura had significantly weakened. This space. The Phoenix King was beginning to realize something. The space it saw was no longer normal, but a prison. Who could it be? Such technique, could it be the Tianqing alliance leader? But why attack me, with the foreign evil god still unresolved? The Phoenix King felt uneasy. Suddenly, at that moment, the space in all directions began to shatter. Seeing this, the Phoenix King's face lit up with joy, and instinctively, it stretched its wings, trying to fly away. Bang! A pitch-black tree trunk pressed down, and numerous black branches swiftly entwined. What is this? The Phoenix King's eyes widened as the tree trunks binding it were now immensely more powerful than the branches it had initially burned to nothingness with its phoenix flames. Who exactly are you? The Phoenix King could only feel that the branches entwining it were voraciously consuming its blood, essence, and soul. In its last moments of consciousness, looking along the branches, it caught sight of a 50-meter-tall ancient tree. The ancient tree exuded a vast, ancient aura while subtly emanating madness and evil. You're not a creature of this world, you are the foreign evil god, you are the ancestral demon tree. The Phoenix King's mind was engulfed by tumultuous waves. Although it had never seen the foreign evil god or the ancestral demon tree, the aura emitted by Lin Yuan at this moment was distinctly different from the creatures of Tianqing world. Has the foreign evil god already infiltrated the Tianqing world? This thought surfaced in the Phoenix King's mind as its consciousness quickly succumbed to darkness. Inhale. Exhale. All the vast blood, essence, and soul of the Phoenix King were devoured by Lin Yuan. Although the Phoenix King's comprehension of space rules wasn't profound, its blood and essence were extremely abundant and of high quality, greatly nourishing and enhancing the demon tree. In addition, the Phoenix King's soul was exquisite, surpassing the combined souls of countless demonic beasts and fierce beasts that Lin Yuan had previously devoured. While savoring the taste, Lin Yuan could suddenly sense 7 mighty presences rising from the depths of the Black Mist Mountain range. Enjoy exclusive adventures from. These were the remaining 7 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range. For days, as the Phoenix King's presence vanished, initially, these 7 kings thought the Phoenix King was cultivating some secret technique, hence they did not probe further. After all, in the eyes of these 7 kings, there were only a few individuals in the entire Tianqing world capable of silently dealing with the Phoenix King. And those few individuals were currently fending off the foreign evil god and would definitely not make a move. Therefore, these 7 kings had been somewhat negligent. But now, days had gone by, and the Phoenix King's aura had still not reappeared. Only then did the 7 kings sense something amiss. By the time they joined forces and headed to the Phoenix King's wind nest. Chapter 338, 4, The Ancestral Demon Tree's Astonishment, subscribe please, _3. Surprisingly, he discovered that the Phoenix Tree where the wind nest was located, as well as the valley, had completely vanished. Thus came the scene, where 7 kings jointly erupted with their aura, searching for the Phoenix King. It still triggered the vigilance of the other 7 kings. Lin Yuan concealed his aura and silently observed the positions of those 7 kings, Eventually realizing that they had converged together and were no longer separated, he sighed to himself. With the spatial prison he was currently using, confining 1 king would be no problem. 2 or 3 would be somewhat manageable, but 7, that would be somewhat beyond his abilities. There were 2 ways to break Lin Yuan's spatial prison. One was to have a spatial comprehension that surpassed Lin Yuan's. The other was to exert a force more than 10 times that of Lin Yuan. Under the combined full force of the 7 kings, leveraging their innate bloodline talents, the power they burst forth with was indeed more than 10 times that of Lin Yuan at the moment. Let's take it slow. If need be, I'll just spend more time understanding more core spatial models, then go deal with them. Lin Yuan comforted himself internally. In the following time, he planned to continue lying low until he completely surpassed those 7 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range. Outside the Tianqing world, at an unknown height, spans countless branches of the ancestral demon tree, its terrifying and malevolent power permeating tens of thousands of miles around. These ants. The ancestral demon tree looked down at a battlefield next to the Tianqing world, where countless evil god puppets charged towards the inside of the world. But they were all blocked by the powerhouses within the Tianqing world. On the battlefield, a man in a blue robe was seated cross-legged, with a stone sword floating in front of him. If it weren't for the protection of the world. The ancestral demon tree stared at the stone sword for a while, thinking unwillingly. It's better to say that it was stopped by the countless powerhouses of the Tianqing world, rather than by the world itself. Both the resilient world barrier and that stone sword came from the Tianqing world itself. Just as the ancestral demon tree was considering whether to abandon this world, it suddenly sensed something under a casual induction. Decades ago, I expended Origin Source to scatter hundreds of thousands of seeds within the Tianqing world, and 1 seed managed to survive. The ancestral demon tree was somewhat astonished. Your next chapter awaits on. Initially, to open a rift in the Tianqing world, it had paid a price and subsequently scattered hundreds of thousands of seeds inside, aiming to create chaos in the backlands of the Tianqing world. Unfortunately, the ancestral demon tree still underestimated the suppression by the world itself. The hundreds of thousands of seeds it scattered did not grow, and with the passage of time, they successively died. The ancestral demon tree had already resigned itself to this fate. But now, it sensed that 1 seed had survived. This sensation was very weak due to the interference of the world barrier, but as its offspring, the ancestral demon tree was very certain. Interesting. The ancestral demon tree pondered for a moment, then once again expended Origin Source. Following the indistinct connection, its consciousness began to cross over. Deep in the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan was assimilating the blood and spirit of the Phoenix King. At that moment, in the root area of the demon tree, the mass of pitch-black flame suddenly began to boil. The next moment, a spiritual fluctuation transmitted out from within the pitch-black flame. You survived. This spiritual fluctuation, though faint, was extremely profound. Almost instantly, Lin Yuan reacted that this spiritual fluctuation came from the ancestral demon tree outside the world. What to do now? Lin Yuan thought rapidly. Relying on the spiritual fluctuation from the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan judged that the other party was not aware of his specific situation. Lin Yuan's situation was far from being merely about surviving. He was nearly dominating the Black Mist Mountain range. Ancestor. Lin Yuan's tone was slightly respectful, as befits the posture of a legitimate descendant of the ancestral demon tree. I have indeed survived, but my current situation is rather difficult. I urgently need Ancestor's help. Chapter 339, 5, Rapid Growth, Making Great Strides, Seeking Subscriptions. Lin Yuan had never overlooked the ancestral demon tree because it was the progenitor of his own demon tree. The ancestral demon tree possessed an unimaginable control over any demon tree that grew from a demon seed. Read exclusive adventures at. Even if they were separated by an entire world, it could still perceive him vaguely, and with a price. Exert even more methods. This was precisely why. After sensing that the ancestral demon tree was trying to contact him, Lin Yuan didn't make a move. Instead, he honestly portrayed the image of a demon tree that had snuck into the backlands of Tianqing world, surviving through hardships. Of course, Lin Yuan had also prepared for the worst-case scenario. If the ancestral demon tree noticed his abnormalities, growing to the 6th rank peak in just a few decades, the ancestral demon tree, unless it was a fool, would realize something was amiss. But obviously, that hadn't happened, or the ancestral demon tree's first words wouldn't have been, "You survived." Actually, this was also normal. If the ancestral demon tree truly had the capability, despite being separated by a world, to completely understand everything about its offspring, it would willingly lower its consciousness instead of helplessly watching hundreds of thousands of demon tree seeds perish in the Tianqing world. Since he had decided to play the role of a loyal demon tree, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't refrain from making demands. Lin Yuan clearly understood the purpose of the ancestral demon tree scattering hundreds of thousands of demon tree seeds into Tianqing world at a cost. It was to throw the Tianqing world's rear into chaos, and even become a guiding mark for the ancestral demon tree whose true body was outside the world. Yet under the suppression of the world, almost all of the hundreds of thousands of demon tree seeds had perished. If not for the consciousness descent of Lin Yuan, this demon tree would have died long ago. Thus, in the current Tianqing world, Lin Yuan had become the ancestral demon tree's only, lone survivor. As long as the ancestral demon tree was thinking straight and still had designs on Tianqing world, it would inevitably take some actions to support Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan died, then the ancestral demon tree would have to fall back on whittling away at the front lines to descend upon Tianqing world. According to the intelligence Lin Yuan had gathered over the years, the ancestral demon tree, facing the united forces of countless powerhouses from the Tianqing alliance outside the Tianqing world, was not gaining any advantage. In front of the Tianqing alliance, backed by a whole world, the ancestral demon tree, lacking any advantage, was effectively at a disadvantage and could not prolong the stalemate indefinitely. The situation is very bad. The ancestral demon tree did not doubt Lin Yuan's words. What a joke, almost all of the hundreds of thousands of demon seeds had died. Saying the situation was very bad was already putting it mildly. The actual situation was probably dire and desperate. Indeed, the ancestral demon tree had underestimated the suppression of the Tianqing world. "How do you want me to help you?" The ancestral demon tree asked Lin Yuan, following the connection between progenitor and offspring. As long as Lin Yuan was still alive, its initial plotting wouldn't be all for naught, and it would have another possibility of descending upon Tianqing world. At this thought, the ancestral demon tree couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. For 300 years, it had been in a deadlock with the Tianqing alliance, unable to make progress, and even considered giving up on Tianqing world. After all, with the current situation, continuing the stalemate would not bring any change. Tianqing world was certainly a great supplement for it, but it had to be within reach. However, now, Lin Yuan's survival had given it hope. Once Lin Yuan grew strong enough, it could simply create a direct space channel to the interior of Tianqing world, with the cooperation of Lin Yuan and the connection between progenitor and offspring. By then, with its essence as a foreign evil god, Tianqing world would have no power to resist, and everything would become its nourishment. "Ancestor, I want flesh, I want souls," Lin Yuan immediately said. This was also in line with the typical demands of a demon tree. The growth of a demon tree did not need the support of a realm. As long as there was sufficient flesh and souls, it could rapidly improve. Essentially, the demon tree originated from the ancestral demon tree, the former was an extension of the latter. Flesh and souls. The ancestral demon tree fell silent. Its true body was outside the world. Where was it supposed to find flesh and souls for Lin Yuan? Even if it really acquired flesh and souls, it wouldn't be able to send them in. Fine. Only this left to do. The ancestral demon tree pondered carefully for a moment. A decision had been made in its mind. Stimulated by the ancestral demon tree, a large mass of its demon essence split away. The demon essence was the most core power of the ancestral demon tree. Similarly, the demon essence was interconnected with the ancestral demon tree and its various methods with the offspring demon trees. With the connection between progenitor and offspring, the ancestral demon tree could transfer a portion of its demon essence to the offspring demon tree. Do bear in mind, the ancestral demon tree had never before bestowed origin power upon an offspring demon tree because it simply didn't pay off. If Lin Yuan weren't of great use to it, crucial to whether it could consume Tianqing world, the ancestral demon tree would definitely not pay such a price. This mass of demon essence could create an army of over 1,000,000 evil god puppets. Deep in the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan patiently awaited the ancestral demon tree's response. Did I ask for too much? The silence of the ancestral demon tree made Lin Yuan feel somewhat puzzled. But the next moment, within the base region, amidst the cluster of burning pitch-black flames, a mass of dark power slowly emerged. Chapter 340, 5 Rapid Growth, Leaps and Bounds, subscribe please, _2. What is this? Lin Yuan was startled in his heart. At the moment this deep-colored power appeared, he felt his body begin to tremble, generating a kind of yearning. It was the origin source of the ancestral demon tree. For a demon tree like himself, it was the power he most desired to absorb. It was countless times stronger than those flesh and souls. Devouring flesh and souls required the transformation through the demon tree itself. But the origin source of the ancestral demon tree, that was the purest power, which could nearly infinitely increase the strength of the demigod progeny. Theoretically, as long as this kind of power was sufficient, the demigod progeny could completely grow to the level of the ancestral demon tree. This massive origin source will be enough for your cultivation for a while. Do not disappoint me. The spiritual fluctuations emitted by the ancestral demon tree seemed somewhat exhausted. After speaking, it broke off contact with Lin Yuan. It needed to constantly draw upon the power of the void to replenish its own losses. Origin power of the ancestor. Lin Yuan looked at the deep-colored power, suppressing the yearning in his heart. To bestow such important origin power, are you not planning to let me live? A trace of cold laughter emerged in Lin Yuan's heart. On the surface, it appeared that the ancestral demon tree was making such a great sacrifice to ensure the survival of its offspring. In reality, it was just a transfer from the left hand to the right. As long as the ancestral demon tree could ultimately descend upon the Tianqing world, it could completely devour Lin Yuan, the demon tree, and recover the previously invested origin power. For an ancestral demon tree, a foreign evil god, being brutal and evil was its true nature, its offspring were merely tools. But when the time comes, it's not certain who will devour whom. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. The ancestral demon tree wanted to devour Lin Yuan, but Lin Yuan also harbored thoughts of devouring the ancestral demon tree. Lin Yuan was quite curious about such a foreign evil god. The present demon tree was merely a demigod progeny, far from a true foreign evil god. With the origin power sent by the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan once again entered a period of rapid growth. Originally, Lin Yuan thought that after dealing with the Phoenix King, facing the remaining 7 kings, who were banding together, he would lie low for a while. But the ancestral demon tree was too supportive, sending over such a huge mass of origin, almost equivalent to the volume of dozens of Phoenix Kings. And in terms of the purity of power, the origin power of the ancestral demon tree was leagues beyond those demon beast kings. 1. This kind of origin power is the fundamental power of a foreign evil god. 2. The ancestor's origin power and Lin Yuan were from the same source, and there was almost no need for any transformation. This is truly comfortable. Lin Yuan continually absorbed the origin power, feeling that every branch and trunk of the demon tree was undergoing a metamorphosis. This transformation was fundamental. The demon tree Lin Yuan occupied began to change towards the true body of the ancestral demon tree outside this world. Subsequently, Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to continue hunting the demonic beasts in the Black Mist Mountain range. Instead, when the origin power was absorbed after some time, he would proactively contact the ancestral demon tree to ask for more. Facing Lin Yuan's request for help, the ancestral demon tree was extremely generous, almost granting whatever was requested. And with the full support of the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan's growth speed was getting faster and faster. In the depths of the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan's spirit was entirely focused on the root area, above that clump of pitch-black flames. This clump of pitch-black flames is the core used by the ancestral demon tree to control its offspring, isn't it? Lin Yuan stared at the pitch-black flames, thinking to himself. The ancestral demon tree was able to contact him and send the origin power through this clump of pitch-black flames. And the demon tree that Lin Yuan currently occupied was controlled all over, except for this clump of pitch-black flames, which still remained in Lin Yuan's blind spot. Every time Lin Yuan attempted to refine this clump of pitch-black flames, he would vaguely perceive an immense risk from the unknown. Does the ancestral demon tree comply with my every demand, providing as much origin power as I want, because of this? Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. Rewebnull.c Sigma. The ancestral demon tree met his demands not only because the growth of Lin Yuan was indeed useful, capable of helping the ancestral demon tree cross the battlefield outside the world and descend directly into the interior of the Tianqing world. The most crucial matter was that the ancestral demon tree could master Lin Yuan's death with just a thought. And the means to do so was through this cluster of dark flames. Add to that the absolute loyalty of the demon tree's progeny towards the ancestral demon tree. Under all these factors, it was what led to such a supportive strength from the ancestral demon tree. In the eyes of the ancestral demon tree, everything it had bestowed upon Lin Yuan could be taken back with virtually no loss. Unable to refine, Lin Yuan carefully observed the dark flames. He discovered that he had no capability to refine them at all. The moment he slightly touched the dark flames, he would be detected by the ancestral demon tree. Then, it shall be sealed. Lin Yuan continued to observe the dark flames. The area where the dark flames were located was deep within Lin Yuan's roots. Their influence on Lin Yuan was nothing more than several types, namely a sudden explosion, completely destroying the main trunk of the roots. Therefore, sealing them was the best choice. As for the method of sealing, it required Lin Yuan to use his against heaven's understanding to create one based on his own detailed circumstances and the state of the dark flames. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had gone by. Sealing complete. Lin Yuan's mind converged in front of the dark flames in the root area. Threads of power, like a spider's web, formed countless layers, slowly enveloping the cluster of dark flames. Suddenly all the forces were hidden deep in the space. After 10 years of contemplation, Lin Yuan finally managed to conceive a method that completely sealed the dark flames using his against heaven's understanding. This method consisted of 63 core space rules, and with just a thought from Lin Yuan, space could be isolated. No matter what changes occurred in the cluster of dark flames, it would be impossible to affect Lin Yuan's true body. Finally, it is done. Lin Yuan let out a slight sigh of relief. Once the sealing was successful, Lin Yuan could say he was officially free from the control of the ancestral demon tree. Of course, the ancestral demon tree was unaware of this. In the eyes of such a foreign evil god, its offspring were absolutely loyal to it. There was no possibility of any betrayal. Probably in its wildest dreams, the ancestral demon tree would never have imagined there to be someone like Lin Yuan. 10 years of cultivation. After performing the sealing skill, Lin Yuan's perception spread in all directions. These 10 years, creating the sealing skill, had only taken up a small portion of Lin Yuan's time. Besides, Lin Yuan had gained even more. The first was his strength. Lin Yuan now had stepped into the 7th rank. Based on Lin Yuan's previous estimates, breaking through to the 7th rank would require at least 50 to 100 years. But the ancestral demon tree was too generous, constantly feeding him origin source, which allowed Lin Yuan to cross this phase of cultivation in just 10 years. A 7th rank demon tree's roots would spread far and wide, nearly covering the entire Black Mist Mountain range, with millions of miles within Lin Yuan's control. Apart from the deepest parts of the Black Mist Mountain range, the regions where the 7 kings resided, Lin Yuan's control over the Black Mist Mountain range was probably unprecedented. The entire Black Mist Mountain range, how many demonic beasts and ferocious beasts there were, even how many purple-eyed rabbits there were, all fell under Lin Yuan's observation. One could say that anything that happened within the Black Mist Mountain range could not be hidden from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan now possessed a semblance of the splendor of the ancestral demon tree from beyond this world, which contested the Tianqing world with its own power. Space. Lin Yuan sensed the surroundings. Over the decades, Lin Yuan's contemplation of the core space models also made great strides. Space is everywhere, with vast applicability. The sealing skill that Lin Yuan had conceived was also based on numerous core space models. Lin Yuan now had a complete understanding of 267 core space models, his comprehension of space even surpassing that of ordinary 8th-layer evolvers. You should know, a newly advanced 8th rank evolver typically only comprehends a few, at most a few dozen, core space models. Lin Yuan's mastery of over 200 core space models could be estimated as equivalent to hundreds to thousands of years of arduous cultivation for an ordinary 8th rank evolver. Chapter 341, 6, Unifying the Black Mist Mountain Range, the True King Without a Crown. Subscribe please. If I return now to the main world, the size of my inner world would likely exceed 100 miles, or even several hundred miles. Lin Yuan secretly thought. Normally, for someone newly advanced to the 8th rank, their inner world would reach a span of 100 miles. Along with continuous practice at the 8th rank, the inner world will slowly grow. The expansion primarily depends on the understanding of the space rules. It is also about comprehending more of the core space models, leading to a more stable spatial foundation in the inner world, which would facilitate easier expansion. If one lacks sufficient understanding of space and forcibly expands the inner world, it might cause its collapse. But with Lin Yuan's current understanding of the space rules, expanding his inner world to several hundred miles would be easy. An inner world of several hundred miles, even though Lin Yuan has only just entered the 7th rank, would allow him to contend with someone at the newly advanced 8th rank with the vast power of his world. 7th Stage Martial Tao. Lin Yuan's expression fell into brief contemplation. Over these years, he had devoted much of his time to refining and perfecting the 7th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path. After all, Lin Yuan was well aware that his foundation was still the martial arts evolution system, though the cultivation system of the demon tree was only temporary. Initial cultivation of entities like the ancestral demon tree, and foreign evil god, is swift, but it harbors many dangers. It is nowhere as steadily progressive and inherently righteous as the martial arts evolution system. Now I've basically completed the marquee stage of the 7th rank chapter, the next step is the king level. Lin Yuan secretly thought. The many evolution paths in the main world divide the 7th rank into 3 stages. Marquee. King. Lin Yuan applied the same 3 stages to his 7th stage martial Tao chapter. Completing the marquee stage equates to finishing 1/3 of the 7th rank chapter. The only stages left are king and king. It's about time to make a move. Lin Yuan glanced towards the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range. Since the Phoenix King disappeared, the remaining 7 kings of the mountain range had gathered together. This act thwarted Lin Yuan's plan to defeat them one by one. For nearly a decade, Lin Yuan's roots permeated every corner of the Black Mist Mountain range, except for its deepest part. He was concerned it might startle the snake. But now, with Lin Yuan's strength, those 7 kings could be suppressed with a counterattack. At the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range, 7 colossal beings stood there. Their terrifying presence pervaded, ordinary demonic beasts, let alone approaching, would tremble in fear just by sensing a fraction of this atmosphere. These 7 colossal beings are the 7 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range. Together with the previous Phoenix King, they are known as the Black Mist 8 Kings, having been the absolute rulers of the mountain range for many long years. However, at this moment, the atmosphere among these 7 kings was heavy, their expressions and eyes filled with worry. Where could the Phoenix King have gone? It has been 10 years without a trace. The Divine Ape King spoke softly, his massive voice vibrating in all directions. Upon hearing this, the rest of the 6 kings exchanged glances. They too were curious about the whereabouts of the Phoenix King. 10 years ago, the Phoenix King suddenly disappeared, taking with it a phoenix tree and Earthflame Valley, resulting in ominous thoughts among them. That was why. For the past 10 years, the 7 kings have stayed together, never separating, all to guard against something. But this can't go on forever. It's been 10 years since the Phoenix King disappeared, and it likely met with misfortune. We can't just keep waiting. In a moment, I will go out and meet with the Tianqing Alliance leader to inquire if he is aware of this matter. The leading Colossus King finally spoke out. Among the 8 kings of the Black Mist, the Colossus King, with the blood of ancient divine elephants flowing within, is the leader. Right. Go and ask the Tianqing Alliance leader. Indeed, even if the leader doesn't know, he should investigate. I want to see who would dare to strike against the Black Mist Mountain range. The other demon beast kings discussed amongst themselves. The Tianqing Alliance leader, being the strongest in the Tianqing world, is a major force against the foreign evil gods. Given the character of the Tianqing alliance leader, he would not allow internal strife in the Tianqing world when there should be unity against external forces. However, before anything was confirmed, they dared not casually contact the Tianqing alliance leader. If they just reported to the Tianqing alliance and the Phoenix King returned soon after, it would be awkward. They might even be held accountable by the leader. But 10 years have passed with no news of the Phoenix King, so it was time to report to the Tianqing alliance leader. Let's go. Let's go together. The 7 demon beast kings got up, ready to fly outside. Suddenly, the giant elephant king's expression subtly shifted. There's something outside. The giant elephant king's form froze, his gaze intensely scanning the surroundings. Something wrong. Hearing this, the other 6 kings immediately became alert. The next moment. A black vine descended from the sky. The divine ape king's face changed dramatically, his instincts urging him to dodge. Although unclear what the black vine was, the instinct of a demon beast king made the divine ape king want to keep away. However, at that moment, the divine ape king's movements seemed to slow down numerous times. More precisely, the space around the divine ape king appeared to stretch many times over, turning what should have been a steppable distance into one where hundreds of steps still spun in place. Whoosh! The black vine quickly engulfed the divine ape king and dragged him upwards. The giant elephant king and the other 6 demon beast kings could clearly see the divine ape king still desperately struggling while entwined by the black vine. Chapter 342-6, Unifying the Black Mist Mountain Range, The True King Without a Crown, subscribe please, _2. But it was all in vain, as he was rapidly dragged away without the capacity to resist. What is that? It was only at this moment that the giant elephant king and the other 5 demon beast kings noticed an imposing ancient tree standing not far away, the presence of which was previously unknown to them. The ancient tree, black in color, towered unimaginably high and was shrouded in an evil, chaotic aura. Just now, it was one of this tree's countless vines that had dragged away the divine ape king. This is bad. The giant elephant king and the other demon beast kings felt their scalps explode. They had no idea when such a monstrous tree had appeared next to their lairs. If the divine ape king, with his strength, couldn't withstand even one of its countless vines, how powerful was the entire tree? As for the evil, chaotic aura that the ancient god emitted, the minds of the giant elephant king and the other 5 demon beast kings were in complete disarray, with no time to consider it carefully. In the hearts of the 6 demon beast kings, there was only one thought. That was, run. Run as far as possible. Boom. The 6 terrifyingly powerful demon beast kings. Almost simultaneously, they dashed in 6 different directions. Even in such a state of utter panic, the demon beast kings instinctively chose different paths. This way, they could at least distract the attention of the terrifying ancient tree. Rustle. 6 black vines descended from the towering ancient tree. 5 of the demon beast kings struggled briefly against the entwining vines but were quickly dragged away just like the divine ape king. Only the giant elephant king. Break! The massive body of the giant elephant king burst forth with earth-shaking power. As a descendant of the ancient gods, the giant elephant king inherited part of the formidable life force of the ancient gods. The ancient gods, it is said, did not originate from the Tianqing world but came from beyond its realms. It was precisely because of the talents of the ancient gods that the giant elephant king was able to overpower the other 7 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range and secure the throne of the strongest demon beast king. In fact, not just in the Black Mist Mountain range. In the other 9 mountain ranges of the Tianqing world and among the dozens of other demon beast kings, the power of the giant elephant king was also considered terrifying, ranking within the top 3 or even number 1. Rumble. Faced with the black vines that easily dragged away 6 demon beast kings, the full potential of the giant elephant king was forced out, his blood boiled, and a huge phantom of a sacred elephant appeared behind him. Crack! Under the furious outbreak of the giant elephant king, the black vine slowly shattered. Did he break free? The expression of the giant elephant king turned wildly ecstatic. From the moment the divine ape king was dragged away by the black vines to when the 6 demon beast kings fell into the same fate. To the giant elephant king, the black vines were like the grim reaper, exuding an immense oppressive force. However, now, with the giant elephant king unleashing his full potential and employing dozens of secret techniques to enhance his power, he had finally shattered the black vine, ensuring he wouldn't be dragged away like the other demon beast kings. My power, my lineage. The giant elephant king had barely felt joy when he suddenly turned his head and desperately discovered hundreds, thousands of black vines sweeping towards him. This. The face of the giant elephant king turned ashen. He had hardly broken one black vine at a tremendous cost, only for hundreds or thousands of them to appear as soon as he turned around. How was he supposed to cope? Overwhelmed by despair. This time the giant elephant king didn't put up any resistance. Instead, he nearly leapt into the midst of the black vines voluntarily, and then was dragged away. Yes, from today on, the Black Mist Mountain Range is completely mine. Lin Yuan's figure rapidly shrank, influenced by space rules. Even the 7 enormous demon beast kings also began to shrink quickly. Wrapped in black vines, hanging below the branches. Lin Yuan glanced at the 7 demon beast kings who had fallen into a deep sleep, with no intention to devour them. If it had been before the ancestral demon tree had made contact, facing such delicacies as the demon beast kings, Lin Yuan would have chosen to devour them immediately. Just like he had swallowed the Phoenix King. To quickly enhance his own strength and foundation. But with the feeding from the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan lost interest in these ordinary flesh and souls. Even if these demon beast kings were strong and their vitality vigorous, could they really compare to the origin power of the ancestral demon tree? There was no comparison at all. The origin power of the ancestral demon tree was the core strength of a foreign evil god. Theoretically, as long as Lin Yuan devoured enough origin power of the ancestor, he could replace the ancestral demon tree and become a standalone foreign evil god. Let them stay for now, they'll be useful later, he said. Lin Yuan did not kill those 7 demon beast kings. In future schemes, he might find a use for them. For now, he just left them there. At this moment, with the 7 demon beast kings plunged into deep sleep, they were as good as dead, not affecting Lin Yuan's subsequent actions. Let's begin, he said. With a slight movement of Lin Yuan's mind. Having dealt with the 7 demon beast kings, Lin Yuan, with no one left to fear, began to spread his roots toward the deepest parts of the Black Mist Mountain Range. There's a large spirit vein here, no wonder those demon beast kings considered this area as their stronghold. Lin Yuan's roots penetrated deep into the ground, ensnaring that abundant spirit vein, and began slowly devouring the pure spiritual power within it. If the origin power fed by the ancestral demon tree was the main course, then this large spirit vein was like a soup before the meal, just something casual to change the taste. Several days later, Lin Yuan's roots had completely covered the deepest parts of the Black Mist Mountain Range. That is to say, the Black Mist Mountain Range, spanning millions of miles, was entirely under the control of Lin Yuan's roots. At this moment, Lin Yuan had truly become the uncrowned king of the Black Mist Mountain Range, far surpassing the uncrowned king title of the past demon beast kings. After all, the previous demon beast kings of the Black Mist Mountain Range only nominally ruled the area, but Lin Yuan substantively controlled it, with his roots spread throughout every corner of the mountain range. Ancestor, the environment of the Black Mist Mountain Range is terribly harsh. Just recently a few powerful demonic beasts nearly attacked me. Ewanvel.com. Lin Yuan's mind sank into the root area as he typically complained to the ancestral demon tree. The Black Mist Mountain Range. It's teeming with demonic beasts and is extremely dangerous. You really had it tough, comforted the ancestral demon tree. Having fought with countless cultivators from Tianqing world until now, it had come to understand much information about the world. Among them, the Black Mist Mountain Range was one of the top 10 demonic beast mountain ranges of the Tianqing world, undoubtedly dangerous. In the eyes of the ancestral demon tree, the mere survival of Lin Yuan in the Black Mist Mountain Range was already a miracle. Here, I'll give you some more origin power for self-protection, said the ancestral demon tree after some thought. Lin Yuan was its last hope for descending into the Tianqing world. How could it let him die at the hands of those beasts of the Black Mist Mountain Range? Thank you, ancestor, Lin Yuan said gratefully. Indeed, in the view of Lin Yuan, the ancestral demon tree was somewhat in a dilemma. Over these 10 years, the ancestral demon tree had invested a vast amount of origin power into Lin Yuan. This origin power could only be recouped once the ancestral demon tree descended into the Tianqing world. But to descend into the Tianqing world, it needed to continue feeding Lin Yuan origin power, putting the ancestral demon tree in an awkward situation. If it had been before contacting Lin Yuan, the ancestral demon tree was not so set on acquiring the Tianqing world. Being able to descend was naturally good. If it was otherwise unable to descend and the situation became deadlocked, leaving would also not involve substantial loss. But now, if the ancestral demon tree chose to leave, the losses would be significant, as so much of its origin power was within Lin Yuan. If it gave up on the Tianqing world, it would likely not recover for thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of years. Losses are only temporary, the vision must be long-term. As long as I can descend into the Tianqing world, any great losses can be recouped, and devouring an entire world's origin would be greatly beneficial to me. With this mindset, the ancestral demon tree again allocated some of its origin, sending it to Lin Yuan. Chapter 343, 7, Improving Demon Parasitism. Happy New Year's Eve. Thank you, Ancestor. Having obtained another large mass of origin source, Lin Yuan immediately expressed his gratitude. Enjoy exclusive content from FreeWebNovel. Lin Yuan's gratitude was indeed heartfelt. In the past 5 travels, he had relied mostly on himself, even during the 5th travel, where he became a background celestial of the 3rd generation. Most of the resources Lin Yuan needed for his cultivation were also largely dependent on his yin spirit and yang spirit adventuring outside. However, now, as long as Lin Yuan voiced his hardships, the ancestral demon tree, despite the consumption, would actively send over the origin source. Of course, Lin Yuan was aware. The ancestral demon tree did this completely using him. Should he successfully arrive in the Tianqing world, he guessed he would be the first to die. Over the years, the origin source the ancestral demon tree had invested in him naturally had to be recouped. Just as the ancestral demon tree was thinking of devouring Lin Yuan was similarly contemplating devouring the ancestral demon tree. At present, the existence of the ancestral demon tree brought far more benefits than drawbacks to Lin Yuan, equivalent to an inexhaustible treasury of cultivation. Moreover, Lin Yuan had already resolved the control the ancestral demon tree had over its offspring demon trees using the sealing skill, leading to no fundamental risks at all. Cultivate well. Grow to the 5th stage as soon as possible. The spiritual fluctuations emitted by the ancestral demon tree contained an encouraging tone, as if a gentle elder was earnestly instructing. The growth of the demon tree, unlike normal cultivators, is in stages. Specifically, the 1st stage, 2nd stage, 3rd stage. The ancestral demon tree itself was in the 8th stage, being a powerful evil god from beyond territories. The offspring demon tree is an extension of the ancestral demon tree, with an inexplicable connection between them. Once the offspring demon tree grows to the 5th stage, its life essence would be sufficient to establish a spatial passage with the ancestral demon tree. At that point, the ancestral demon tree could enter the Tianqing world through another method. This was also the final scheme of the ancestral demon tree, as forcefully entering the Tianqing world under the current circumstances was unrealistic. Ancestor, rest assured. I will definitely strive to grow. Your glory will soon envelop this world, and then, all beings will submit at the feet of the ancestor. Lin Yuan was also painting a picture for the ancestral demon tree. He had no choice. If the ancestral demon tree abandoned the Tianqing world and fled now, Lin Yuan could only watch helplessly. So he could only keep the ancestral demon tree hopeful about the immediate prospect, along with the earlier investments creating a sunk cost. This could securely bind the ancestral demon tree outside the world. Naturally. As long as we can occupy this world, I might as well grant you freedom and let you become a new evil god, the ancestral demon tree said seriously. In fact, the ancestral demon tree never intended to let Lin Yuan live. Are you kidding? After consuming so much of my origin source, you still want to live. But some things can't be said so directly, even when facing its offspring, for which a single thought could decide life or death. It also needs to pay attention to some formalities. And so, the two demon trees with different intentions severed their connection. In the depths of the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan pondered the information recently revealed by the ancestral demon tree. The 5th stage. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the growth of a demon tree and cultivating are different matters, it relates to strength but is not entirely about strength. For example, right now, Lin Yuan possessed the power of the 7th rank, but in the growth stages of a demon tree, he was still at the 6th stage. With the world barrier in place, and with my own aura concealed, the ancestral demon tree cannot detect which exact stage I've grown into, Lin Yuan secretly thought. The Tianqing world was very cautious about guarding against the ancestral demon tree, decades ago, to pry open a crack in the barrier of the Tianqing world to drop demon seeds. The ancestral demon tree paid a tremendous price. And since then, the defense measures of the Tianqing world against the ancestral demon tree had gone up a notch. So, the ancestral demon tree's perception of Lin Yuan was actually quite limited, plus the many concealment techniques Lin Yuan figured out himself were virtually foolproof. On the battlefield outside the world, the Tianqing alliance has been winning recently. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, looking towards a direction where countless Tianqing alliance experts were battling with evil god puppets. freeebnovel.com. It wasn't surprising to Lin Yuan that the Tianqing alliance was gaining an upper hand on the battlefield. In the past decade, to fund Lin Yuan, the ancestral demon tree had sent over so much of its own origin power. As a result, reducing its strength and the number of evil god puppets it could produce. Strictly speaking, although Lin Yuan was an offspring of the ancestral demon tree, he contributed to the Tianqing world, diminishing the power of the ancestral demon tree. With the Tianqing alliance gaining the upper hand on the battlefield outside the world, the credit largely belonged to Lin Yuan. Outside the Tianqing world, the colossal ancestral demon tree stood towering in the void, its numerous vines swaying, spreading a terrifying demon realm in all directions. And opposite the ancestral demon tree stood 13 figures side by side. It was the leader of the Tianqing alliance and the 12 vice alliance hierarchs. The leader of the Tianqing alliance, being the strongest in the Tianqing world, wielded the sword of the world, nearly able to unleash the combat power of the 8th rank. As for the 12 vice alliance hierarchs, they were all of the 7th rank, not to be underestimated. Evil God, die. The leader of the Tianqing alliance grasped the stone sword and slashed at the ancestral demon tree. With a rip, a vast force of space was torn apart, forming spatial turbulence, carrying with it the might of the void. Chapter 344, 7, Improving Demon Parasitism, Happy New Year's Eve, _2. The ancestral demon tree, still massive in form, swayed its countless black tendrils just enough to block the sword strike. If it weren't for this world, you ants, where would you get the audacity to stand before me? The ancestral demon tree emitted a vast spiritual fluctuation. What it feared most was the stone long sword in the hands of the Tianqing alliance leader. That was the world sword, nurtured by the Tianqing world over countless millennia, which, under normal circumstances, should remain dormant deep within the world, turning with the world's rotations. Yet, this time, the invasion of the ancestral demon tree made the Tianqing world extremely vigilant, prompting it to unhesitatingly release the stone longsword to join forces with Tianqing's strongest fighters to resist the invasion by the foreign evil god. After a bitter battle, the ancestral demon tree retreated on its own accord. Regarding this, the Tianqing alliance leader and the 12 vice alliance hierarchs could only relent. Near the Tianqing world, they could contend with the ancestral demon tree, but stepping away from the Tianqing world would be suicidal. The stone longsword in the hands of the Tianqing alliance leader grew more potent the closer it was to the Tianqing world. By the same principle, the farther away one was from the Tianqing world, the less potent it became, eventually no different from an ordinary longsword. Alliance leader, have you noticed, the foreign evil god seems much weaker this time? A vice alliance hierarch pondered for a moment before speaking up. Indeed. The Tianqing alliance leader nodded. Since the invasion of the ancestral demon tree began, they had fought it every 4 or 5 decades. Protected by the stone longsword, they could well manage a fight-to-fight basis against the ancestral demon tree. But this time, the ancestral demon tree didn't engage them in battle. And from the few skirmishes they had, they faintly perceived the ancestral demon tree's weakness. What exactly is going on? Is the evil god doing this deliberately, to lure us? The Tianqing alliance leader was somewhat perplexed. The ancestral demon tree's diminished strength was completely baffling since they had never managed to strike at its core. Rewebnol.c sigma-m, how could its strength decrease so inexplicably? Therefore, the Tianqing Alliance leader's first reaction was to suspect whether the ancestral demon tree was intentionally showing weakness to lure them into a trap. In the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan felt the details of the surroundings for a while. He then continued with his contemplation. Your, against heaven's understanding, is discerning the demonic seeds, enhancing their parasitic essence. Your, against heaven's understanding, is discerning the demonic seeds, enhancing their parasitic essence. Your, against heaven's understanding, is discerning the demonic seeds, enhancing their parasitic essence. In front of Lin Yuan, several gray, fuzzy seeds floated. As a talented method of demon trees, the demonic seeds had many effects, among them the parasitic ability was particularly valued by Lin Yuan. However, the original parasitic ability of the demonic seeds was too crude, making the parasitized beings look like zombies, too evident in their behavior. Therefore, for the past several decades, Lin Yuan dedicated some time each day to refine the flaws of the demonic seeds. I've made preliminary improvements. Let's see how effective it is. Lin Yuan glanced at a nearby demon beast king entangled by black tendrils. Lin Yuan kept these demon beast kings alive because they were useful, and it was the perfect time to test the parasitic ability of the demonic seeds. As for why not to first parasitize lower-ranking demonic beasts? Parasitizing lower-ranking demonic beasts would merely waste Lin Yuan's seeds. The effectiveness of the demonic parasitic ability entirely depends on the strength of the host. If the host possesses 5th rank strength, after the parasitism, it could still largely retain 5th rank strength. If the host has only 1st rank strength, after parasitism, it remains at the 1st rank, and what use is that to Lin Yuan? In Lin Yuan's eyes, within the whole Black Mist Mountain range, only the few 6th rank demon beast kings barely held value for parasitism. Rustle. A black tendril loosened. A demon beast king fell. During its fall, the beast's body rapidly enlarged, and by the time it hit the ground, it had become a massive creature. Where is this? This demon beast king was the divine ape king. Having been unconscious for so long, it was now awake and confused for a moment. No, wrong. Only a few breaths had passed when the divine ape king realized what was happening, and his expression immediately tensed. Turning his head, he found himself beneath that terrifying ancient tree, and a chill ran through his heart. The divine ape king instinctively thought to flee, but found that his body was pervaded by an evil power, under which even the slightest movement was extremely difficult, let alone running. Just as the divine ape king was contemplating whether to say a few words, a gray, dusty seed fell from a branch, quickly heading toward him. What is that? Although the divine ape king was unable to move, he instinctively sensed danger. Buzz. The gray, dusty seed landed straight on the forehead of the divine ape king, and then roots quickly sprouted from the surface of the seed, embedding themselves in his forehead. Ah! The divine ape king let out a painful roar. At that moment, his head felt as though it had exploded, and his consciousness even began to blur. This seed, does it want to replace me? Suddenly, a great terror surged in the heart of the divine ape king. The gray, dusty seed, now rooting in his brain, was slowly expelling his original consciousness and attempting to usurp his place. Read exclusive content at FreeWebNovel. No. I don't want this. The divine ape king struggled fiercely. Compared with being replaced, complete death felt like a release. The divine ape king resisted fiercely, gathering the remaining force in his consciousness to charge at the demonic parasite. However, regrettably, at that moment, the entire body of the divine ape king was suppressed by Lin Yuan's power, leaving behind just a trace of the power of his consciousness. How could it possibly resist the demonic parasite? Just half a day had passed, and the consciousness of the divine ape king completely collapsed. The demonic parasite had successfully rooted itself. Outside, Lin Yuan was observing the changes in the divine ape king. Master. Just then, the divine ape king slowly rose from the ground and bowed slightly towards Lin Yuan. The parasitic process went smoothly. Lin Yuan could clearly sense the presence of the demonic parasite deep in the brain of the divine ape king. Master, I now possess all the memories of the divine ape king, along with every ability and skill. The divine ape king began to report. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan sent the divine ape king away. The current divine ape king had been completely replaced by the demonic parasite, leaving no concern regarding fidelity. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. From observing the behavior and reactions of the replaced divine ape king, with just a bit more attention, there was essentially no difference from the original divine ape king. At the very least, it was far better than initially, when victims of demonic parasite infestation appeared vacant and stiff. The current demonic parasite not only perfectly integrated into the host's body but also acquired all of their memories. It could nearly reach the level of authentic deception. However, there are still some flaws. Continue to refine. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, deciding to spend the following time perfecting it with, against heaven's understanding. The reason Lin Yuan devoted such effort to parasitism was to prepare for the proliferation of martial Tao later on. Unfortunately, the appearance of the demon tree wasn't great, so Lin Yuan needed to find some spokespersons. And these spokespersons had to be absolutely loyal to Lin Yuan, perfectly suiting the parasitic ability of the demonic parasite. Martial Tao. Lin Yuan's thoughts surged, limited here due to the very nature of the demon tree. He hadn't embarked on the martial Tao. But everything he was doing was paving the way for martial Tao, and spreading the martial path evolutionary path was the main plan for the next few hundred years. Continue to cultivate. Lin Yuan immersed his mind in cultivation, and the inner qi within his body grew increasingly terrifying, like an unfathomably vast ocean. No one knew, including the invincible Tianqing Alliance leader, ancestral demon tree. In the absolutely safe rear of Tianqing world, changes were happening that could overturn the current situation. Chapter 345, 8, Draining the Ancestral Demon Tree, Happy New Year's Eve. Name, Demon Tree, Lin Yuan. Identity, Holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bound Talent, Heaven-Defying Comprehension. Divine Power, Blood Resurrection. Current Status, Consciousness Descent. Remaining Residency Time, 500 years. Another 30 years have passed. In the depths of the Black Mist Mountain Range, Lin Yuan had transformed into a demon tree. Although only 100 meters tall, his roots had already spread across tens of millions of miles. Even the 100-meter height was the result of Lin Yuan actively suppressing his growth. If he chose to unleash his full size, he could easily swell by 10 million times, blotting out the sun. Master, Master. Just then, a bird with azure feathers flew over and landed on Lin Yuan's trunk. This azure-feathered bird, in comparison to Lin Yuan, had a very insignificant presence. But if placed outside, it would also be a king among demonic beasts, commanding tens of thousands of powerful creatures. The situation is all normal. The azure-feathered bird spoke with respect. This particular azure-feathered bird had naturally been parasitized long ago by a demon seed, rendering it absolutely loyal to Lin Yuan. In some ways, the azure-feathered bird was no different from Lin Yuan's incarnation, replaced by the demon tree seed, and whenever Lin Yuan wished. Read exclusive adventures at Freeweb Novel. He could use it as his vessel for a distant descent of his consciousness. Do not be complacent. Lin Yuan cautioned. Rest assured, Master. The azure-feathered bird immediately responded. Its tone and demeanor were now indistinguishable from that of normal demon beast kings. Over the past 30 years, Lin Yuan had made significant progress on the parasitism of the demon seed. A parasitized being could hardly be distinguished by appearance from others. Even their mannerisms and memories of their original life remained unchanged. They indeed reached a degree of deception that was convincingly real. Although it wasn't right to say it was real, essentially. The life that had been parasitized by the demon seed was still alive. It was just under the subconscious influence of the demon seed, regarding Lin Yuan as the object of absolute loyalty. The talent of the foreign evil god is truly unimaginable. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In fact, this was Lin Yuan overthinking. The parasitic technique of the ancestral demon tree had major flaws. The parasitized had many limiting conditions. And even if the parasitism was ultimately successful, it couldn't mimic the original body. The movements were extremely stiff, and the gaze was vacant, only suitable for use as cannon fodder. The parasitic ability that Lin Yuan now perfected, rather than saying the foreign evil god was terrifying, it was more appropriate to say his own heaven-defying comprehension was terrifying. This ability to deduce further advancements based on known substances, to go beyond by leaps and bounds, that was truly unimaginable. However, within the Tianqing world, any being with a bit of strength has been summoned to battlefields beyond this world. Currently within Tianqing world, except for those demon beast kings, there are no other lives worth parasitizing. Lin Yuan sighed. The perfected parasitic technique, although capable of perfectly replacing the host. Likewise, the crafting difficulty of the demon seed core increased significantly. If it were merely the initial form of parasitism, Lin Yuan could, in a mere thought, condense tens or hundreds of thousands of demon seeds. But now, it took Lin Yuan half a year just to condense one. The demon seeds Lin Yuan had condensed, apart from those used on the 7 demon beast kings within the Black Mist Mountain range. The rest numbered just 36. And Lin Yuan had a faint feeling that such demon seeds could only exist up to a maximum of 100 at the same time. Simply put, the perfected demon seeds, whether having already parasitized other lives or yet to parasitize, when added together, could only amount to a maximum of 100. To condense the 100 and first, it would be necessary to wait for a parasitized being to die, and the demon seed to be destroyed. Even then, the total number of demon seeds would remain at 100. Why is that? Is it due to rules? Or constraints of the Great Tao? Lin Yuan appeared contemplative. This phenomenon also often occurred in the main world universe starry sky. Those special beings, whose talents were powerful and had a high starting point. And precisely because of it, such special lives were very rare. Was it that these special beings didn't want to reproduce or have offspring? That wasn't the case. It was either impossible to reproduce or very difficult. In comparison, human civilization was much easier to proliferate. But individual humans possessed practically no talents and had a very low starting point. A first-rank evolver already stood above 99% of humans. It was because of the increased difficulty in condensing demon tree seeds that Lin Yuan had not continued with further parasitism. Surely he couldn't just randomly parasitize any person of this realm. That would be too wasteful. Lin Yuan's parasitic targets must at least be 6th rank, anything less would be a waste with no value for parasitism. Yet, after such a long time, apart from awakening the demon seed talent, why haven't I awakened any other abilities? Lin Yuan fell into brief contemplation. As the ancestor demon tree, a sinister god that dominated the foreign realms and used worlds as food, could it really have only the demon seed talent? Just the thought made it seem unlikely. If it only had the demon tree seed, how could the ancestral demon tree hold out for so long against countless strong foes of the Tianqing world beyond the realm? Over the years, through constant investigation, Lin Yuan also understood the basic configuration of the Tianqing World Alliance. Furubnovel.com. Firstly, it was the Tianqing Alliance hierarch, at the 7th rank peak with the World Sword, capable of exhibiting 8th layer combat power. Next were the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs, all 7th rankers. Following them were 33 protectors, 6th rank peak powerhouses. The last were 156 elders, 6th rankers. Chapter 346, 8, Draining the Ancestral Demon Tree, Happy New Year's Eve, _2. The strength of Tianqing world is formidable. Placed in the main world, it would certainly be at least a common clan, just below the peak clans and powerful clans. The ancestral demon tree has been able to confront the Tianqing Alliance for such a long time, its methods and foundations are definitely on the same level or even stronger. It must have held back something from me. That's normal, even if it's an ancestor, it can't possibly trust its progeny absolutely. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He surmised that he was probably subject to some restrictions by the ancestral demon tree, and as an offspring, it was too easy for the other party to leave some techniques in him. Just a bit more and I can grow to the 7th stage. There's no rush. Lin Yuan assessed himself. 30 years ago, he was already at the peak of the 6th stage. Here, the 6th stage and the 7th stage do not refer to the levels of strength or realm, but rather the growth height of the demon tree. The reason Lin Yuan was reluctant to enter the 7th stage was that the demon tree at this stage was almost on the same level as the ancestral demon tree. The ancestral demon tree, though it is said to be at the 8th stage, is only so in name. In essence, it is between the 7th and 8th stages. If Lin Yuan advances to the 7th stage, a second demon tree of the same level will be born. Even with the separation by the Tianqing world and Lin Yuan using secret techniques to hide, he will still be noticed by the ancestral demon tree. At that time, the ancestral demon tree will certainly not hesitate to activate its countermeasures. The emergence of a second seventh stage demon tree could very likely replace the ancestral demon tree and become the new foreign evil god. Compared with this, the Tianqing world is nothing. Of course, Lin Yuan had long since sealed the ancestral demon tree's countermeasures, effectively freeing himself from the ancestral demon tree's control. However, if this scene really happens, Lin Yuan estimates it will be difficult to take advantage of the ancestral demon tree. Therefore, before confronting the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan will not advance to the seventh stage. After all, the growth stages of the demon tree are not linked to strength. Even at the sixth stage, Lin Yuan's strength will still continue to rise. How are things on your end? When will you advance to the fifth stage? Several days later, the ancestral demon tree proactively contacted Lin Yuan, sounding somewhat anxious. Over the past 30 years, the leader of the Tianqing alliance has been acting like a madman, attacking it repeatedly on his own initiative. If it were in the past, the ancestral demon tree certainly would not have indulged him. But over the recent decades, in order to support Lin Yuan, it has already sacrificed a significant part of its origin source, and its strength has clearly diminished. The ancestral demon tree faintly felt that the Tianqing alliance leader has sensed its decline in strength and is now seizing the opportunity to strike at its weakest. Ancestor, I have been targeted by the giant elephant king of the Black Mist Mountain range, and now I barely have any time to cultivate. That giant elephant king is too powerful. I lack offensive capabilities and can only passively defend and run. It's too difficult. Lin Yuan couldn't help but say, glancing at the giant elephant king who was kneeling on the ground not far away, continuing to play the victim. Ancestor, if I could kill the giant elephant king, I should be able to advance to the fifth stage in a short time. By rights, with the origin power sent by the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan should have advanced to the fifth stage long ago. But the power Lin Yuan displayed was impeccable. He was being hunted and had no time to cultivate and grow. To kill the giant elephant king. The ancestral demon tree's thoughts fluctuated, in the area of controlling its offspring demon trees, besides being able to decide their life and death with a single thought. It could also limit their many abilities and talents. This was a countermeasure specifically left by the ancestral demon tree. If each offspring demon tree possessed all the abilities and talents of the ancestral demon tree, then the emergence of one that reached the seventh rank would be equivalent to a weakened version of the ancestral demon tree, creating an unmanageable situation. Continue reading at FreeWeb Novel. But by limiting the talents and abilities of the offspring demon tree, even if one luckily grew to the seventh rank, it would not have any substantial combat capability and could not resist the ancestor. Enough. Granting more abilities and talents isn't much of a problem. As long as the giant elephant king is dealt with and advanced to the fifth stage, establishing a spatial passage and my arrival in Tianqing world, I can immediately recycle it, leaving no risks. The ancestral demon tree pondered seriously for a while. It wasn't aware of the current state of Lin Yuan. Nowadays, Lin Yuan had become the uncrowned king of the Black Mist Mountain range. If he wished, he could indeed cause a real disaster in the rear of Tianqing world. Truth be told, even if Lin Yuan were to inform the ancestral demon tree of his status now, the ancestral demon tree might not believe him. Because it would be too inconceivable. In a mere 100 years, having infiltrated deep into the rear of the Tianqing world, isolated and without support, with his combat talents locked, merely surviving would already be extremely difficult. How could he have grown to this extent? Fine. I will grant you more talents and abilities. The ancestral demon tree gritted its teeth and began to release the suppression on Lin Yuan. In the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan's spirit converged on the cluster of dark flames at the root area. Just at this moment, a slight fluctuation slowly emanated from the dark flames. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan almost activated the seal to suppress the dark flames immediately, only to reconsider that the ancestral demon tree should still be of great use to him at the moment. The tree wouldn't make a move against him. Let's see what this fluctuation is about first. Lin Yuan was cautious, ready to activate the sealing technique at any moment, should this fluctuation have any adverse effects on him. He would immediately seal it up and stop it. The mysterious fluctuation slowly spread. Upon touching Lin Yuan's body, it seemed to unlock some kind of binding restriction. A feeling of extreme satisfaction suddenly surged through Lin Yuan. Almost simultaneously, many of the ancestral demon tree's abilities poured into Lin Yuan's mind. Like the roots of space, the ancestral demon tree could insert its roots into the void, absorbing nearly endless void energy. This power is also one of the most important abilities for each foreign evil god. Foreign evil gods wander the vast and endless void, and they may not find a world for thousands or tens of thousands of years. During this time, how are the foreign evil gods to survive? The void is filled with spatial turbulence, which is impossible to absorb. At times like this, the utility of the roots of space becomes evident. They are what sustain the basic survival of the foreign evil gods. Besides the roots of space, Lin Yuan also awakened a multitude of combat abilities, such as Space Lash, Fiend God Gaze, and so on. These abilities, akin to talents, are the foundation that enabled the ancestral demon tree to dominate beyond its world. Even when facing other foreign evil gods, it could hold its own. Too many. Lin Yuan was exceptionally thrilled. He had thought that the ancestral demon tree would unlock its abilities one by one. But he didn't expect the tree to be so generous. Had it really just opened up completely? From this perspective, the situation of the ancestral demon tree outside the world must be very tough. Lin Yuan mused to himself. However, in the blink of an eye, he turned all his focus to these newly awakened abilities. The ancestral demon tree's many abilities were exceedingly rare and even bizarre, not inferior to the physical body divine ability of blood rebirth. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan could fully apprehend these abilities and incorporate them into the martial arts evolution system. Ancestor. Lin Yuan barely shifted his focus, about to express his thanks to the ancestor and conveniently declare his loyalty, when he heard the ancestral demon tree suddenly let out a roar. Right after that, the frustrated voice of the ancestral demon tree came. That madman is here again. Damn it, do you really think I can't kill you just because you hold the world sword? The next moment, Lin Yuan's connection with the ancestral demon tree was severed. Clearly, the ancestral demon tree was forced to engage the Tianqing Alliance leader and had no energy to maintain its connection with Lin Yuan. That's bad. Lin Yuan fell silent for a while, then sighed. As the ancestral demon tree fought a life and death battle outside of the world, and since it had given its origin source to Lin Yuan, it was under certain restraints. Meanwhile, the primary culprit for all this, Lin Yuan, was leisurely located deep within the Tianqing world, using resources plundered from the ancestral demon tree to cultivate and rapidly become stronger. The two situations were worlds apart. It even made Lin Yuan feel a bit embarrassed. Chapter 347-9, The Ambitious Tianqing Alliance Leader, Happy New Year. Outside the world, the Tianqing Alliance leader held a stone sword in his hand, from which an invisible force emanated, blocking the many injuries coming from all directions. Insects, you forced my hand. In the distance, the ancestral demon tree was furious. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint sword mark on its trunk. Clearly, in the recent battle with the Tianqing Alliance leader, it had not only failed to gain the upper hand but had also suffered some losses. And what if I did force you? The Tianqing Alliance leader kept a calm expression. The ancestral demon tree inherently stood on the opposing side of Tianqing world, irreconcilable. Since that's the case, the ancestral demon tree's countless black vines swayed, vaguely shifting the space of thousands of miles around it. What is this? The Tianqing Alliance leader's expression changed slightly, as the surging demonic force was already coming at him tangibly. World Sword. The Tianqing Alliance leader gripped the long sword in his hand. With his power, he had been able to fight against a foreign evil god for so long, thanks to this world sword nurtured by Tianqing world for countless years. Although the world sword is called a sword, its defensive capability is also extremely terrifying. At least since the ancestral demon tree invaded, the Tianqing Alliance leader had remained unscathed under the protection of the world sword. Of course, the potency of the world sword is related to the distance from Tianqing world. The closer to Tianqing world, the more powerful the world sword becomes. Conversely, the weaker it becomes. This is my world. Experience more tales on FreeWebNovel. The demonic force filling the space of thousands of miles quickly diminished, space twisted, and instantly moved the Tianqing Alliance leader closer. Immediately, the forces of demonic energy continuously intertwined and collided, forming the illusory image of a world. What is this? The Tianqing Alliance leader's expression grew solemn. Such a tactic had never been used by the ancestral demon tree before. It could be foreseen that this must be one of the ancestral demon tree's trump cards. Boom, thunderous. The immense power of the demon world began to press down, and the Tianqing Alliance leader, unchanging in response to myriad changes, held the world sword and activated its power to protect himself. In the distance, the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs of the Tianqing Alliance watched the Tianqing Alliance leaders battle with the ancestral demon tree from afar. Is the Alliance leader being too confident, asking us not to intervene and letting him confront the foreign evil god alone? One of the Vice Alliance hierarchs couldn't help but frown. Indeed, the Tianqing Alliance leader, wielding the world sword, was renowned for slaying evil and being impervious to myriad laws. But that was a foreign evil god, a fearsome entity that had almost breached into the Tianqing world single-handedly. In the face of such a being, no precaution could be too great, and voluntarily giving up their advantage to fight one-on-one seemed somewhat foolish. Although the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs together could not inflict any damage on the ancestral demon tree, freewebnovel.com. At least they could restrain it, and in crucial moments could prove quite useful. The Alliance leader must have his reasons. If I'm not mistaken, is the Alliance leader testing that foreign evil god? Another Vice Alliance hierarch mused. If the Tianqing Alliance leader and the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs joined forces, that foreign evil god would likely not engage in battle, much less exert full power. But now, with only the Alliance leader alone, that foreign evil god might entertain the idea of severely injuring or even killing the Alliance leader, and might strike with full force. And in a full-strength battle, it would be easier to discern the true extent of the adversary's capabilities. This is not good. What tactic did that evil god use to ensnare the Alliance leader? Just then, the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs saw the ancestral demon tree surrounded by dark demonic force, and immediately, the Tianqing Alliance leader was enveloped within it. The Alliance leader has the world sword to protect him, he should be fine, right? Alas, the Alliance leader is truly taking a risk. If something goes wrong, our Tianqing world will no longer have the power to resist in front of that evil god. The 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs exchanged words, their tones filled with worry. Deep within the Black Mist Mountain range. Right now, Lin Yuan was deeply immersed in enlightenment. 7 demon beast kings stood guard at various directions of the Black Mist Mountain range, ensuring that Lin Yuan was not disturbed by any external factors. Your insight is exceptional, pondering the void's root, perfecting the Martial Tao evolution system 7th stage. Your insight is exceptional, pondering the void's root, perfecting the Martial Tao evolution system 7th stage. Your insight is exceptional, pondering the void's root, perfecting the Martial Tao evolution system 7th stage. Lots of inspirations about the Martial Tao evolution system 7th stage were absorbed and utilized by Lin Yuan. The many talents released by the ancestral demon tree for Lin Yuan were also integrated into the Martial Tao evolution system. For instance, Void's Root, a capability that greatly strengthens the survival ability of martial arts evolvers in later stages, allowing for prolonged existence in the void. Other evolvers, accidentally entering the void and straying from their world without an energy source, would either perish from spatial turmoil or starve to death. However, a 7th-rank martial arts evolver, once reaching the level of a marquis, would possess a capability similar to that of the Void's Root, allowing survival in the void. Martial Tao evolution system, unique, yet accommodating myriad laws, like the physical body divine skills of the body cultivation lineage in the immortal Tao world, or the many talents of this ancestral demon tree. As long as they are compatible, they can all be incorporated into the Martial Tao. Lin Yuan's thoughts surged, silently reflecting. As long as the foundation of the martial path evolutionary path remained unchanged, no matter how myriad its transformations, it would still be the martial path evolutionary path, still capable of providing the sustenance for Lin Yuan's ultimate leap. Chapter 348, 9, The Ambitious Tianqing Alliance Leader, Happy New Year, _2. The root of the void has been completely absorbed. Lin Yuan ceased his enlightenment, feeling quite pleased. There's also the Fiend God Gaze, such soul attack techniques, with their own evil and chaotic origin source. Lin Yuan thought of another ability of the ancestral demon tree. However, this ability wasn't as important to Lin Yuan as he had imagined. In terms of soul attack techniques, the human civilization of the main world didn't know how many they had collected. There were many stronger than the fiend god gaze. Demon world. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn as he began to comprehend the ultimate ability of the ancestral demon tree. It was the talent to consume the demon tree's origin source to, in a short time, condense a massive force of demonic power and refine an illusory demon world. This kind of illusory demon world shared a mysteriously similar function with the inner worlds of 8th layer powerhouses. Due to its inherent nature, the ancestral demon tree could not create its own inner world. The pure force of demons was too extreme. Nonetheless, with its talent, it could achieve something similar. This talent involves the profound mysteries of space. Varieties of core spatial models emerged in Lin Yuan's mind. Spatial talent's secret techniques invariably revolved around spatial models. The ability of the demon world to condense an illusory demon world undoubtedly contained the essence of space rules. Take it slowly. The demon world is the ace talent of the ancestral demon tree. Even that foreign evil god only knew how to use it without understanding its essence. Even with my against heaven's understanding, to fully comprehend such a talent would require a great deal of time. Lin Yuan contemplated for a while and found his progress somewhat slow, but he wasn't disappointed. How long had it been since he started? I wonder what rating the 7th ranked chapter of the martial arts evolution system will get from the goddess of wisdom. Lin Yuan was somewhat expectant. Lin Yuan's refinement of the 7th ranked chapter had already reached the marquee stage. There were still 500 years left in this world he had traveled to before returning to the main world. Before returning to the main world, there should be no problem in completely developing the 7th ranked chapter. The 7th ranked chapter of the martial arts evolution system contained many of Lin Yuan's painstaking efforts, starting with the creation of the inner world. Although Lin Yuan would not annotate in the 7th ranked chapter of martial arts evolution system the possibility of opening an inner world during this phase. With the computational power of the goddess of wisdom and the other two goddesses, they should be able to deduce it. Indeed, like Lin Yuan, opening an inner world at the 7th rank would be subject to many restrictions, yet the multitude of restrictions couldn't obscure the precious possibility. For an evolver, being able to open an inner world at the 7th rank is undeniably a groundbreaking benefit. ebnovel.com. There's no need to mention combat power. Even if the inner world opened is only a few miles wide, one could almost certainly sweep other 7th rank evolvers. And observing the natural operation of the inner world greatly assists evolvers as well. Besides the inner world, Lin Yuan has now incorporated the abilities of many evil gods into the 7th ranked chapter, making 7th stage martial Tao evolvers equipped to face various difficulties. From the inner to the outer areas of the Black Mist Mountain Range, the Divine Ape King, the Giant Elephant King, and the King of Azure Birds were patrolling nearby. The Master is too kind to actually tell us not to lay hands on those ant-like humans. The Divine Ape King, Giant Elephant King, and King of Azure Birds had long been parasitized by seeds of the demon kind, absolutely loyal to Lin Yuan, with no improper thoughts or ideas. Indeed, with the Master's strength, he could easily take over half of the Tianqing world, not to mention unifying it. Yet he stays in the Black Mist Mountain Range. The Divine Ape King sighed. The Giant Elephant King and King of Azure Birds nodded in agreement. As hosts to the demon seeds, even though they acted exactly like the original demon beast kings, they had a certain innate inclination toward aggression and slaughter. This instinct came from the ancestral demon tree, which as a foreign evil god, delighted most in slaughter and invasion. All right. Don't talk about this kind of thing anymore. If the Master hears it, punishment is unavoidable. After some thought, the Giant Elephant King warned. Although they were some distance from Lin Yuan at the moment, in the eyes of the few demon beast kings, the Master was invincible. If the Master wanted to know, there was nothing in the entire Black Mist Mountain Range that could be hidden from him. Stay connected via 8th layer. While cultivating enlightenment, Lin Yuan also pondered the path to the 8th layer. For an evolver like Lin Yuan, who had long since created his own inner world, the greatest challenge in advancing to the 8th layer was the Heart Demon Tribulation. The Heart Demon Tribulation was unrelated to the flesh, it targeted the spirit will. Therefore, during the Heart Demon Tribulation, external forces were essentially useless. To successfully overcome it, one could only rely on oneself, on an indestructible spirit will. However, The concept of spirit will was very nebulous. The strength of one's spirit will was not necessarily linked to one's power. Of course, the stronger the evolver, the less likely their spirit will was to be weak. But there had been natives on a barbaric wilderness planet within the main world's human civilization who possessed frighteningly high spirit will. According to the teacher's words, the so-called heart demon is the condensed essence of the endless resentment and other negative energies of a world. It's related to the fundamental laws of the world and only appears when an evolver reaches a certain layer. Lin Yuan silently thought, recalling the details that the Chiquin Star Lord had discussed regarding heart demons. Normally, a heart demon is a phantom entity, even more ethereal than the soul or primordial spirit, so not even soul defense treasures can counter the heart demon. When a 7th rank peak evolver attempts to break through to the 8th layer, the heart demon tribulation descends, leaving no possibility for turning back because the heart demon cannot be blocked, nor can you flee from it. As long as you are within the world, there is nowhere to hide. However, I have the door to the myriad realms. Can I first traverse worlds, attempt to break through to the 8th layer, and face the heart demon tribulation? If I sense something amiss and find that I can't withstand the heart demon tribulation, then I'll run, returning to the main world. Heart demons couldn't possibly have the ability to travel through the myriad realms, could they? To follow me back to the main world. Lin Yuan considered a subtle strategy, which was to utilize his own advantage and attempt to face the heart demon tribulation in different worlds. Outside the world. The endless demonic power of the ancestral demon tree formed the demon world, which was suddenly torn open by a rift. Whoosh! A figure burst forth from the crack, escaping while letting out bursts of wild laughter. Ha 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 ha, for an evil god, with the world sword protecting me, you cannot possibly kill me. The Tianqing Alliance leader wielded the world sword and moved away from the ancestral demon tree. Damn it. The ancestral demon tree could only watch helplessly as the Tianqing Alliance leader escaped. Originally, it had been suffering an origin source deficit, and now it had exerted itself using the extremely taxing demon world technique, coupled with the numerous wounds inflicted by the Tianqing Alliance leader's sword within the world. The ancestral demon tree, now incredibly weak, was utterly incapable of pursuing to kill the Tianqing Alliance leader. Or rather, even if the ancestral demon tree had the strength to pursue, it would not, because it fundamentally couldn't kill the Tianqing Alliance leader. Whoosh! The Tianqing Alliance leader transformed into a ray of light and returned to the side of the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs. At the same time, the ancestral demon tree slowly receded and vanished from everyone's sight. Alliance leader. Alliance leader, are you all right? That evil god didn't hurt you, did it? The 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs immediately asked with concern. At this moment, the Tianqing Alliance leader's aura was somewhat weakened, but his eyes shone with unprecedented brightness. This time, he risked his life and fought alone against the ancestral demon tree. During their full-powered clash, he finally comprehended the true extent of the ancestral demon tree's weakness. Weakened. That foreign evil god is currently in a weakened state. The Tianqing Alliance leader's heart raced. The weakness he perceived was not due to the use of a trump card, but rather, it predated that, it was already very weak. The opportunity for my Tianqing world is coming. The Tianqing Alliance leader looked towards the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs, his spirit agitated and filled with confidence. Chapter 349, 10, Command the Demon Beast Kings of the 10 Great Mountains with my decree, Happy New Year. Decades ago. The Tianqing Alliance leader had already faintly perceived the weakness of the ancestral demon tree. But at that time, he wasn't certain and couldn't confirm if the so-called weakness was intentionally revealed by the ancestral demon tree. It might have been a ploy to lure him into a trap. Wielding the world sword, the Tianqing Alliance leader was nearly invincible. However, the precondition was that he could not stray too far from Tianqing world, as beyond a certain range, the power of the world sword would be diminished. If the ancestral demon tree had such intentions, the Tianqing Alliance leader naturally needed to be vigilant. It was just now, in the midst of battle with the ancestral demon tree within the demon world, and with the help of the world sword's senses. The Tianqing Alliance leader truly felt the ancestral demon tree's weakness. In the midst of a fierce battle, and with the world sword's perception, the Tianqing Alliance leader confirmed his judgment. My fellow cultivators, our chance in Tianqing world has come. The Tianqing Alliance leader said with a relieved breath, looking towards the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs with a serious expression. Opportunity. What opportunity? Alliance leader, do you know something? The 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs were originally somewhat anxious, but upon seeing the Alliance leader's expression and tone of voice, they immediately became curious. The Ancestral Demon Tree. The Tianqing Alliance leader immediately shared his judgment. For over 300 years, the foreign evil god used its mighty power to forcibly open a battlefield outside our Tianqing world, dragging us into an endless war mire. Every moment, the strong of our Tianqing world die, but with the evil god lying in wait, we have had no opportunity to destroy that battlefield. The Tianqing Alliance leader spoke in a somber tone, as did the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs. Over 300 years of war had taken their friends, relatives, offspring, many of whom had been lost to the evil god puppets on the battlefield. And as long as that battlefield existed, the war could not be stopped. They indeed wanted to destroy the battlefield, so the foreign evil god would lose the basis to initiate it, but the ancestral demon tree was too powerful. Even if the Tianqing Alliance leader joined forces with the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs, they could only manage to hold their own against the ancestral demon tree at best. But now, the ancestral demon tree was inexplicably weak, and the Tianqing Alliance leader even had the confidence to contend with the adversary by himself. As such, there was the possibility to destroy the battlefield and end the war. As for the ancestral demon tree, the Tianqing Alliance leader had no intention to kill it, that was not realistic, but simply planned to drive it away. But now, the opportunity has come, an opportunity to completely end the war has come. The Tianqing Alliance leader stated emphatically, looking at the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs, pausing after each word. End the war. The hearts of the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs were ablaze. They had dreamed of ending the war, but after 300 years, hope always seemed out of sight. Having heard the Alliance leader's words today, their hearts were beyond stirred. Going forward, I will use all our remaining resources to launch a counterattack, the Tianqing Alliance leader said. If that evil god dares to intervene, leave it to me. All you need to do is secure the entire battlefield and then destroy it. Yes, the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs replied without hesitation. The evil god battlefield was situated outside the world, and that was likely the evil god's lair and stronghold. If that evil god battlefield were destroyed, the ancestral demon tree would only be able to attack Tianqing world relying on its own strength, which would be virtually impossible. And with the ancestral demon tree's current strength, under the targeted defense of the powerful in Tianqing world, it would not be able to open up a second battlefield. In theory, as long as the evil god battlefield was destroyed, the ancestral demon tree would no longer have the capability to come into Tianqing world. Issue my decree, order the 10 mountain range demon beast kings to the battlefield, ready for a counterattack. The Tianqing Alliance leader instructed. When the ancestral demon tree invaded, the whole Tianqing world mobilized to resist. But actually, before the battle began, the Tianqing Alliance leader among others, made the worst assumption. That was the inability to resist the ancestral demon tree's invasion, the collapse of the frontal battlefield. The war situation would spread within the world. For this reason, the Tianqing Alliance leader, despite facing the most adverse warfield conditions, never summoned the 10 mountain range demon beast kings. The 10 mountain range demon beast kings were Tianqing world's last resort to prevent a war collapse and invasion by evil god puppets. In that eventuality, the 10 mountain range demon beast kings were to take action, replacing the defeated cultivator army to temporarily resist the evil god puppets' invasion. This was something the Tianqing Alliance leader and the 10 mountain range demon beast kings had agreed upon many years ago when forming their covenant. In a crucial moment, the 10 mountain range demon beast kings must heed the Tianqing Alliance leader's decree. Of course, the situation on the battlefield is ever-changing. The 10 mountain range demon beast kings were originally the Tianqing Alliance leader's final force for resistance. But now, the Tianqing Alliance leader wished to gather all forces for a counterattack, which naturally meant the plans had to change a bit. The Demon Beast Kings, after all, represented a significant force that could serve as the spearhead for a counterattack. If the counterattack went smoothly and the evil god was repelled, everything would be worth it. Yes. Discover stories at. Yes. Yes. The 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs replied spiritedly, turning to depart and convey the Tianqing Alliance leader's orders. Besides the Demon Beast Kings, Tianqing world also harbored many hidden forces, all of which required the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs to authorize and command. Chapter 350, 10 Command the 10 Great Mountain Ranges Demon Beast Kings with my law decree, Happy New Year, _2. The Tianqing Alliance leader saw off the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs. Next, in order to fully mobilize all the forces of the Tianqing world, the Vice Alliance hierarchs, protectors, elders, and other senior members of the alliance would travel within the Tianqing world. He, however, needed to continue presiding over the battlefield to prevent the final counterattack of the ancestral demon tree. Everything is almost over. The Tianqing Alliance leader mused to himself with a deep and thoughtful gaze. Outside the Black Mist Mountain range, 2 streaks of light descended. This is the Black Mist Mountain range. I remember, the Black Mist Mountain range has 8 demon beast kings. The strongest is the giant elephant king, possessing the bloodline of an ancient divine elephant. The 2 streaks of light transformed into 2 figures. On the left was a lean old man named Chu Zhuang, an elder of the Tianqing Alliance. The Tianqing Alliance had 156 elders, each wielding 6th rank strength, belonging to the alliance's upper echelon of power. The one on the right was a young man named Liaoan, also an elder of the Tianqing Alliance. Unlike the elder Chu Zhuang, Liaoan was quite young, just over 300 years old, had not even been born when the Tianqing world first encountered the invasion of the ancestral demon tree. Thus, Liaoan had never been to the Black Mist Mountain range. He had spent most of his time on the evil god battlefield, fighting against countless violent and cruel evil god puppets. Let's go. We should head inside. Continue your saga on Freeweb novel. The lean old man, Chu Zhuang, then briefed Liaoan on some information about the Black Mist Mountain range and moved to enter it. The purpose of their visit was clear. It was to convey the decree of the Tianqing Alliance leader, commanding the 8 demon beast kings of the Black Mist Mountain range to go to the evil god battlefield, preparing for the upcoming counterattack. The alliance leader aligned the heavens and the earth, and against the foreign evil gods, he even holds a dominating advantage, and now he's preparing to counterattack. All the way, the lean elder, Chu Zhuang, couldn't help but express his emotion. He was indeed shocked when he first heard the alliance leader's command to gather all forces of the Tianqing world for a counterattack. Indeed. Liaoan nodded. I hope that after repelling the evil god, I can have a home. Liaoan couldn't help but say. That's easy. With your strength and status, once the evil god is repelled, you'll be a hero of heaven and earth, and countless beautiful women will throw themselves at you. The lean elder, Chu Zhuang, laughed heartily. As they walked, the two chatted. Suddenly, Liaoan stopped. He looked carefully around. What's wrong? The lean elder, Chu Zhuang, also stopped, looking at Liaoan with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. I just feel, isn't it too quiet? Liaoan furrowed his brows slightly. Although I've never been to the Black Mist Mountain range, I've heard that this place is teeming with ferocious demonic beasts. It shouldn't be this quiet. To become an elder of the Tianqing Alliance at just over 300 years old. Besides, because of the increased opportunities to demonstrate valor due to the ancestral demon tree's invasion, Liaoan also possessed a kind of intuition and instinct that was unlike ordinary people's. He often sensed danger before it arrived. It is indeed a bit quiet. The lean elder, Chu Zhuang, nodded slightly. But it should be nothing to worry about, right? Maybe the few demon beast kings deep in the mountain range have commanded the ferocious beasts to leave this area. The lean elder, Chu Zhuang, didn't think much of it. Even though the Black Mist Mountain range was the territory of ferocious demonic beasts, under the invasion of the foreign evil god, humans and demonic beasts had long since come to a mutual understanding. Hopefully. Liaoan thought for a moment and also felt he might be overthinking it. This was a major rear area in the Tianqing world. It wasn't absolutely safe but wasn't far from it. It was clearly inappropriate to maintain the same level of alertness here as on the battlefield against the evil gods. Let's go. We should be close. The lean elder, Chu Zhuang, quickened his flying speed. Liaoan followed closely behind, heading deeper into the Black Mist Mountain range. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a gigantic creature nearly 100 feet tall blocked their way. This massive creature was none other than the Divine Ape King, acting on Lin Yuan's orders to patrol the Black Mist Mountain range. It is one of the 8 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range, known as the Divine Ape King. The lean elder, Chu Zhuang, upon seeing the divine ape king, was not startled but delighted, and turned to introduce it to Liaowen. Divine ape king. Liaowen sized him up and down, nodding slightly. Just from the aura alone, the divine ape king surpassed the average newly advanced 6th-rank cultivators. With his colossal physique coupled with the inherent talents of demonic beasts, even a 6th-rank peak cultivator would not dare to underestimate him. Divine Ape King, we are here by the mandate of the Alliance Hierarch to grant amnesty to you, the Demon Beast Kings, to go to the Evil God battlefield. The gaunt elder Chu Zhuang finished introducing Liaowen and didn't beat around the bush, but directly transmitted his message to the Divine Ape King. To the Evil God battlefield. The Divine Ape King naturally wouldn't agree. Currently, he only followed Lin Yuan's commands, and as for whatever Tianqing Alliance leader, it naturally didn't catch his attention. Not going. The Divine Ape King was resolute. Not going. The gaunt elder Chu Zhuang was startled, seemed to think of something, and then slapped his forehead. Almost forgot. This is the mandate of the Alliance Hierarch, you should go now. The gaunt elder pulled out a token marked with the characters Tianqing. The token, only the size of a palm, emitted strange fluctuations that couldn't be duplicated or replaced. The mandate of the Alliance Hierarch. The Divine Ape King observed it closely for a few moments. Although it was parasitized by the demon seed, it retained memories from before and knew what the mandate of the Alliance Hierarch truly implied. It was the highest power within the Tianqing world, where every life form, be it human or demonic beast, must heed the command. However, this did not include the Divine Ape King. The Divine Ape King only recognized orders from Lin Yuan. Hold on, I will contact the other kings. The Divine Ape King closed his eyes, secretly reaching out to Lin Yuan. In the deepest parts of the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan was still immersed in enlightenment. Since the ancestral demon tree had lifted many restrictions on him, a variety of the ancestral demon tree's innate abilities awakened within Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan barely rested, constantly analyzing these with his against heaven's understanding, extracting their essence and discarding their dregs, integrating them into his martial path evolutionary path. Didn't expect that when the ancestral demon tree lifted the restrictions, it even greatly enhanced the abilities of the demon tree seeds. Lin Yuan slightly lamented. The demon tree seeds were abilities naturally mastered by a progeny demon tree. They didn't require the ancestral demon tree's explicit instruction to be unleashed and would naturally possess them upon reaching a certain stage. Originally, Lin Yuan thought the demon tree seeds were an unmodified method by the ancestral demon tree. But now, it was clear that he had underestimated the ancestral demon tree's precautions with its progeny. The most obvious indication was after the ancestral demon tree lifted the suppression on Lin Yuan, he not only awakened a vast number of former abilities, but even the existing demon tree seeds were significantly improved. The improvement here was comprehensive. Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, perfected the demon tree seeds, greatly enhancing their parasitic capabilities. The parasitized, once infected, looked almost indistinguishable from before, seamlessly deceptive. Similarly, after perfecting the demon tree seeds, Lin Yuan could only condense 100 of them at most. Now, the number of perfected demon tree seeds Lin Yuan could condense had increased from 100 to 300. 300 perfected demon seeds, no need to be so selective now. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Up to now, only 7 demon beast kings had been parasitized by Lin Yuan. As for the others, he had no interest in those demonic beasts below the demon beast kings. Someone's entered the Black Mist Mountain range. Lin Yuan seemed to sense something and looked toward a direction. Currently, Lin Yuan's roots had spread throughout the entire Black Mist Mountain range. Anything happening within this range couldn't escape Lin Yuan's perception. The moment the 2 elders of the Tianqing Alliance stepped into the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan detected them. Those 2 possess 6th-rank strength. Lin Yuan felt carefully for a moment. A moment later, the Divine Ape King, through the demon tree seed, conveyed a message back to Lin Yuan saying that the visitors were 2 elders from the Tianqing Alliance. 2 6th-rank elders from the Tianqing Alliance. A smile formed on Lin Yuan's face. How fortuitous. He had been considering finding new parasitic hosts, and these Tianqing Alliance elders just showed up. Chapter 351, 11 is the foreign evil god right in front of us. Happy New Year. Black Mist Mountain Range. The emaciated elder, Chu Zhuang, and Liaoan stood waiting in their original spot. The divine ape king was nearby, eyes closed in deep thought, apparently communicating with several other demon beast kings. Uncle Zhuang, I still feel that something is off. Liaoan, as if scanning the surroundings, grew increasingly anxious as if an invisible eye was observing him from the shadows. This feeling was intense, usually only present on the evil god battlefield when faced with life or death dangers. Liaoan had fought in the evil god battlefield for 200 to 300 years, yet had encountered true life and death dangers no more than 10 times. Each time, it was by relying on this special sense and preparing in advance that he had managed to survive and ultimately achieved numerous merits, becoming an elder of the Tianqing Alliance. But now, in the supposedly absolutely safe rear of the Tianqing world, Liaoan found it somewhat inconceivable, yet he couldn't help but share with the emaciated elder, Chu Zhuang. Actually, upon just entering the Black Mist Mountain range, Liaoan had already felt something was off, but the emaciated elder, Chu Zhuang, hadn't taken it very seriously. What's off? The emaciated elder, Chu Zhuang, asked in a low voice. What's off? Liaoan furrowed his brows, unsure of what exactly was wrong. It was just his sixth sense, wildly sounding alarms. Didn't they say all the demon beast kings are deep within the Black Mist Mountain range? Why has the divine ape king appeared here? Liaoan thought for a moment, glanced at the divine ape king, and found a random excuse to say this. The emaciated elder, Chu Zhuang, fell silent. Why the divine ape king was here? The entire Black Mist Mountain range was the territory of the demon beast kings, and the divine ape king could be wherever it wanted, they really couldn't control it. All right. Come with me. They are ready to meet you. The divine ape king stood up, its huge body blocking out the sunlight, casting Chu Zhuang and Liaoan into shadow. Boom, boom, boom. The divine ape king took large strides toward the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range. The emaciated elder, Chu Zhuang, and Liaoan looked at each other. Don't worry, this is the Black Mist Mountain range, those demon beast kings wouldn't dare to attack us, right? Aren't they afraid of the alliance leader? The emaciated elder, Chu Zhuang, comforted Liaoan a few times. Let's hope. Liaoan steadied his nerves and followed Chu Zhuang. As time passed, they moved ever closer to the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range. Liaoan's heartbeat accelerated, his vision slightly blurred. Danger. Danger. Extreme danger. Liaoan felt every piece of flesh in his body trembling. How could I be feeling this? Liaoan couldn't believe it, the last time he'd had this feeling was over 100 years ago. At that time, Liaoan was still 4th rank, fighting against the evil god puppets on the evil god battlefield. It was the first time Liaoan had experienced such a premonition, and not long after, the foreign evil god itself descended, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Foreign evil god. Liaoan's scalp tingled, unable to believe that he was feeling the same sensation as when the foreign evil god descended, deep in the rear of the Tianqing world. It's no use. I can't go any further. Even Liaoan himself found it hard to believe that the foreign evil god would descend in the depths of the Yunwu mountain range. But his instinctive bodily reaction prevented Liaoan from venturing deeper. Even if it meant facing punishments from the Tianqing Alliance or losing his position as an elder. Whoosh! Liaoan soared into the sky, fleeing wildly towards the outside of the Black Mist Mountain range. Ah! The gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, was somewhat baffled. He couldn't understand why Liaoan suddenly took such action. Still running. The divine ape king, leading the way ahead, glanced at the wildly fleeing Liaoan, and stretched out his right hand to strike. Boom! Terrifying power began to compress space, and although the divine ape king seemed exceedingly weak in front of Lin Yuan, without even the capacity to resist. In front of others, even as a 6th rank elder of the Tianqing Alliance, he was mighty enough to grievously injure Liaoan with a slap, smashing him hard to the ground. Your next chapter is on free web novel. The gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, took a long time to react. First came Liaoan's unexplained escape, then the divine ape king took decisive action, heavily injuring Liaoan with a slap. Divine ape king, how dare you? Though he didn't understand why Liaoan did that, as an elder of the Tianqing alliance, Chu Zhuang naturally stood by Liaoan's side. After all, Liaoan hadn't done anything, so why should the Divine Ape King strike so ruthlessly? He's not dead, just injured. The Divine Ape King looked down at Chu Zhuang, his voice buzzing. Just injured. If that's the case, we will go back to heal his wounds, and once he's recovered, we'll return to deliver the orders of the Tianqing alliance leader. The gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, fell silent for a moment, then rose and flew towards Liaoan. The sudden strike by the Divine Ape King gave him an ominous feeling. Coupled with the words Liaoan had just said, Chu Zhuang felt like the Black Mist Mountain range was no longer the same as before. Although Chu Zhuang had not dealt with the Divine Ape King before, he knew very well what it meant for a Demon Beast King to strike an elder of the Tianqing alliance. Yet, the other party did it anyway, which left Chu Zhuang somewhat fearful. There were two possibilities. 1. The Divine Ape King had gone mad. 2. The Divine Ape King simply did not regard the Tianqing alliance or the Tianqing alliance leader with any respect. Only then would he act so recklessly. Go back. No need to go back. He can heal here at my place. The Divine Ape King looked up, casting a distant gaze towards the gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang. Chapter 352, 11 Is the foreign evil god right in front of us? Happy New Year, _2. How come? Could it be, Divine Ape King, that you plan to leave me here to heal my wounds? The gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, sneered. Although his strength was not on par with the Divine Ape King's, it was only by a slight margin. The Divine Ape King wouldn't be able to deal with Liaoan as he had with himself, incapacitating him with a single slap that was far beyond his reach. Liaoan was a recent 6th-rank cultivator, while he, Chu Zhuang, had been a 6th-rank powerhouse even before the ancestral demon tree invaded. Try and see. The Divine Ape King made his move, and a terrifying aura spread around him. You indeed have issues, and so does the Black Mist Mountain range. The gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, stated each word with gravity. The Divine Ape King not only made a move against Liaoan but was now planning to keep him detained within the Black Mist Mountain range. What was he trying to do? Break. The energy around the gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, burst out all at once, and with an all-out blow, he barely managed to stagger the Divine Ape King. Stay updated through. Immediately afterwards, he shot into the sky, heading towards a location in the Black Mist Mountain range with great speed. Not good. The Divine Ape King was about to chase after him. You fool, you think you can pursue me? The gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, looked back over his shoulder. With his speed, he would soon be able to reach the outer regions of the Black Mist Mountain range, from where he could then contact other members of the Tianqing alliance. The Black Mist Mountain range dares to commit such unruly acts, I will surely inform the alliance leader and have you all flattened. The gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang's expression turned grim as he had already made up his mind. However, just at that moment, a black vine rose silently from the ground and with a light flick, knocked the gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, unconscious. Thank you, Master, for making a move. The Divine Ape King strode forward, bowing slightly towards the depths of the Black Mist Mountain range. If not for that black vine just now, he might have actually allowed the gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, to escape. Who knows how much time had passed? The gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, and Liaoan gradually regained consciousness. I'm not dead. The gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, felt his mind was a complete mess. In the last moments of his memory, all he saw was a pitch-black vine lashing out towards him. The feeling he got from that vine was far beyond what the Divine Ape King could compare with. In the presence of Demon Beast Kings, the gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, still had the power to resist. But when he saw that pitch-black vine, the gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, felt as if pressure was coming from all around him, above, below, left, right, squeezing in on him. There was simply no way to avoid, nor was there any chance to evade, that pitch-black vine. This feeling, the gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, had only experienced when facing the Tianqing alliance leader, the strongest in the Tianqing world, who wielded the world sword, the sense of powerlessness and despair like an ant looking up at the sky and earth. 7th rank peak expert. A 7th rank peak expert had made a move against them. The thought had just risen in the gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang's mind when he completely lost consciousness again. Where is this? Liaoan also came around. He swallowed hard and looked around. This was a vast valley, with abundant spiritual energy. If they were still in the Black Mist Mountain range, it could only be at its very depths. Uncle Zhuang, we are now. Liaoan also noticed Chu Zhuang, who had also woken up, beside him. At this moment, both of them felt uneasy, realizing that their blood, spirit, and soul were all sealed, leaving them completely immobilized. One can only imagine the fear in their hearts. Demon Beast Kings. The gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, looked up around him. To his shock, he found 7 enormous figures standing reverently on both sides in the distance. Among these 7 colossal figures were the newly met Divine Ape King as well as the Giant Elephant King and King of Azure Birds, whom Chu Zhuang recognized. All 7 Demon Beast Kings of the Black Mist Mountain range had gathered here. What astounded the gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, the most was that these 7 exalted Demon Beast Kings were all standing there respectfully, with an exceptionally submissive posture, bowing towards the highest place. Who could command such respect and even submission from the Demon Beast Kings? The gaunt elder, Chu Zhuang, found it unbelievable. Demon Beast Kings were proud by nature, their noble bloodlines made them disdainful of human cultivators. In the entire Tianqing Alliance, the only ones who could make Demon Beast Kings bow with dread were the Tianqing Alliance leader and the few Vice Alliance hierarchs. But even with dread, that was different from submission. With an incomparable sense of fear, and a hint of curiosity, the emaciated elderly, Chu Zhuang, looked in the direction where the 7 Demon Beast Kings were bowing. The rustling sound. It was an ancient tree. Its branches swaying, strands of black tendrils hanging down. Amidst it all, an evil, ancient aura assaulted the senses. What is that? The emaciated elderly, Chu Zhuang, was somewhat baffled, faintly feeling as though he had seen this ancient tree before, but he could not remember when exactly. Or perhaps he had already remembered, but his instincts were rejecting it, for the true identity of this ancient tree carried an unprecedented and immense horror. Uncle Zhuang, it's the foreign evil god, the foreign evil god. Liao En's voice trembled, breaking through Chu Zhuang's mental defense. Yes. It was the foreign evil god. This ancient god resembled the one from the evil god battlefield beyond the world, exceedingly similar. Shape, appearance, essence, it was essentially a smaller version of the ancestral demon tree. But how could that be? The emaciated elderly, Chu Zhuang's soul could not help but shudder. If what they saw was the foreign evil god, then what would the ancestral demon tree, having single-handedly dragged the entire Tianqing world into the quagmire of war from beyond the world, be considered? Having suffered unspeakably, he had fought desperately on the evil god battlefield, striving to keep the foreign evil god outside of the world, to secure a chance for all creatures within to survive. But turning around, the foreign evil god had already entered the Tianqing world. The emaciated elderly, Chu Zhuang, felt a sense of overwhelming despair at that moment, with a vague understanding that the Tianqing world was now enveloped in darkness. The foreign evil god. No, you are definitely not the foreign evil god. At least not the actual being of the foreign evil god itself. Just as Chu Zhuang was shrouded in the gloom of resignation, Liaoan, standing beside him, suddenly stood up, staring fixedly at the ancient tree worshipped by the 7 Demon Beast Kings. No sooner had Liaoan spoken than the 7 Demon Beast Kings glanced his way. A terrifying pressure descended, yet Liaoan remained standing firm, albeit with trembling legs. After a long while, a massive surge of spiritual fluctuation spread from within that ancient tree. How can you tell? Lin Yuan looked down at Liaoan and Chu Zhuang with interest. Since his arrival in this world, Lin Yuan had at most eavesdropped on conversations among human cultivators. He had yet to truly interact with human cultivators. Firstly, he feared revealing any flaws, knowing humans to be much smarter than demonic beasts. He naturally avoided contact with these intelligent beings until he could dominate the world without rival. Secondly, there was no need. Whatever Lin Yuan wanted to know, he could find out by conducting a soul search from the shadows, bypassing direct communication. How can you tell? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's response, Liaoan's scalp exploded with fear again, now certain that this smaller ancestral demon tree before him possessed a definitive consciousness. If you were the foreign evil god itself, there would be no need for you to hide within the Black Mist Mountain range. You could have acted already, instead of battling with our Tianqing alliance from afar. Liaoan took a deep breath. freewebnov.com, and now, you'd better let us go. Both of us are elders of the Tianqing Alliance, persons of high status. Having come to the Black Mist Mountain range to summon the Demon Beast Kings, our prolonged absence will surely prompt other Alliance powerhouses to investigate, and in time. Liaowen went on to explain the pros and cons to Lin Yuan. Ultimately, although I do not know your relationship with that foreign evil god, as long as you join forces with our Tianqing Alliance, once we deal with that foreign evil god, I will surely plead with the Alliance leader to spare your life. Liaowen spoke slowly. Everything he now said was based on his own speculation. That is, the ancient tree before them was not the foreign evil god from beyond the world. Or rather, it did not share the same intent as that foreign evil god. Liaowen had reasons for his conclusion. He and Chu Zhuang were not instantly killed. If they were facing the real foreign evil god, the two of them wouldn't even have the chance to wake up, let alone negotiate terms. The real foreign evil god, evil and terrifying as it is, would render weaklings like them completely voiceless. Having finished speaking, Liaowen waited quietly. The emaciated elderly, Chu Zhuang, did the same. They had no choice. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan was the foreign evil god or not, their lives were in his hands. Even if Liaowen was eloquent, if Lin Yuan decided to kill them, there would be no escape for either of them. Even if the Tianqing Alliance's powerhouses were to come later in revenge, death would still mean death. Time slowly passed by. Liaowen and Chu Zhuang waited nervously for judgment from Lin Yuan. Chapter 353, 12, An Unexpected Conclusion, Controlling the Tianqing World. Happy New Year. In the deepest parts of the Black Mist Mountain Range, Chu Zhuang and Liaowen were tense. Their only hope now was that Lin Yuan, wary of the Tianqing Alliance, would not completely turn against them and would spare their lives. However, Lin Yuan simply sized them up, then released the demon tree seeds and began the parasitism. Chu Zhuang and Liaowen, as elders of the Tianqing Alliance and sixth-rank powerhouses, barely met Lin Yuan's parasitic criteria. Moreover, as high-level cultivators of the Tianqing Alliance, they held even greater parasitic value. 2 gray seeds fell. After perfecting the parasitic effect, the demon tree seeds appeared darker, and a mysterious soul force seemed to flow within them. Not good. He wants to parasitize us. Upon seeing this, the slender elder Chu Zhuang immediately guessed what Lin Yuan intended to do. As an elder of the Tianqing Alliance, having fought for many years at the evil god battlefield, he knew several common tactics used by that foreign evil god. One of these was the parasitic ability, which, although made the human cultivators appear dazed and stiff, allowed them to inherit most of their combat power from before and made them fearsomely courageous. But most importantly, it impacted the psyche of the cultivators from the Tianqing world. Once comrades in arms, now those who were parasitized turned into fierce attackers. It's useless. Even if you parasitize me, you won't be able to hide it for long. If we disappear for too long, the Alliance's powerhouses will surely come looking. Liaowen struggled as he roared quietly. At that moment, they were strenuously resisting the parasitic ability of the demon seeds. You think it won't be hidden for long? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, without further explanation. Chu Zhuang and Liaowen, along with other Tianqing Alliance elders, were still under the impression that the parasitic ability was at the level of the ancestral demon tree on the evil god battlefield. But Lin Yuan was not the ancestral demon tree. The power of his demon seed's parasitism, after Lin Yuan had spent decades perfecting it with his against heaven's understanding, was immeasurably stronger than that of the ancestral demon tree. In this regard, one need only look at the nearby 7 demon beast kings. Chu Zhuang and Liaowen did not realize that the demon beast kings had already been parasitized, thinking instead that they had merely submitted to Lin Yuan. Rustling. The demon seeds rapidly merged into the foreheads of Liaowen and Chu Zhuang. After a brief struggle, these 2 sixth-rank elders immediately stood up and respectfully bowed to Lin Yuan, Master. Did it work? Lin Yuan carefully sensed for a while. He confirmed that the seeds within the minds of the 2 had completely integrated. Speak, what brings you to the Black Mist Mountain Range, and what is the situation at the evil god battlefield? Lin Yuan casually asked. The Divine Ape King had already reported that these 2 Alliance elders were sent by the Tianqing Alliance leader to recruit the Demon Beast Kings for a counterattack at the evil god battlefield. But Lin Yuan wanted to inquire about more details. Master, the Tianqing Alliance leader has determined that the foreign evil god is in an extremely weakened state, hence the decision to launch a counterattack to completely destroy the evil god battlefield. For this reason, the Tianqing Alliance leader has decided to utilize many of the Tianqing world's resources, such as the demon beast kings of the 10 great mountain ranges and certain war machines, among others. These resources, many of which only the Vice Alliance hierarchs have the authority to mobilize, so this time, the leader has deployed 12 Vice hierarchs along with numerous protector elders into the Tianqing world to quickly assemble the myriad heritage weapons for the counterattack. Liaoan spoke respectfully in a hushed tone. After being parasitized by the demon seeds, they were not technically deceased but merely replaced, so many of their memories remained unaffected. I see. Lin Yuan nodded, naturally understanding the reason why the ancestral demon tree was in such a weakened state. Are you saying that the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs and the protector elders are all within the Tianqing world now? Lin Yuan seemed to think of something and asked. Yes, Master. Liaoan and Chu Zhuang exchanged glances and nodded affirmatively. I see. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, appearing thoughtful. Since that is the case, after you two go back out, bring 1 or 2 more elders here. Lin Yuan spoke. Now that his stock of demon seeds had surged to 300, he could certainly parasitize a few more. Outside the Black Mist Mountain range, Liaoan and Chu Zhuang transformed into streaks of light and flew out. Master wants us to bring other elders back, which one should we bring? Liaoan pondered, glancing at Chu Zhuang. Though both were Tianqing Alliance elders, Chu Zhuang certainly had a far greater influence and connections than he did. I have someone in mind. Follow me. Chu Zhuang nodded, immediately heading toward another of the 10 great mountain ranges. The Myriad Beasts Mountain Range. Like the Black Mist Mountain Range, it was one of the 10 great mountain ranges of the Tianqing world. Outside the Myriad Beasts Mountain Range, stood a middle-aged man. These demon beast kings, dilly-dallying even after receiving the leader's decree, saying they need to prepare. This middle-aged man, named Bien Bo, was also one of the elders of the Tianqing Alliance. This time he had come to the Myriad Beasts Mountain Range to relay the leader's decree, ordering the demon beast kings there to join the counterattack at the evil god battlefield. As Bien Bo grew impatient, suddenly, 2 streaks of escape light appeared in the distance. Ah, it's elders Chu Zhuang and Liaoan. Bien Bo scanned them briefly, then came forward with a smile. Brother Bien Bo. Your next read is at. The slender elder Chu Zhuang responded. With a smile. How is it? Are these demon beast kings cooperating? Chu Zhuang inquired. Cooperating? With the leader's decree, how dare they not cooperate? Bien Bo scoffed, but these demon beast kings, too indecisive, saying they need a while to prepare. Chapter 354, 12, An Unexpected Conclusion, Controlling the Tianqing World. Happy New Year, _2. Is that all? Chu Zhuang raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, brother Chu Zhuang? Bien Bo sensed there was more to it and asked. Chu Zhuang exchanged a glance with Liaoan and said in a low voice, Brother Bien Bo, you know that the 2 of us are responsible for the Black Mist Mountain Range. Right. Bien Bo nodded. We went to grant amnesty to the demon beast kings of the Black Mist Mountain Range. Those demon beast kings were quite insightful, offering treasures proactively and asking us to take good care of them on the battlefield. Chu Zhuang explained. There's such good fortune. Bien Bo's face was full of envy. The demon beast kings of the Myriad Beasts Mountain Range didn't have that foresight. Forget about offering benefits, they wouldn't even speak a few kind words. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhuang couldn't help but smile proudly. What kind of treasure did the demon beast kings of the Black Mist Mountain Range actually offer? Bien Bo asked with some curiosity. Seeing Chu Zhuang so pleased, the treasure could not be ordinary. Earth milk. Chu Zhuang spoke in a hushed tone. Earth milk. Bien Bo repeated, somewhat puzzled. Million-year-old earth milk. Chu Zhuang added 2 more words. Million-year-old earth milk. Bien Bo's eyes widened. This was a real treasure, especially for sixth-rank cultivators like them. It could have an effect similar to marrow cleansing. It's just a pity. Million-year-old earth milk cannot be preserved, cannot be taken with us. Liaowen and I absorbed it for half a day, struggling until we could no longer continue, and then we left. Chu Zhuang shook his head. Right. Million-year-old earth milk, a true miracle of heaven and earth, quickly dissipates once it leaves its birthplace. Bien Bo nodded. This was common knowledge in the realm of cultivation. But the next moment, Bien Bo realized something. Brother Chu Zhuang, are you saying that there's some million-year-old earth milk left? Bien Bo asked tentatively. More than just some. Chu Zhuang shook his head and said, by the way, Brother Bien Bo, do you want to go absorb some? It's a rare opportunity. Thanks, Brother Chu Zhuang. Bien Bo was overjoyed. It's just, I need to wait here for the demon beast kings of the Myriad Beasts mountain range. Bien Bo hesitated. What's so difficult about that, Liaowen? You lead Brother Bien Bo to the deepest part of the Black Mist mountain range, and I stay here to wait, wouldn't that work? Chu Zhuang patted his chest and said. Then. Thanks, Brother Chu Zhuang. Bien Bo looked touched. What a good man Brother Chu Zhuang was, not only informing him about the great opportunity of the million-year-old earth milk but also waiting here for the demon beast kings on his behalf. Go on, go on. Our relationship will grow even closer in the future. Chu Zhuang waved his hand dismissively. Of course. Stay connected with Freeweb Novel. Bien Bo nodded affirmatively. In front of a verdant lake. An elder with a goat beard stood quietly, surveying the lake. 400 years ago, the foreign evil god appeared outside of the world, causing many powers of the Tianqing world to tremble. Among them, the Xuanwu Beast King, known as one of the four divine Beast Kings, lies in slumber here. Before the Xuanwu Beast King went into slumber, it made a pact with the Alliance Hierarch, saying that if one day there was a great matter related to the foreign evil god that required its aid, it need only be asked. The elder with the goat beard mused to himself. He was a protector of the Tianqing Alliance, a sixth-rank peak powerhouse. His mission to enter the Tianqing world this time was specifically to awaken the Xuanwu Beast King. Just then, the elder with the goat beard glanced at the distance. Uncle, it's me. A figure flew quickly towards him. It was Bien Bo. Little Bo. The elder with the goat beard nodded slightly. As a high-ranking member of the Tianqing Alliance, the elder with the goat beard would occasionally lend a helping hand to his descendants and juniors. Bien Bo was the most promising among his offspring. What's the matter? The elder with the goat beard asked directly. He had the task of awakening the Xuanwu Beast King and could not afford to delay for too long. I have a friend who went to the Black Mist mountain range to recruit the demon beast kings there to go to the evil god battlefield. Bien Bo began to speak. I know of this. The old man with the goat beard nodded. The Vice Alliance hierarchs and protectors who had returned from the evil god battlefield each had their own tasks to undertake. Uncle, guess what my friend found in the Black Mist mountain range? As Bien Bo said this, he carefully looked around. Found what? The old man with the goat beard asked, somewhat amused. The Hitao flower, a 1,000-year-old Hitao flower. Bien Bo lowered his voice and spoke seriously. A 1,000-year Hitao flower. The old man with the goat beard's pupils tightened. A cultivator at the 6th rank peak wishing to break through to the 7th rank needed, apart from their own understanding of the great Tao, the help of rare items like the 1,000-year Hitao flower to shorten or even skip the process. The old man with the goat beard, being a 6th rank peak powerhouse, dreamt of breaking through to the 7th rank. Unfortunately, his natural talent was not sufficient. If nothing unexpected happened, he estimated that he would never touch the 7th rank. But now, he saw hope. The 1,000-year Hitao flower. If he could get his hands on that Hitao flower, entering the 7th rank was a certainty. At that time, based on his past merits and his relationships with a few Vice Alliance hierarchs, the old man with the goat beard would become the 12th Vice Alliance hierarch of the Tianqing Alliance. Is this true? The old man with the goat beard looked at Bien Bo, and, since it's a 1,000-year Hitao flower, why don't you keep it for yourself, instead of telling me? Although the old man with the goat beard had provided much help to Bien Bo, In the face of such a great chance to step into the 7th rank, let alone that the two were uncle and nephew, even if they were father and son, a falling out could occur. Uncle. The 8 demon beast kings of the Black Mist Mountain range joined forces to monopolize the Hetao flower. I couldn't get my hands on it. That's why I came to tell Uncle. Bien Bo explained. Why not report it to the Alliance? The old man with the goat beard asked. Report it to the Alliance? How much benefit can they give me? It's better to tell Uncle, and when Uncle steps into the 7th rank and becomes a Vice Alliance hierarch, just don't forget about Little Bo. Fear appeared on Bien Bo's face in a timely manner. I see. The old man with the goat beard nodded slightly. That made sense. It wasn't that Bien Bo didn't want the Hetao flower. It was that he simply couldn't get it. And if he continued to drag things out, he reckoned it would be devoured by those few demon beast kings. These demon beast kings, a bunch of good-for-nothings, we humans are on the battlefield resisting the invasion of the evil god, while these beasts are enjoying themselves in the rear. The treasures like the Hetao flower should naturally belong to us humans, yet they think of monopolizing it. The old man with the goat beard became furious. Little Bo, take me there. I want to see which demon beast kings dare to monopolize the Hetao flower. The old man with the goat beard immediately went with Bien Bo to the Black Mist Mountain range. As for awakening the Xuanwu beast king, that wasn't urgent, and there would be no harm in waiting until the Hetao flower was in hand. Several days later. Atop a high mountain. A tall man stood with his hands behind his back. This place seals one of the strongest foundations of Tianqing world, a war machine that can dominate all. The tall man was somewhat emotional. As a Vice Alliance hierarch of the Tianqing Alliance, second in status only to the Alliance hierarch, only he had the authority needed to activate this foundation. Mr. Gao. Mr. Gao. I have a major discovery to report to you. At this moment, a beam of escape light flew rapidly in. It was the old man with the goat beard. What major discovery? Mr. Gao turned his head, glancing at the old man with the goat beard. In the Tianqing Alliance, the old man with the goat beard was under his command, and the two had a relatively close relationship. I have a nephew, who found traces of a world weapon in the Black Mist Mountain range. After casting a spell to prevent eavesdropping, the old man with the goat beard spoke in a low voice. Half a year later. In the depths of the Black Mist Mountain range. All 12 of the Tianqing Alliance's Vice Alliance hierarchs, 33 protectors, 156 elders, the 4 holy beast kings, and 93 demon beast kings, stood there respectfully. They answered Lin Yuan's questions about the secrets of Tianqing world. Looking down at the 16 7th-rank powerhouses, 88 6th-rank peak powerhouses, and 194 6th-rank powerhouses, Lin Yuan fell into contemplation, his heart inevitably stirred. Who would have thought that I, a lackey sent in by the foreign evil god, would take control of the entire Tianqing world? Chapter 355, 13, Spreading Martial Tao, Preemptive Planning, Happy New Year. Lin Yuan looked down expressionlessly at the numerous powerful figures below, bowing respectfully. These people can be said to be the most elite forces of the entire Tianqing world. Or rather, they're the group that holds the core power of the Tianqing Alliance. Indeed, within the Tianqing Alliance, the alliance leader is the strongest. However, to govern a force, relying solely on the most powerful is futile. Rather, one must rely on their subordinates. Power is not top-down, but bottom-up. The Tianqing Alliance leader is usually either in seclusion, cultivating, or battling with the ancestral demon tree. Where does he have the time to manage the Tianqing Alliance? Simply put, these are the real controllers of the entire Tianqing Alliance, that is, the real rulers of the Tianqing world. Lin Yuan controlling these people means controlling the Tianqing world, and this is by no means an exaggeration. As for the Tianqing Alliance leader, his most trusted subordinates, cherished beauty, and valued descendants are now all under Lin Yuan's control, and they are currently completely unaware of it. To Lin Yuan, the Tianqing Alliance leader is merely meat on the chopping board, to be handled whenever he wishes. Things are going too smoothly. Lin Yuan glanced at the crowd and couldn't help feeling a bit emotional. At first, he merely wanted to find a few strong members of the Tianqing Alliance to parasitize and then infiltrate the Tianqing Alliance, to gradually expand thereafter. Where could he have imagined that the development would be too rapid, unable to halt the progression, and he accidentally became the puppet master of the Tianqing world. Lin Yuan began to recap in his mind. Firstly, things went this smoothly because the Tianqing alliance leader decided to launch a counterattack against the foreign evil god, sending the 12 alliance leaders and many protector elders into the Tianqing world, which significantly impacted the outcome. Had these powerful members of the Tianqing alliance still been in the evil god battlefield, Lin Yuan would not have found it easy to make a move. As to prevent the phenomenon of deserting, the Tianqing alliance leader had already decreed that any cultivator on the evil god battlefield may not return to the Tianqing world without his command. This would make Lin Yuan's parasitization not so smooth. Your journey continues at Freeweb novel. Because the perfected demonic parasitic ability required Lin Yuan to be present and perform it personally. If those strong ones did not come over, Lin Yuan could not possibly go to the evil god battlefield alone. However, under the orders of the Tianqing alliance leader, all the vice alliance hierarchs and protector elders returned, providing Lin Yuan with an excellent external environment. Secondly, emotions. Generally speaking, the more powerful an individual, the lonelier they are, and the fewer friends they have. With no emotional ties, you won't believe which place boasts a peerless treasure. You say there is a treasure, just like that. However, these vice alliance hierarchs and protectors of the Tianqing alliance had deep bonds after battling together against the foreign evil god on the battlefield for 300 to 400 years. They likely had life-saving bonds. The trust foundation is very high, and now that they're back in the Tianqing world, everyone is in a good mood, and their vigilance is lowering. That's why they could be attracted one by one, allowing Lin Yuan to parasitize them sequentially. Then, it was the parasitic ability perfected by Lin Yuan. This reason is perhaps the most significant one. The Tianqing alliance was very familiar with the parasitic ability of the ancestral demon tree. It never occurred to anyone that the parasitized fighters would perfectly replace their original selves, leading no one to think in that direction. This is also why these powerful figures of the Tianqing world are unable to handle unexpected situations and lack countermeasures. Lastly, it is Lin Yuan's strength that is sufficiently strong. Even if he lured in the 12 vice alliance hierarchs and the 4 divine beast kings one by one, all of whom are 7th rank in terms of combat power. Even if they are far inferior to Lin Yuan, there was a chance they could have sent out a message. However, under Lin Yuan's understanding of the spatial prison, isolated from everything, none of these vice alliance hierarchs nor the holy beast kings managed to send out a message after being successfully parasitized. The most important aspect is that those who were parasitized did not die but lived in another form, meaning it was impossible to detect anything unusual through means like life fire. Because they hadn't died, any predictions of life or death through life fire and other means naturally became useless. Master, this is all I know. A breathtakingly beautiful woman respectfully said. This woman was the mistress of the Tianqing alliance leader. With her statement, Lin Yuan's understanding of the Tianqing alliance leader had reached an unprecedented level. He even knew what color underwear the other person wore. Master, should we bring the alliance leader over now? Another vice alliance hierarch respectfully asked, whose contributions were indispensable in Lin Yuan successfully controlling the Tianqing world this time. Most of the vice alliance hierarchs from the Tianqing alliance had been led by him. As the current Tianqing alliance leader's mentor, this vice alliance hierarch held tremendous prestige within the Tianqing alliance. With him stepping forward, which other vice alliance hierarch would dare to refuse? The reason he could lead this vice alliance hierarch over was entirely because Lin Yuan controlled the sizable protector position held by this vice alliance hierarch's favored descendant. This vice alliance hierarch adored this descendant tremendously, allowing Lin Yuan to successfully clinch him. Not for now. Lin Yuan shook his head as he was not planning to make a move against the Tianqing alliance leader immediately. His greatest advantage now lies in the shadows. The Tianqing alliance leader had no idea that everything he had painstakingly managed had already fallen into Lin Yuan's hands. Therefore, the timing of Lin Yuan's move against the Tianqing alliance leader is crucial. If he were to bring the Tianqing alliance leader over now, it might raise suspicions. After all, with the foreign evil god still unresolved and as the strongest of the Tianqing alliance, the only one capable of combating the ancestral demon tree, why would returning to the Tianqing world be appropriate? Chapter 356, 13, Spreading Martial Tao, Preemptive Planning, Happy New Year, _2. Furthermore, discover exclusive tales on FreeWeb Novel. Even if the Tianqing Alliance leader were to be lured over, there is a high likelihood that he would bring the World Sword with him. The World Sword, a world weapon nurtured by the Tianqing world for countless years, could match the ancestral demon tree in its heyday with a few moves beyond this world. As for within this world, even Lin Yuan now would rather not confront the World Sword head-on. And how to deal with the World Sword? Lin Yuan had long devised a plan. Fundamentally speaking, the Tianqing Alliance leader is not the true owner of the World Sword. He is merely a temporary user. If it were not for the threat of the foreign evil god, the consciousness of the Tianqing world would never have allowed the World Sword to appear. The very reason for the emergence of the World Sword is the foreign evil god. As long as the foreign evil god is dealt with, the World Sword will no longer remain in the hands of the Tianqing Alliance leader. Therefore, Lin Yuan had no intention of immediately attacking the Tianqing Alliance leader. I assign you 2 tasks. Lin Yuan looked down at the many powerful beings below and said slowly. Master, please command us. Don't worry, Master, even if it's not just 2 tasks, but 20 or 200, we will accomplish them. Right, Master, please tell us. Nearly 300 strong beings listened intently with fervor. As hosts to demon tree seeds, they were naturally extremely obedient to Lin Yuan. Disseminate this cultivation system gradually. Using his mind, Lin Yuan slightly altered the martial arts evolution system and, through the connection with the demon seeds, transmitted it to everyone's minds. This journey, apart from pioneering further stages in the martial arts evolution system, spreading the martial arts evolution system was also a plan Lin Yuan had long decided upon. However, in his first 100 years after arriving in this realm, Lin Yuan's identity was special and he dared not even show his face, let alone spread the martial path evolutionary path. But now it was different. With the help of these local strong beings of the Tianqing world, spreading the martial path evolutionary path could not be easier. This cultivation system. No problem, Master. Such a profound cultivation system will be wasted on those mere ants. Rest assured, Master, we guarantee to accomplish the mission. Nearly 300 strong beings vowed confidently. Lin Yuan didn't doubt them at all. Because this task was indeed not difficult, especially since those present were high-ranking people from the Tianqing world. What's spreading a cultivation system? Moreover, the martial path evolutionary path has limitless potential, even without their advocacy. As long as it isn't suppressed or targeted, it would spread slowly on its own. Another matter is to return to the evil god battlefield, get back to the side of the Tianqing Alliance leader, pretend as if nothing has happened, and launch a counterattack against the foreign evil god. Lin Yuan spoke. Destroying the evil god battlefield was one of Lin Yuan's goals. Without the evil god battlefield, the ancestral demon tree would have to rely on him reaching the 5th stage and then establishing a spatial channel to descend upon the Tianqing world. In doing so, Lin Yuan would inevitably possess more bargaining chips to plan for more benefits, such as a substantial amount of the ancestral demon tree's origin power. Lin Yuan acquiring the origin power was not just to enhance his strength, but also to weaken the ancestral demon tree. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Outside the Tianqing world. Evil God battlefield. At this moment, the evil God battlefield was on the verge of collapse. Under the forceful counterattack of the Tianqing world, it began to occupy a large area, while the foreign evil god, the ancestral demon tree, dared not make a move under the guard of the Tianqing Alliance leader wielding the World Sword. Damn it. In a distant illusion, the ancestral demon tree's presence turned chaotic, watching the evil god battlefield gradually turn to dust, its heart bleeding. The evil god battlefield, refined from a special metal in the outer void, had cost the ancestral demon tree untold efforts. Through the evil god battlefield, the ancestral demon tree could more easily penetrate the interior of the world. But now, its efforts were collapsing. Helpless, retrieving the evil god battlefield required a lot of time, and the ancestral demon tree had to be present above the battlefield. And this was something the Tianqing Alliance leader would never allow. If my origin power hadn't been depleted so much, would I be afraid of you? The ancestral demon tree gritted its teeth. At its peak, even the Tianqing Alliance leader alone could not have stopped it. Therefore, if the Tianqing Alliance leader dared to launch a counterattack, the ancestral demon tree would descend onto the battlefield, dragging the Tianqing alliance leader into a fierce battle nearby. In this way, merely the repercussions of their battle would have been enough to sweep across the battlefield, making it impossible to take control of the battlefield. But now, with severe loss of origin power and the Tianqing alliance leader wielding the world sword, he could drive him into a chase without sparing any attention for the overall situation on the battlefield. Above the evil god battlefield, the Tianqing alliance leader sat cross-legged, the world sword floating before him, radiating layers of indescribable fluctuations that enveloped all around. It seems that the evil god is not planning to make a move. The Tianqing alliance leader murmured to himself. His purpose here was to wait for the ancestral demon tree. After all, launching a counterattack and destroying the evil god battlefield would, for the ancestral demon tree, be akin to pulling chestnuts out of the fire. 400 years ago, the ancestral demon tree was able to easily forge the evil god battlefield because the Tianqing world was unprepared. As long as the evil god battlefield is destroyed and the Tianqing world is prepared, even if the ancestral demon tree gains a second evil god battlefield, it won't be able to carve it out from beyond the world. So, in the eyes of the Tianqing alliance leader, launching the counterattack and destroying the evil god battlefield should cause the foreign evil god to struggle at least a little. After all, the destruction of the evil god battlefield meant that the foreign evil god would no longer have an opportunity to descend into the Tianqing world. Duan Lang, with his masterful strategies and invincible strength, knows that the foreign evil god, even if it intervenes, cannot match him, so it has also refrained from making any meaningless moves. A stunningly beautiful woman appeared beside him and softly said to the Tianqing alliance leader, "Ayan." The Tianqing alliance leader looked at the beautiful woman, a smile appearing on his face. This woman, named Ayan, had an ambiguous relationship with him, and they had shared their hearts with each other frequently. Only, because of the pressure from the foreign evil god, the Tianqing alliance leader had not yet confirmed their relationship with Ayan. Of course, although their relationship was not confirmed, the Tianqing alliance leader had compensated Ayan in many ways, such as the position of vice-alliance hierarch and so on. "Ayan, once we completely destroy the evil god battlefield, we can be together forever." The Tianqing alliance leader couldn't help but embrace Ayan and whispered softly. His heart had already started imagining all the wonderful things after they drove back the foreign evil god. Then, he would take the woman he loved traveling and enjoying leisurely days. And with the merit of repelling the foreign evil god, he would become the greatest cultivator in the history of Tianqing world, and be praised by countless future cultivators. Yes, then Ayan can be with Duan Lang, forever. The beautiful woman Ayan whispered, her tone tinged with a hint of shyness. Ha ha ha. Of course. The Tianqing alliance leader laughed heartily. However, what he did not notice was, at this moment, nestled in his arms, Ayan's eyes faintly flashed a strange light. In the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan gazed toward the direction of the evil god battlefield. It looks like the war is nearly over. Separated by the world barriers, Lin Yuan was unable to perceive the specific situation on the evil god battlefield. But through the life and death status of parasitic beings, he could infer that the counterattack must be going well. Being a descendant of the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan could just about sense the ancestral demon tree's general location. Of course, the ancestral demon tree could also sense Lin Yuan's location. According to Lin Yuan's perception, the ancestral demon tree had never approached the evil god battlefield. Just then, in the root area, the cluster of burning black flames suddenly began to fluctuate. Lin Yuan saw this and immediately focused his mind before the black flames. Shortly after, a somewhat anxious and impatient voice from the ancestral demon tree came from within the black flames. "What stage have you reached now? The situation here cannot be salvaged, it's up to you now." Chapter 357-14, The Tianqing Alliance Leader Who Infiltrated the Enemy Alone. Happy New Year. The ancestral demon tree was extremely irritable. Watching helplessly as the evil god battlefield it had established gradually collapsed was a grating experience. Even for it, remaking an evil god battlefield would require a huge sacrifice and take up thousands to tens of thousands of years. But now, it was gone. The loss of the evil god battlefield, combined with the substantial origin power given to Lin Yuan, made the ancestral demon tree feel like a gambler who had lost all his trump cards. If it couldn't descend to the Tianqing world to make up for the losses, this time it would be utterly ruined and it had no idea if it could ever recover. Ancestor, what has happened? Lin Yuan pretended to be ignorant and asked with concern. After all, in the eyes of the ancestral demon tree, he was still struggling to survive in the Tianqing world. Even with the abundant origin power given by the ancestral demon tree, what place was the Tianqing world? Exposing any trace of himself would attract the attack of countless powerhouses, and might even catch the attention of the Tianqing alliance. Leader holding the world sword. My strength has been greatly depleted. The Tianqing alliance leader found a weakness, and now almost has the control of the battleground. The ancestral demon tree did not elaborate further. Instead, it directly asked, I've given you so much origin power over the years, why are you still growing so slowly? Quite obviously. The ancestral demon tree was already somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Yuan. Over the past 100 years, the demon essence it had invested in Lin Yuan could probably have created several sixth-stage demon trees. Even though different offspring of demon trees have varied degrees of absorption of origin power, even the worst qualified ones should have almost reached the 5th stage by now. Ancestor, I'm so useless. I've been hunted down by demon beast kings many times, left critically injured and dying, and could only use the origin power you bestowed for healing. Lin Yuan had his answer prepared and quickly said it. This reason was flawless. The Black Mist Mountain range was home to a multitude of demonic beasts and even demon beast kings. It was inevitable for Lin Yuan to be noticed during his growth, as it was difficult to contain the evil aura of the demon trees. Facing 6th-ranked demon beast kings, Lin Yuan was not yet able to resist, and once held up, attracting more demon beast kings would only make the situation worse. So he could only be hunted down. Using my origin power to heal wounds. The ancestral demon tree's heart bled. If Lin Yuan absorbed the origin power to enhance himself, then after being devoured by it, that origin power could come back. Read latest stories on Freeweb novel. But healing wounds. That was a total loss. However, Ancestor, I have now grown to the peak of the 4th rank, just a step away from advancing to the 5th stage. Lin Yuan said again. Peak of the 4th rank. The mood of the ancestral demon tree improved slightly. This was the only good news it had heard so far. How long will it take for you to grow to the 5th stage? The ancestral demon tree inquired. Once Lin Yuan grew to the 5th stage, his life essence would be strong enough to open a stable space channel. I should be able to do it within 5 years. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and answered. 5 years was an incredibly short time for a life form like the demon tree from beyond the realm. No, no. 5 years is too long. The ancestral demon tree shook its head. This wasn't about time, it was that considering the current situation in the evil god battlefield, numerous powerhouses would probably return to the Tianqing world in 5 years. After all, the war had ended. By then, even if Lin Yuan opened a space channel, there would be risks for it when descending. Here's what we'll do, I'll send you some more origin power, and you force a breakthrough to try and reach the 5th stage within a year. The ancestral demon tree assessed itself. Its own origin power was now only 70% of what it was at its prime. Still, it painfully took out 20% of its origin power and sent it to Lin Yuan without hesitation. In the eyes of the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan was its only hope. As long as Lin Yuan could grow to the 5th stage, the investment it had made could at least be mostly recouped, if not entirely. Ancestor. Ancestor, isn't this too much? Lin Yuan, overjoyed by the origin power sent by the ancestral demon tree, asked with pretended concern, Ancestor, won't you be affected by losing so much origin power at once? It's not a big deal. The ancestral demon tree said through gritted teeth. In truth, the impact was significant, faced with the Tianqing alliance leader wielding the world sword, even. The ancestral demon tree with only 50% of its origin power would have to flee far away. But as long as it could descend into the Tianqing world, everything would be worth it. Even a weakened ancestral demon tree was still a foreign evil god. As long as it could enter the interior of the world, it could, through a certain secret technique inherent to its talent, fuse into the origin vast ocean of the world. Then, the origin power of the entire Tianqing world would be its feast. Of course, the execution of the secret technique talent required time, but the ancestral demon tree was confident that it would catch all the powerhouses of the Tianqing world off guard, with no time to stop itself. Then, ancestor, rest assured, I will definitely complete your task. Lin Yuan said solemnly. Just establish the space channel, and I will reward you well. The ancestral demon tree still didn't forget to promise rewards up till now. In the deepest depths of the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan cut off the connection with the ancestral demon tree. It should be very weak by now. Lin Yuan judged internally that the origin power just bestowed by the ancestral demon tree was almost half of what he had been given in the past. With such a large one-time loss of origin power, Lin Yuan could guess even without thinking too hard that the ancestral demon tree was in poor condition. It was relying on him to turn the tide. Outside the Tianqing world. The vast evil god battlefield. Chapter 358-14, The Tianqing Alliance Leader Who Infiltrated the Enemy Alone. Happy New Year, _2. The Tianqing Alliance leader gazed down, while the ancestral demon tree did not intervene. The evil god battlefield quickly collapsed by a large part, finally turning to ash in the end. We won. We have finally won. We defeated the foreign evil god. We protected our homeland, the Tianqing world. Countless powerful beings of the Tianqing world had tears in their eyes, even the Tianqing Alliance leader, whose thoughts began to surge. 400 years. A war that lasted an entire 400 years. It has finally come to an end. Duan Lang, let's go home. We're going home, back to the place we used to live, Ian said joyfully by his side. Home. The Tianqing Alliance leader was silent for a while. Wait a moment. Even though the evil god battlefield is destroyed, the foreign evil god is still alive. I must leave the world sword here to prevent the return of that evil god, the Tianqing Alliance leader said somewhat reluctantly. As the wielder of the world sword, the Tianqing Alliance leader knew all too well how powerful this weapon was. Under normal circumstances, such a weapon should not even exist. Even if it did come into being, it had a great impact on the consciousness of the Tianqing world. But the threat of the foreign evil god to the Tianqing world was too great. That's why the Tianqing Alliance leader became the wielder of the world sword. Without the world sword, the Tianqing Alliance leader had little resistance against the foreign evil god. But with the world sword, he was able to fight back and forth with the ancestral demon tree. Leave the world sword here. Ian was stunned, looking at the Tianqing Alliance leader. Indeed. The world sword is a condensation of the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. Only by placing it here can it block all the methods of that foreign evil god, the Tianqing Alliance leader said with a nod. Ian, you go back to the world with the others first. I will set up the world sword and then join you, the Tianqing Alliance leader said. All right. Ian nodded and turned to leave. After Ian disappeared, the Tianqing Alliance leader looked at the world sword floating in front of him. Old pal, we must part ways. But if you detect any activity, notify me right away. Though he couldn't take the world sword with him, after so many years, the Tianqing Alliance leader had already refined a part of it. If he wished, he could sense the world sword at any moment, even summon it back to him. The world sword turned into a ray of light, engraved beyond the world. It's time I returned, the Tianqing Alliance leader sighed. He too flew toward the heart of the Tianqing world. At the edge of the Tianqing world, 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs, 4 holy beast kings, 33 protectors, 156 elders, and 93 demon beast kings were all standing there. Full of eager and exhilarated anticipation, they waited for him. Everyone. The Tianqing Alliance leader felt overwhelmingly emotional. Let's all return home. The Tianqing Alliance leader, leading his own forces, traveled along the golden light path toward the depths of the world. Along the way, countless beings of the Tianqing world bowed in worship. As a legendary figure who saved their world, the Tianqing Alliance leader very much enjoyed this sensation. As everyone passed the Black Mist Mountain range, one of the Vice Alliance hierarchs suddenly furrowed his brow and said to the Tianqing Alliance leader, Leader, I feel an unusual presence below. Oh. The Tianqing Alliance leader immediately took it seriously. This Vice Alliance hierarch was a 7th-rank peak expert, specialized in searching Had it not been for his actions over the past 400 years, locating the foreign evil god's position, the casualties might have been far worse. Black Mist Mountain Range. The Tianqing Alliance leader looked down below. Let's go. Let's see what exactly is down there, the Tianqing Alliance leader said with a cold laugh, fearing nothing. He had repelled both the foreign evil god and the ancestral demon tree, any unusual presence within the world. If not for passing by coincidence and the discovery being reported by a Vice Alliance hierarchy esteemed, the Tianqing Alliance leader probably wouldn't have given it a second glance. All right. We will follow the leader's orders. What kind of damned presence dares to reveal itself as we pass? It deserves death, the many powerful beings echoed. Then let's go down together, said the Tianqing Alliance leader with a nod, leading his subordinates towards the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain Range. According to that Vice Alliance hierarch, the location with the unusual aura was precisely at the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain Range. As they drew closer to the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain Range, the Tianqing Alliance leader's frown deepened. He vaguely sensed that the aura emanating from the deepest part of the range was somewhat strange, even bearing some similarity to that of the foreign evil god. This was a significant matter. The Tianqing Alliance leader's expression became grave. The previously relaxed expression on his face had disappeared. Everyone, be careful, he cautioned his numerous subordinates. Shortly afterward, the Tianqing Alliance leader and his subordinates arrived at the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain Range. This was a valley with an ancient, evil presence subtly lingering around it. In the center of the valley stood an ancient tree with countless black vines hanging down. The foreign evil god. The Tianqing Alliance leader looked shocked. Having dealt with the ancestral demon tree for many years, he immediately recognized that this ancient tree was eerily similar to the ancestral demon tree. Wait, no. It's not the foreign evil god. The Tianqing Alliance leader observed carefully. He was very familiar with the ancestral demon tree, and it was exactly for this reason that he was sure the tree before him was not the cruel and wild foreign evil god. It's an offspring of the foreign evil god. Who would have thought that the one we missed over 100 years ago could have survived until now? The Tianqing Alliance leader immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and a trace of killing intent appeared on his face. Over 100 years ago, the ancestral demon tree paid a huge price to pry open the world barrier of the Tianqing world, scattering hundreds of thousands of demon seeds within the world. The Tianqing Alliance leader was aware of this matter and had ordered a dedicated effort to deal with it, striving to eradicate all demon seeds. Experience Tales at Freeweb Novel. However, he never expected that one of the demon seeds would survive and grow to such an extent. In a flash, the Tianqing Alliance leader sorted out the cause and effect. Even your ancestor was repelled by me, what are you in comparison, he thought to himself, his heart cold as he stared at the swaying ancient tree in the distance. At that moment, he saw Lin Yuan as dead for sure. Leading so many powerful beings, along with himself, a 7th-rank peak existence, they would be able to resist even the true ancestral demon tree for some time. As for an offspring of the demon tree, Vice Alliance hierarch, I'll leave it to you to take action and personally deal with this remnant of the evil god, said the Tianqing Alliance leader indifferently. Mr. Fong, the Vice Alliance hierarch who had noticed the unusual aura in the Black Mist Mountain Range, possessed 7th-rank strength, nowhere near sufficient to confront the ancestral demon tree. But for an insignificant offspring, in the eyes of the Tianqing Alliance leader, there would be no problem. Take action. Mr. Fong fell silent for a while, then gave a slight bow to Lin Yuan and said, Master, what should we do now? As these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly became eerily strange. The Tianqing Alliance leader's pupils shrank sharply. He had never imagined that his most trusted subordinate would call a remnant of the evil god their master. Fang Jingqing, how dare you, the Tianqing Alliance leader roared in fury. His thoughts whirled rapidly, and scenes that had passed along the way flashed through his mind. Fang Jingqing had discovered the unusual aura in the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain Range, then led them all here, and now Fang Jingqing was addressing that remnant of the evil god as his master. That meant Fang Jingqing had led them here with premeditation. This isn't good. Everyone, retreat. It's an ambush. Predicting everything, the Tianqing Alliance leader's expression changed drastically, and he was about to instruct his subordinates to leave the area. but at that moment, Ayan, who stood behind the Tianqing Alliance leader and was his beloved confidant, gently lifted her right hand and placed it on the Tianqing Alliance leader's back. Thump. The Tianqing Alliance leader's expression changed dramatically. His vital energy visibly weakened at an alarming rate. The Tianqing Alliance leader turned around in shock to look at Ayan. Ayan, you. He could never have anticipated that his beloved woman would strike him such a fatal blow. Ayan is also untrustworthy. You all must. The Tianqing Alliance leader tried to suppress his injury and take off into the sky to flee with his remaining subordinates. In the next instant, the many subordinates whom the Tianqing Alliance leader had protected stepped forward in unison, surrounded their leader, and their auras converged, pressing down upon him. You as well. The Tianqing Alliance leader looked at his numerous subordinates, his face briefly showing a mix of confusion and shock. And a feeling of utter estrangement filled him to the brim. Chapter 359, 15 The Uncrowned King of Tianqing World. Please subscribe. In the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain Range, the Tianqing Alliance leader's blood surged with fury, almost driving him mad on the spot. The subordinates he trusted, the revered elders and masters, his sworn brothers, and the sweetheart he cherished, all of them had betrayed him at this moment. The Tianqing Alliance leader was no fool. From the moment everyone surrounded him, an incredibly unbelievable thought sprang to his mind. That these people had all betrayed him and turned to the demigod progeny. But how could that be possible? Not to mention, what did the demigod progeny offer to buy over the subordinates he had nurtured over so many years? The critical question was, when did this happen? He still had no idea about it until now. A chill ran through the Tianqing Alliance leader's heart as he looked at the numerous powerful beings surrounding him not far away. Just moments ago, they had still been respectful towards him, but now they were utterly cold, showing no sign of remorse on their faces. Do you all really know what you're doing? Unable to accept this, the Tianqing Alliance leader spoke in a low voice. He wanted to ask why they sided with the demigod progeny. Following him and enjoying the worship of countless beings in the Tianqing world, wasn't that far better than siding with an evil god? The Tianqing Alliance leader particularly fixed his gaze on Ayan. This was his beloved, who, after repelling the foreign evil god, could stand atop all beings in the Tianqing world alongside the Tianqing Alliance leader as he ruled. Others might have a slight possibility of betraying him, but why would Ayan betray him? Full of expectation, the Tianqing Alliance leader looked towards Ayan, but what he received in return was only her cold gaze. Who are you, exactly? Read latest stories on Freeweb novel. The Tianqing Alliance leader did not attempt to break out of the encirclement. Given the current situation where all his subordinates had betrayed him, and the instigator of it all, Lin Yuan, had yet to make a move. The Tianqing Alliance leader knew the chances of breaking out alone were slim. If they dared to confront him directly, they must have made meticulous preparations. So, what the Tianqing Alliance leader needed to do now was to buy time. And then summon back the World Sword. Freewebble.cm. Not long ago, on the evil god battlefield, the Tianqing Alliance leader had left the World Sword outside the world to prevent any backlash from the foreign evil god. Actually, this wasn't a problem. Even racking his brain, he hadn't anticipated that. His biggest threat wouldn't be the ancestral demon tree from outside this world, but Lin Yuan from within this world. Regardless, no matter what difficulties he faced, the Tianqing Alliance leader believed that as long as the World Sword was in hand, he could fear no circumstance. For the World Sword was a world weapon that had been nurtured by the Tianqing world for countless millennia. The closer one was to the Tianqing world, the greater its power. If it were to be activated within the world, the Tianqing Alliance leader was confident that even the ancestral demon tree in its prime wouldn't dare to confront him directly. At that moment, he would take back everything that was his. However, as the Tianqing Alliance leader bought time, Lin Yuan wasn't unaware of it. It had taken him great effort to find a moment when the Tianqing Alliance leader was separated from the World Sword. He certainly wouldn't hold back. As the Tianqing Alliance leader turned his gaze towards him, Lin Yuan immediately unleashed the Fiend God Gaze. This ability, derived from the ancestral demon tree and similarly potent in the hands of the demigod progeny, How could it be any less powerful when executed by Lin Yuan? Boom. The terrifying soul fluctuations swept across the area. The Tianqing Alliance leader felt his thoughts shake and his consciousness slowly sinking. This is bad. The Tianqing Alliance leader was startled, forcing his mind to concentrate, biting his tongue, and resorting to using a forbidden technique to regain his clarity. He immediately soared into the sky. From that brief encounter, the Tianqing Alliance leader realized that staying to delay time was even more dangerous. The power of this move is hardly less than that of the foreign evil god. What kind of monster is this demigod progeny? The Tianqing Alliance leader's scalp exploded. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Had he really repelled that foreign evil god who possessed such a demigod progeny? It made no sense. Generally, the strength of the progenitor far surpasses that of its progeny. The power of this demigod progeny he was facing suggested that its progenitor could easily obliterate the entire Tianqing world. Yet the reality was the opposite. The progenitor evil god, during the destruction of the evil god battlefield, didn't dare to show up. With such a powerful demigod at your disposal, why be so cowardly? The Tianqing Alliance leader's thoughts surged wildly as he raced out of the Black Mist Mountain range. He had already started to recall the World Sword, just a little longer, and he would. The Tianqing Alliance leader hadn't finished thinking. When he saw the sky and earth reversing, the power of space swirling around, forming a cage. Just as expected. Relying solely on the demon tree's abilities, it's still very difficult to completely detain you. Lin Yuan sighed lightly, his vines swaying as he manipulated the power of space, teleporting and pulling the Tianqing Alliance leader back in front of him. Even without the World Sword, the Tianqing Alliance leader was still at the 7th rank peak. Even for the ancestral demon tree at its peak, killing the Tianqing Alliance leader would take considerable effort, and there was a chance he could escape. What kind of technique is this? Unlike Lin Yuan's sigh, the Tianqing Alliance leader was thoroughly shocked. He had clearly escaped some distance just now, so how had he ended up back here? Chapter 360, 15 The Uncrowned King of Tianqing World. Please subscribe, _2. The power of space can also be used like this. The Tianqing Alliance leader's spirit shuddered, for at his level, he had naturally begun to comprehend space rules long ago. However, the foundations of the Tianqing world were limited, and the Tianqing Alliance leader's comprehension of the space rules had always been like a blind man feeling an elephant. For the Tianqing Alliance leader, his comprehension of space rules had no so-called foundation, no core space model to reference. He could only rely on himself. Here's a simple example. The dimensional assault brought by Lin Yuan from the exceedingly prosperous main world of the Human Civilization Alliance upon the Tianqing Alliance leader. Ignoring the Tianqing Alliance leader's shock, Lin Yuan shifted his gaze toward a certain direction. That was the direction where the evil god battlefield once existed, but now, a vast aura was rapidly approaching. Is it the World Sword? Lin Yuan had anticipated this. The Tianqing Alliance leader, having wielded the World Sword for 400 years, definitely had an extraordinary connection to it. The Tianqing Alliance leader facing mortal peril meant the World Sword moving on its own to protect its master was only normal, and still within Lin Yuan's expectations. It's too late. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. If the Tianqing Alliance leader had summoned the World Sword back before entering the Black Mist Mountain range, he might have had the ability to contend with Lin Yuan. But now, even the World Sword, flying from outside the Tianqing world to the Black Mist Mountain range, would take at least a good half of an incense stick's time. In such a long time, the Tianqing Alliance leader would have already been crushed and rounded by Lin Yuan. Of course. Lin Yuan also considered that the World Sword could traverse space, akin to teleportation, to get closer to the Black Mist Mountain range. Freebnol.com. But Lin Yuan had prepared countermeasures. The World Sword was indeed powerful, but it also needed its master to activate it. Without an active World Sword, its power greatly diminished, otherwise there would be no need for the Tianqing Alliance leader to wield it. Why not just let it fight the ancestral demon tree directly? And with its power greatly diminished, Lin Yuan was confident he could delay the World Sword. Start the parasitic control. With just a thought from Lin Yuan, a dull gray seed began to fall, entering the spatial prison. And in the few breaths since, under Lin Yuan's casual attack, the Tianqing Alliance leader trapped in the spatial prison was already severely wounded and dying. If Lin Yuan didn't have the idea of parasitic control, the Tianqing Alliance leader would have died long ago. Ah, is this parasitic control? No, the parasitic methods of the foreign evil god shouldn't be like this. The Tianqing Alliance leader moaned in pain. At this moment, countless images flashed through his mind, his own subordinates, elders, and loved ones, inexplicably betraying him. So that's how it is. A look of realization appeared on the Tianqing Alliance leader's face. So, they didn't betray him, but were controlled by this spawn of the evil god. The Tianqing Alliance leader's gaze showed relief, and in the next instant, the Tianqing Alliance leader closed his eyes and bowed to Lin Yuan, saying, "I've seen the master." Parasitic control was successful. For 400 years, the Tianqing Alliance leader had fought with the ancestral demon tree, possessing the strength of the 8th layer. But most of that relied on the world sword, and as for the Tianqing Alliance leader himself, he was still at the 7th rank. Therefore, facing Lin Yuan, who had also reached the 7th rank peak and whose combat power was not much weaker than the ancestral demon tree, the Tianqing Alliance leader naturally had no power to resist. "Master." The Tianqing Alliance leader spoke respectfully. "Rise." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. To deal with this Tianqing Alliance leader, Lin Yuan had made many arrangements and backup plans. For instance, he anticipated the possibility of the Tianqing Alliance leader breaking out of the spatial prison. Even if the Tianqing Alliance leader really did manage this, there were still more measures waiting for him afterward. "Can you still control the world sword?" Lin Yuan asked directly. Communicating with his own parasite, a direct inquiry was enough. "Master, I should be able to." The Tianqing Alliance leader closed his eyes to sense for a while before nodding in reply. "Very good." A smile appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. The reason he went to such lengths, trying to control the Tianqing Alliance leader, was not only because of the Tianqing Alliance leader's strength as the strongest in the Tianqing world. What is more important is the world sword. The world sword was born from the Tianqing world. In theory, it had no possibility of emerging, as it was closely related to the origin source of the Tianqing world. If Lin Yuan could obtain the world sword and, with his against heaven's understanding, ponder over it, he might decipher the grand secret of the world's rotation and life and death, and then integrate it into his inner world. 8th layer evolvers and even 9th rank evolvers' cultivations were primarily focused on the inner world. Constantly perfecting the inner world, enabling it to grow, and eventually become a true big world. "Go, bring back the world sword." Lin Yuan ordered the Tianqing Alliance leader. "Yes." The Tianqing Alliance leader got up and left. After half an hour, the Tianqing Alliance leader returned. But this time, he held a stone-made long sword in his hand. This long sword, made entirely of gray-white stone, yet vaguely emitted the fluctuations of a power that commanded the world. "Is this the world sword?" With a thought from Lin Yuan, the world sword in the hands of the Tianqing Alliance leader flew towards Lin Yuan. Perhaps it sensed something. The world sword began to struggle violently. "If we were outside, you might have a chance to break free. But here." Lin Yuan chuckled coldly. Having operated the Black Mist Mountain range for 100 years or so, every inch of space was within his grasp, leaving the world sword no possibility to resist. Soon, Lin Yuan's mind and consciousness briefly touched the world sword. Through the world sword, Lin Yuan faintly sensed the massive origin source of the Tianqing world, and the world consciousness that had fallen into slumber. As expected, it didn't surprise Lin Yuan at all that the world consciousness had fallen into slumber. It was to be expected. Did one truly believe using the world sword came without any price? If that was the case, then why wouldn't the Tianqing world let the world sword emerge? If it weren't for the invasion of the ancestral demon tree, which posed a destructive threat to the Tianqing world, it is likely that the world sword wouldn't have emerged this time either. The world sword is the manifest core essence of the Tianqing world. Every time the world sword is used, it shakes the consciousness of the Tianqing world. Over time, after numerous uses, the world consciousness of the Tianqing world will fall into slumber. Of course, even if the world consciousness falls asleep, the Tianqing world still has an almost instinctive defense against the outside world, but for the inside of the world. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. If the world consciousness of the Tianqing world were awake, Lin Yuan's growth would definitely not have been so smooth. This was also thanks to the ancestral demon tree. Without this foreign evil god, the Tianqing alliance leader would not have frequently urged the world sword and eventually reached a certain limit that put the world consciousness to sleep completely. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, looking down at the Tianqing alliance leader, the vice-alliance hierarch, protectors, elders, the four divine beast kings, and the demon beast kings. If one said that before gaining control over the Tianqing alliance leader, Lin Yuan was merely the hidden puppeteer of the Tianqing world. Now, Lin Yuan was the true, uncrowned king of the Tianqing world. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had gone by. During this time, Lin Yuan had the Tianqing alliance leader and others return to the Tianqing mountain, the central point of the Tianqing world, to receive the worship of all beings, as per the regular plan. Moreover, under Lin Yuan's secret push, the martial Tao cultivation system had officially become the most authoritative cultivation system in the Tianqing world, standing side by side with the original cultivation system. With Lin Yuan's influence, it was foreseeable that in a few hundred years, the cultivation system of the Tianqing world would be completely replaced by martial Tao. In the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan's consciousness converged in the root area, staring at the clump of dark flames burning. It's almost time, Lin Yuan thought to himself. It was also time to deal with the ancestral demon tree. Lin Yuan worried that if he continued to wait, the ancestral demon tree might think of forcibly cutting itself loose and fleeing. With this thought, Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and began to contact the ancestral demon tree through the dark flame. The dark flame was the hinge between the ancestral demon tree and Lin Yuan, the ancestral demon tree could contact Lin Yuan through this flame. Lin Yuan could also do the opposite. Of course, originally, a tree demon spawn like Lin Yuan did not have the right to actively contact the ancestral demon tree. Experience Tales at Freeweb Novel. But, after the last release of his talents, the ancestral demon tree simply allowed Lin Yuan to contact it at any time. There was no other way. As of now, Lin Yuan was its only surviving offspring, its hope to recover all losses by descending upon the Tianqing world. Chapter 361, 16 The Confused Ancestral Demon Tree. Please subscribe. In fact, Lin Yuan had overestimated the ancestral demon tree. The foreign evil god didn't have the boldness to cut off its own flesh and leave. It had completely lost its composure and pinned all its hopes on Lin Yuan. Therefore, when Lin Yuan actively contacted the ancestral demon tree, pretending to have grown to the 5th stage, the joy in the heart of the ancestral demon tree was imaginable. Opportunity. The opportunity I've been waiting for has finally come. Outside the Tianqing world, in a shadowy expanse of the void, the ancestral demon tree stared intently at the vast world in the distance, as if looking at a delicious cake. After destroying the evil god battlefield, the Tianqing alliance leader deliberately left the world sword behind to prevent a counterattack from the ancestral demon tree. In reality, such a move was completely unnecessary, as the current ancestral demon tree retained only 50% of its origin source from its heyday, and after losing the invasion battlefield, it simply had no power to threaten the Tianqing world. Who would have thought, the seed I planted back then would become the key to my descent into the Tianqing world, mused the ancestral demon tree, pleased with itself. All along, it never once considered that Lin Yuan might deceive it. As an offspring derived from the progenitor, the former has an almost instinctual loyalty to the latter. Tianqing alliance leader and those people, they didn't notice you after they returned, did they? The ancestral demon tree asked. Ancestor, the Black Mist Mountain range where I hide is inconspicuous among the top 10 mountain ranges and has not attracted any attention. Lin Yuan said evenly, without a blush or a skipped heartbeat. That's good. The ancestral demon tree nodded. It thought the same. If Lin Yuan had indeed attracted the attention of powerhouses like the Tianqing alliance leader, how could he still contact it? Now start making preparations. In 3 days, we will officially open the space channel. After giving a few instructions, the ancestral demon tree cut off contact. The reason for waiting 3 days before opening the space channel was entirely the ancestral demon tree's own plan. Its form was too large now, though compared to the entire Tianqing world, it was inconspicuous. But descending into the Tianqing world with such a massive size would draw attention no matter what. And such a huge body put pressure on the space channel. So over these 3 days, the ancestral demon tree intended to condense its form and shrink to within 100 meters. Only by doing so, could it possibly hide itself after passing through the space channel and buy enough time to assimilate into the world origin source. As long as I can devour the entire origin source of the Tianqing world, it's all worth it, the ancestral demon tree thought to itself, finding the process of compressing its form excruciatingly painful. And it would certainly affect its combat power. Amongst the void beyond realms, the bodies of evil gods measure millions to tens of millions of miles. Are they just for show? A large size, although it reduces agility, brings many benefits in other areas. The most obvious is the ability to survive. An evil god with a millions of miles long body, compared to one that's tens of thousands of miles long. Who gains more energy from a single breath? Naturally, it is the former. And in the outer void, the ability to survive is crucial. Even the evil gods spend most of their lives drifting alone through the void. Encountering other evil gods or a world is an extremely rare event. That's why the ancestral demon tree is so eager to descend into the Tianqing world. Such an opportunity is too rare. It's enough to propel an evil god even further. Black Mist Mountain Range. In 3 days. Lin Yuan pondered. The ancestral demon tree's plan to open the space channel in 3 days was a bit unexpected. But still within his plans. After considering these things, Lin Yuan turned his head to look at the Tianqing Alliance leader and the others below. Have you brought all the reserves over? Lin Yuan asked with a hint of concern. The Tianqing world still held many reserves. These reserves were in place to prevent extreme situations, should the ancestral demon tree manage to invade the Tianqing world. Master, the Yin-Yang Reversal Heaven and Earth Extermination 9 Heavens Great Formations layout has already been set up, with 16 7th-rank powerhouses, 88 6th-rank peak powerhouses, and 194 6th-rank powerhouses stationed at the key positions, leaving no margin for error. Moreover, we have brought 13 Thunder Creation Pearls. These 13 Thunder Creation Pearls are the accumulation of millions of years from our Tianqing world. There will be no issues, the Tianqing Alliance leader declared, thumping his chest. That's good. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, content in his heart. The Yin-Yang Reversal Heaven and Earth Extermination 9 Heavens Great Formation, mentioned by the Tianqing Alliance leader, is the most powerful formation in the Tianqing world since ancient times. If this great formation didn't rely on the Tianqing world, if it didn't greatly lose its power once removed from the world's range, it probably would have been taken to the evil god battlefield long ago. This sort of formation could only manifest its greatest power within the world. Powered by hundreds of powerhouses starting from the 6th rank, this great formation's power could rise to unimaginable heights. Even if the ancestral demon tree were in its prime, if by chance it fell within the reach of this great formation, it would barely escape with its life, if not worse. Experience new stories with FreeWeb Novel. And the Thunder Creation Pearls. Lin Yuan has a profound understanding of the power of these pearls. A single Thunder Creation Pearl, when activated, would unleash a terrifying power that completely reaches the 8th layer level. The 9 Heavens Thunder of the Tianqing world, after gestating for millions of years, yielded only 15 Thunder Creation Pearls in total. Aside from the ones previously used, the remaining 13 Thunder Creation Pearls were brought in one fell swoop by the Tianqing Alliance leader. Chapter 362, 16 The Confused Ancestral Demon Tree. Please subscribe, _2. Of course, while the Thunder Creation Pearl was mighty and terrifying, its flaws were also quite evident. One of which was the lengthy activation time, and during the activation period, it would emit thunderous fluctuations. At that time, even a fool could tell that you were preparing to use your trump card. By then, there would be ample time to consider whether to temporarily avoid the brunt of its force. However, the flaw of the Thunder Creation Pearl, to the soon-to-arrive ancestral demon tree, was tantamount to non-existent. Lin Yuan could calculate the timing perfectly. He could activate the Thunder Creation Pearl in advance, so that by the time the ancestral demon tree descended into the Tianqing world, the activation of the Thunder Creation Pearl would have nearly reached its end. The ancestral demon tree would probably not have reacted before it had to confront the earth-shattering might of 13 thunder creation pearls. Still, the sensation is a bit off. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. The stone sword, the world sword, flew out, landing in front of the Tianqing Alliance leader. This world weapon could only be activated by the creatures of this world. As for Lin Yuan, even if he could completely suppress the world sword, he couldn't activate it. After all, the evil demonic force of the demon tree was diametrically opposed to the pure power within the world sword. During the time Lin Yuan held the world sword, his main goal was to use it to comprehend the operations of the Tianqing world. Can you assure that with this sword, you can deal with that foreign evil god? Lin Yuan looked towards the Tianqing Alliance leader and asked. The world sword was the strongest foundation of the Tianqing world, and naturally, Lin Yuan could not let it go to waste. Since he himself couldn't activate it, then he would let the original owner of the world sword do so. After all, Lin Yuan had now completely taken control over the Tianqing Alliance leader, and to him, the world sword was merely going through the motions. Master, rest assured. With this sword in hand, just by myself, I can surely suppress that foreign evil god. The Tianqing Alliance leader was visibly excited. The closer the world sword was to the Tianqing world, the greater its might. Now that the world sword was within the Tianqing world, its power was unbelievably strong. It's almost time. Lin Yuan checked once more and nodded slightly. In truth, even if the ancestral demon tree expended everything to withstand the yin-yang reversal heaven and earth extermination 9 heavens great formation, to withstand the destructive thunder creation pearl, to withstand the Tianqing Alliance leader wielding the world sword, it would still have to face the most terrifying existence. And that was Lin Yuan himself. In over 100 years, thanks to his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan himself did not know the extent of his strength, because so far, there hadn't been anyone who had forced him to exert his full power. Even when dealing with the Tianqing Alliance leader, Lin Yuan had done it effortlessly, without spending a bit of energy. Time passed. In a blink, 3 days later arrived. The ancestral demon tree was still somewhat uneasy, and checked one last time with Lin Yuan. You're sure the surroundings of the spatial channel you're about to open are safe, right? The ancestral demon tree asked solemnly. Lin Yuan looked at the several hundred experts ready for battle, the thunder creation pearl emitting a world-terminating vibration, himself still holding the world sword, and the Tianqing Alliance leader exuding a terrifying presence. Absolutely safe. Lin Yuan nodded and encouraged, Ancestor, you can rest assured, don't you trust me? After assuring the ancestral demon tree a few more times, Lin Yuan began to open the spatial channel. A faint power of space began to fluctuate. An entrance was beginning to form. Outside the world. The form of the ancestral demon tree was now less than 60 meters tall. The spatial channel has finally begun to open. I've waited too long for this day. The ancestral demon tree looked at the gradually forming spatial channel, somewhat tearful with emotion. Just under half an hour. All I need is less than half an hour. Then I can successfully perform the secret technique and merge within the origin source of the Tianqing world. The ancestor meticulously calculated the time. Even though the moment the spatial channel was opened, the resultant spatial fluctuations would inevitably spread in every direction. By the time the powerhouses of the Tianqing world took notice, it would have been far too long. A mere half an hour was far too short for the entire Tianqing world. Unless upon his arrival, there was a large group of Tianqing world powerhouses waiting in strict formation. No one else could prevent him from merging with the origin source of the Tianqing world. Once the merge was successful, after devouring all of the Tianqing world's origin source, the ancestral demon tree would become unprecedentedly powerful. Ha 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 ha. Tianqing world, here I come. The ancestral demon tree patiently waited for a while, confirmed the successful opening of the spatial channel, and then confidently entered the spatial channel entrance. The next moment. As if crossing infinite distances. When the ancestral demon tree stepped out of the spatial channel, it had arrived deep within the Black Mist Mountain range. This is. The ancestral demon tree had yet to get a clear look at its surroundings when it caught a scent, and its expression was one of pure enjoyment. A delicious scent. The ancestral demon tree felt every pore in its body relax, a stark contrast to the harsh environment outside the realm. Inside this world, the environment was filled with a gentle power that seemed like heaven to it. Hurry up and apply the secret technique. The ancestral demon tree was aware of the gravity of the situation. The ancestral demon tree began to observe its surroundings. It quickly noticed Lin Yuan. With the world barrier gone, the ancestral demon tree immediately sensed that Lin Yuan had grown to the 6th stage. And he was at the limit of the 6th stage. Far beyond what one at the beginning of the 5th stage could compare to. In addition, the ancestral demon tree was shocked to discover. It felt a faint, trembling presence emanating from Lin Yuan. How could this be possible at this time? Although the ancestral demon tree currently had only half of its origin source and its strength was far from its peak. It shouldn't be like this when facing its own offspring, even if only 1/10 of the origin source was left. Something isn't right. The ancestral demon tree immediately came to its senses. It was about to turn and return through the spatial channel to the outside of the world. However, crack! The spatial channel in front of it began to collapse bit by bit. The ancestral demon tree was stunned on the spot. The next moment, a terrifying aura erupted into the sky. A set of formations, faintly radiating infinite might, unfolded, with the force of Yin-Yang 9 heavens extermination spreading throughout. Immediately after, thunder pearls began to emit extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. Terrifying thunderous power permeated the area, transforming a million li around it into the 9 heavens thunder pond, and under the extremely yang and rigid thunderous power, the ancestral demon tree felt its consciousness dim and its remaining strength once again suppressed. However, this was far from over. The Yin-Yang reversal heaven and earth extermination 9 heavens great formation was fully activated, with hundreds of powerhouses striking simultaneously. Next, the Tianqing alliance leader, wielding the world sword, exerted all his strength in a slash, and within an instant, space was torn apart, and terrifying might descended. No. Upon seeing this scene, the ancestral demon tree's scalp exploded. I am the ancestral demon. The ancestral demon tree did not hesitate to reveal its true body, its 60-meter stature growing rapidly. Rustle, rustle. In just an instant, half of the ancestral demon tree's body was torn apart. It made the ancestral demon tree's heart chill. Before the ancestral demon tree could take any action, the next wave of attack surged over again. The ancestral demon tree suddenly emitted a terrifying psychic fluctuation. Because it knew it probably wouldn't leave the Tianqing world alive. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying energy fluctuations poured down as if cascading. Before death, the ancestral demon tree's mind flickered with one thought after another. Even now, it was unclear about what had actually happened. Why were there so many powerhouses lying in ambush outside the spatial channel? And why were they using the Tianqing world's ultimate power? Could it be that the offspring demon tree had defected to the Tianqing world? But that seemed even more improbable. Whether it was the offspring demon tree or the ancestral demon tree, they stood in opposition to the Tianqing world, with no chance of reconciliation. Even if the offspring demon tree wanted to defect, the Tianqing world would have to be willing. If it wasn't the offspring demon tree defecting, then did the Tianqing world control the offspring demon tree? But that seemed equally impossible. As a descendant of a foreign evil god, it wouldn't be so easily controlled. How else could the ancestral demon tree have roamed outside the realm for so many years? And just now, in a fleeting glance, the ancestral demon tree perceived that the many powerhouses of the Tianqing world, including the strongest Tianqing alliance leader wielding the world sword, were all treating its offspring demon tree with the utmost respect. Why was that? Within the split second, one doubt after another flashed through the ancestral demon tree's mind. Boom, boom, boom. The ancestral demon tree's massive body was torn asunder. Countless origin sources scattered, with exceptionally pure powers of evil emerging. Discover hidden tales at Freeweb Novel. Stop. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly. The remaining 5/10 of the ancestral demon tree's origin source began to converge in front of him, and he swallowed it all at once. Chapter 363, 17, Replacing the Ancestral Demon Tree, Lin Yuan's Choice, Seeking Subscriptions. in the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range. Here, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth boiled over, terrifying spatial fissures emerged one after another, but under the recovery of the void itself, they quickly healed. If it weren't for the fact that this place was Lin Yuan's stronghold for over 100 years, stabilized by special means, I fear a radius of tens of thousands of miles, even the void itself, would have shattered. After all, the slaughter that just took place was too terrifying. Lin Yuan didn't hold back his subordinates so as not to give the ancestral demon tree a chance. All strategies and reserves were thrown at the ancestral demon tree at once. Anyway, once Lin Yuan's stay was up, he would leave this world. Unless he paid the cost of world-breaking origin force, he couldn't take anything from this world with him. So Lin Yuan had no intention of being frugal. Ancestor? Are you still there, Ancestor? After swallowing the origin source scattered from the collapse of the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan asked in a quiet voice. However, Lin Yuan received no response from the ancestral demon tree. Lin Yuan showed no surprise, for at the very moment the ancestral demon tree's body was torn apart. Lin Yuan sensed its aura drop to freezing point. Now, he couldn't sense the slightest breath of the ancestral demon tree. As a subordinate demon tree, sensing the aura of the ancestral demon tree was instinctive. Even if separated by vast distances and obstructed by multiple world barriers, at most the sense might be a bit hazy. But it was definitely there. Just now, the breath of the ancestral demon tree, or rather its life fluctuations, seemed to have completely disappeared. Clearly, the ancestral demon tree had completely fallen. Read latest chapters on FreeWeb novel. That's it. Lin Yuan sighed, his expression somewhat disappointed. He had originally wanted to exchange a few more moves with the ancestral demon tree. He told the Tianqing Alliance leader not to hold back and to give it his all. But in reality, Lin Yuan's strongest reserve was still himself. In the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range, benefiting from the demon tree's characteristics, Lin Yuan could unleash his greatest combat power. Master, what should we do now? At this time, the Tianqing Alliance leader and many subordinates stepped forward and asked respectfully. From the moment the ancestral demon tree used the spatial passage, their offensive had not ceased. Until Lin Yuan shouted, "Stop." They then stopped. "You all go back." Lin Yuan ordered casually. The complete death of the ancestral demon tree forced Lin Yuan to face the next problem. That was the other subordinate demon trees. Firstly, he needed to understand the hidden secrets of these foreign evil gods, the demon trees. The ancestral demon tree was the absolute ruler of countless demon trees. As long as it was alive, other subordinate demon trees would unconditionally obey its commands. This was a form of mental and ideological bondage. Next, there was physical bondage. With just a single thought, the ancestral demon tree could destroy any subordinate demon tree. Of course, Lin Yuan was an exception. He descended into a dying subordinate demon tree through the door to the myriad realms with his consciousness. Although he replaced the original demon tree, he was not bound by the loyalty or ideological constraints towards the ancestral demon tree. Neither mental and ideological nor physical constraints. These only existed while the ancestral demon tree was alive. Once the ancestral demon tree died, the mental, ideological, and physical constraints would all vanish. Countless demon trees would develop a certain notion deep within. That was to grow to the 7th stage and become the new ancestral demon tree. This was akin to an ant queen in a colony. The death of an ant queen didn't mean the colony would collapse. But under the drive of instinct, a new queen would be born. Lin Yuan was now facing this problem. Deep within, he felt the presence of other demon trees scattered at immeasurable distances. These demon trees were the numerous reserves left by the ancestral demon tree. Either to help the ancestral demon tree guard a treasure or to suppress something in a discovered secret realm. And now, these demon trees, almost simultaneously, sensed the death of the ancestral demon tree. The ancestor has died. The ancestor was so powerful, how could it die? The ancestor has died, I want to become the new ancestor. Having lost their ideological restraint, countless demon trees developed ambition. At the same time, freed from physical constraint, the various talents and abilities of the ancestral demon tree began to awaken within the subordinate demon trees. All want to become the ancestor. A chill spread across Lin Yuan's face. although he didn't care much for the ancestral demon tree. After all, he had just slain a true ancestral demon tree. But Lin Yuan couldn't accept the other demon trees picking his fruit. Let me become the ancestral demon tree then. Lin Yuan hesitated not at all. Since this journey was just a consciousness descent, regardless of what he became in this traversed world. Once he returned to the main world, he would revert back to his original form. Lin Yuan also wanted to experience what it felt like to become a foreign evil god. The growth of a demon tree is divided into 8 stages. Although the ancestral demon tree was said to be at the 8th stage, it hadn't truly stepped into it. Strictly speaking, the ancestral demon tree was still at the 7th stage. With the complete death of the ancestral demon tree, the first demon tree to grow to the 7th stage would become the new ancestral demon tree. The 7th stage for a demon tree represented a certain limit. A demon tree at the 7th stage could gradually break free from mental and ideological constraints, even while the ancestral demon tree was still alive. Therefore, the ancestral demon tree would never allow a 7th stage demon tree to come into being. And if a 7th stage demon tree emerged, no matter the distance, the ancestral demon tree could immediately sense it. Chapter 364:17, Replacing the Ancestral Demon Tree, Lin Yuan's Choice. Please subscribe, _2. Even before, Lin Yuan had already reached the peak of the 6th stage, but he had hesitated to step into the 7th stage for fear of alerting the ancestral demon tree. But now, that was no longer a concern. Thanks to the suppression by the ancestral demon tree. Aside from Lin Yuan, all other demon trees, at their highest growth stages, were only at the 5th stage. Aiming to rush into the 7th stage in a short time was simply impossible, even if they unlocked the many talents and abilities of the ancestral demon tree. Thus Lin Yuan was under no pressure whatsoever. After a brief preparation, Lin Yuan began to push towards the 7th stage. In truth, for a demon tree at the peak of the 6th stage, challenging the 7th stage came with risks. Every stage of a demon tree represented a significant transformation. But for Lin Yuan, the risk was almost non-existent after he devoured a great amount of origin source from the former ancestral demon tree. Moreover, with the aid of Against Heaven's understanding, if Lin Yuan still could not break through to the 7th stage, he might as well end his voyage early and return to the main world. Boom, boom, boom. After 10 days, Lin Yuan grew into a 7th stage demon tree. Frububble.cm. The moment Lin Yuan stepped into this stage, a wondrous feeling struck him. Originally, Lin Yuan could not sense the existence of other demon trees. But the death of the ancestral demon tree granted Lin Yuan the ability to vaguely sense many distant demon trees. However, it was just a vague notion, still stemming from a sense of competition with one another. Likewise, other demon trees could also sense Lin Yuan's presence. Before the birth of a new ancestral demon tree, all demon trees were equal in status. But now, this vague perception had changed to complete control upon reaching the 7th stage. Lin Yuan could forcibly connect with all demon trees through a sort of intangible authority, regardless of whether they wished it or not. And Lin Yuan could also control the life and death of any demon tree at will. To put it simply, Lin Yuan was now the ancestral demon tree. As Lin Yuan ascended to the 7th stage and became the new ancestral demon tree, all the demon trees also received this information, and at the same time, new ways of thinking and thought restraints were formed. From then on, these demon trees regarded Lin Yuan with absolute loyalty. Any ambitions or wild thoughts that had arisen due to the death of the previous ancestral demon tree vanished without a trace. This was the nature of the demon tree race. So long as the ancestral demon tree lived, the entire race shared but one will. We have seen the ancestor. 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 Since Lin Yuan had just become the ancestral demon tree, many authorities were not yet harvested, so many demon trees still retained the ability to actively contact the ancestor. And now, without exception, these demon trees were offering their congratulations, devoid of any other thoughts. All right, I know. Your journey continues with. Lin Yuan casually responded to a few. Compared to the former ancestral demon tree's cruel and ferocious nature, Lin Yuan considered himself to be rather amiable. From now on, bring all treasures here with you. Lin Yuan issued an order to all demon trees. Why had the former ancestral demon tree left offspring demon trees in many regions? It was simply because it had found some treasures, some exotic spiritual objects from beyond their realm that could not be harvested immediately or were still incubating, so it had them guarded by offspring demon trees. When the time came for them to mature, it would return to reap them. But now, these rare treasures all belonged to Lin Yuan. The ancestral demon tree had indeed left behind a significant legacy for him. Yes. Ancestor, I will head over now. Ancestor, from my current location, it would take 320 years to reach you. The many demon trees began to report their own situations, as ordinary life forms wishing to traverse the outer void. The biggest problem is endurance, which is how to stay alive. In the outer void, without the various mild energies found within a world, surviving in such a harsh environment is not easy. However, the demon trees possess the ability of void roots, and Lin Yuan only needed to make this ability available to all the demon tree offshoots. After roughly dealing with the many issues of the demon trees, Lin Yuan's mind once again returned to himself. Ancestral demon tree, foreign evil god, quite a special feeling. Lin Yuan's branches swayed, stepping into the 7th stage and becoming the new ancestral demon tree. His body had already grown to a size of 10,000 meters. Even the entire Black Mist Mountain range could be overlooked at a glance. Moreover, as time passed, Lin Yuan's size continued to rapidly increase, and it was foreseeable that he would grow to the colossal height of the ancestral demon tree that previously spanned the outer void. Lin Yuan allowed this, without any attempt to suppress or hide it. Because Lin Yuan no longer needed to hide, as he had the entire Tianqing world under his control. What was there to hide? The origin source of the Tianqing world. Lin Yuan looked towards the earth, the unique perception of the ancestral demon tree allowing him to sense the vast world origin source pulsating. Lin Yuan could not only sense the fluctuations of the world origin source but also had the ability to merge into the origin vast ocean. At that time, the entire origin source of the Tianqing world would become Lin Yuan's meal, ready for him to devour at will. This was an exclusive ability of the ancestral demon tree, completely different from methods like void roots, and something only the ancestral demon tree itself could master. It was a unique ability amongst the entire demon tree race. No wonder the ancestral demon tree was so eager to enter the interior of the Tianqing world, without worrying about being besieged by other powerhouses. Lin Yuan appeared contemplative. Theoretically, with the world sword in hand, the Tianqing alliance leader could exert combat power beyond that of outside the world when within it. The arrival of the ancestral demon tree in the Tianqing world would make it vulnerable, like fish trapped in a secret pot or dogs trapped in a dead-end street. But the ancestral demon tree still desired to do so because it could merge into the world origin vast ocean. Not even the Tianqing alliance leader could enter the origin vast ocean of the Tianqing world. If the ancestral demon tree entered, it would be in an invincible position, and could freely devour the world origin source, rapidly becoming stronger. As for the many consequences of devouring the world origin source, like the decline of the Tianqing world, or even its destruction, those were not concerns of the ancestral demon tree. If I wished, I could also merge into the world origin source and easily devour the entire Tianqing world's origin source. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even at this moment, the instincts from the ancestral demon tree were urging Lin Yuan to do so. Unfortunately, I am not the ancestral demon tree. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. For Lin Yuan, he was but a passerby in this world, who would leave when his time was up, and he would do so without taking anything with him. Devouring the Tianqing world's origin source would indeed enhance the foundation of the ancestral demon tree, and might even push it a step closer to the 8th stage. But what did that have to do with Lin Yuan? Unless Lin Yuan was willing to pay a great price to take the ancestral demon tree back to the main world, the strength of the ancestral demon tree, however formidable, was irrelevant. In Lin Yuan's mind, maintaining the stability of the Tianqing world, so that it could carry on the dissemination of the martial path evolutionary path, was the choice that maximized benefits. At the very least, it could provide assistance for Lin Yuan's future, ultimate leap. Even if the entire Tianqing world's origin source was devoured, the ancestral demon tree would not be able to step into the 8th stage, which is the legendary end of the road for the demon tree race. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, the cultivation system of the ancestral demon tree was based on mining its own potential. Even if it truly entered the 8th stage, it would not provide him with a view from above to assist his growth. Therefore, from beginning to end, Lin Yuan never thought about devouring the Tianqing world's origin source, because for him, it was more harm than good. Continue to cultivate. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan continued with his enlightenment. Upon becoming the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan mastered many methods exclusive to the ancestral demon tree, which he could consider integrating into the martial path evolutionary path. To make the martial path evolutionary path more perfect and adaptable to more harsh environments. And so, time swiftly passed by. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had gone by. Part 6 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.